Hello? Is Vincent back? Or you got up?
That's a space peanut.
Or is it Spec or DQ?
So what's up?
What's up?
It depends on what side. Yeah, it depends on what side of the border you're on. Um, it's probably Ivan, but mostly it's Ivan, aka Eyeball Johnson, aka Chud.
How about I just call you Sam?
That'll work. Well, I got a gaming handle. Yeah, we got. Yeah, are you? Yeah, we got a lot of calls going on.
Yeah, we got our call. Is that who is that? Is that Vinny or is that Yvette? I don't know who that FREECHAN is. Is it? I don't know. Anyway.
I'm so confused.
I think we're in two different hangouts. I think
like
we're
10
in.
handles. Google and my actual handle. I can't hide behind anonymity. You know what I mean? It's unfortunate. But yeah, I don't know what happened. I have like my regular this. Let me just take you through it, and if anyone's bored or has a want to go into flat Earth stuff or but I have a honest question to ask anybody that can help. I started out with a YouTube subscription, right? That was based on my original Gmail account, which is imelo72. I made my YouTube channel, which is just I haven't really posted anything except for like maybe one 40-second video about education in Common Core for my kid. Like she came home with some homework and it talked about Planet X and how everything's big on Planet X. I don't know if you guys seen that one. Pretty nuts. This random freaking homework for second graders. This is kind of blew my mind. But that was probably my only post. Not in a posting posture right now. Just kind of just poking, learning, saving. But I started out as 72nd human, and I think I found FREECHAN about maybe 4 to 5 months ago, maybe half a year now. I spend half of my time in never mind that, but anyway, started out in FREECHAN about 6 months ago, and then my buddy and I that have like a music thing going on, we started alternate Gmail accounts to Dropbox and share musical ideas through Hangouts. But join, it required my real name. What is your name? And you couldn't make it unless it was your real name. And I think they fixed that now. So you can have a handle that's not your real name, but for whatever reason, maybe I'm reading it wrong. I'm out there. Like that's my name. And anyway, so when I join in Hangouts, I'm under Ivan Malo. Chat, I'm 72nd. And I've been trying to make it 72nd on both, so everyone knows who they're talking to. But I every time I tried I've tried every way that they say, oh, you want this to be displayed, it just doesn't want to.
Hey, Snack, are you there? What's
Do you
up,
guys? I
man?
don't know if I'm coming through.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, and I think I have a solution.
Okay. Okay. Because
Snack, are you there?
Change. Go ahead. Over.
Over. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe he can't hear me.
I
But
tried to change it so
I don't
because
know.
I think a big reason for the jibby the jibby trigger incident is because he didn't know I was 72nd, or might have been that. And then another reason was because my name was just out there, and he started telling a story that was exactly my story. And he's like, "This happened to me," and da da da, and they're talking about custody battles, and I won, and I was just like, "Wait a minute, that's like my story." And then I just got,
No,
I
it's
should have handled that way
I've heard that.
better, but
Well, I mean, it's when
I don't
you
know, but it's weird to me, so I just freaking popped off. But anyways, I felt safe because I've been here and I trust all you guys. You guys are like family to me. Earth discussions or freaking Patricia Steers 1984 live reading or whatever. If I'm gonna go out there like with no clothes on, that's my name. I feel like I should be a little more guarded, but I have no. Every time I try to change it, 72nd human, it's like invalid request. It doesn't matter what I do or what email address I put in. I have a couple that I use, but it's just like, no, you can't do that.
are you logging in from
If
your
anyone
phone
has
or
a
your
heads up, I'd
PC?
appreciate it.
Are you going by phone or PC?
Right now, I have a phone in my ear and
Oh, okay.
my iPad in my lap, and I should probably cut one off. So just trying to make sure I don't lose you guys. Give me a second. But if you guys have any tips on like how to name reflect in my Hangout, or get away from how Google Hangouts made you use your real name in the beginning, and they changed that down the road. They did do that. I'm sure of that, but I can't get out of it. It's like it will not let me change it. But I think Shroominati, he changed his name and to Illuminati, I think. And I was asking him, I was like, "How do you change your name?" And he's, "I don't know." And the next day, his name was different, and I was like, "Oh, I wish I never did that." But if you guys have any tips, I'd really appreciate it. I'm gonna turn off the phone and chat amongst yourself, or any tips would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll see what I can find. But as far as I experienced the other night when nobody could find you to put you like into the hangout. Like next time you speak with Snack or Yvette, you might ask to be added to the dispensary, and that could alleviate your irritations or frustrations getting the new link each time. Because if you're there, you'll get it sent out to you.
I might need an invite to the dispensary. I might have kicked myself out accidentally when I was trying to go to all my old hangouts. Also, somebody could add that guy P Mars or something who was with us in the other chat. I'm kind of away from my computer right now.
Aw, you guys are so sweet. I don't know if I got booted or invite. It looks like all love. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much. You have no idea how much that means to me. Thank you, FREECHAN.
What's up?
What happened?
I got really upset when that jibby thing happened, and I erased all my links. True story told, man. It's so. And then I was just like, wait a minute, just take a breath. Like, it's out there, whatever, man. You know what I mean? If someone wants to like ask me a question about my past, just ask me. Like, don't go digging into the fucking interweb to, devour someone's like personal shit they're going through. I don't know if that happened. Maybe he went through the same thing exactly
Man,
to
like
the
I've heard
T.
that Jibby's story. Like I was gonna tell you earlier. Yeah.
It's behind us now,
Like,
and I really love or I was able to speak in here. Like, you guys are, like I said, man.
no, it's all good, man. I've heard Jibby and I have talked about his situation before. Because I have a very good friend of the last 15, 16 years that has gone through some things like that, and I kind of was right there with him the whole time. And I've had many different friends and acquaintances that, have had children and then subsequent breakups, have siblings as well. And it can be tough, battling over um, a child and and I grew up with it too. Like,
Right?
so it's quite the dynamic. It's quite the situation. And
Trying to break that.
yeah,
Trying to break it. You, like, the only reason I was on begging and praying, Lord, give me somebody that I can take care of and show someone a different way, right? And then, bam, your prayer's answered, and you're here, and then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. How did this happen?
but didn't you
How is
kind
it
of
doing
get
the
what you
same
get?
thing? And they're just like, why is it going the same way that I just had a kid for to not make happen?
Well, weren't you asking for someone that you could take care of the rest of your life?
yeah,
Exactly what you got.
yeah, you got to be very specific about that when you pray for that kind of stuff.
I'm just saying, self manifestation is
Jibby is when
very
I say
powerful.
I don't know. Yeah, when I say I don't know, it's like, I'm taking like, let me think on this approach, or let me sit on this for a second. But and you know what? When I took a step back from that jib trig incident, and I was like, what if he had the exact same thing that happened to me happen to him? And I just freaking popped off on him when he actually, like, we had a divine appointment, and we were actually sharing the same grief.
That's what I was trying to
You know
tell
what I'm
you
saying?
guys. Yeah, like you both were
Right. Yeah, I don't
misconstruing
like.
it, and I got what you
Right.
both were saying, and that's why I was like, hey, both of you just need to calm down because you're
Yeah.
trying to compare
Yeah,
the
but
exact
we
same
were
pain.
like, look at, this is what happens. Like, you freaking, you hold every tear, you hold every angst and aggression, and you just push it down into that barrel until that barrel's overflowing, and then bam, you know what I'm saying? Like, it'll come out all once, and I know my wrongs, I know my right, and if that shit really happened, or pardon my French, if that really happened to him, when I got off the line, and I deleted all my links, and I turned off my Wi-Fi, my internet. I was like, I'm getting attacked. Someone's attacking me. Someone's looking at my court records. I'm like, what is going on? Because he's telling the same story that I'm saying, and then we started getting heated. And if you know that guy and he went through that, I feel so bad because I went through the exact same thing, and it's so hard being like a single dad and trying to go through like DV or stuff, and you go into the court, it's a freaking mockery. It really is, and they'll freaking ring you through it. You know what I mean? And the only one that's suffering is the kid. Besides, everyone through 6 degrees of separation, surrounded from the kid. But yeah. Shout out to Jibby. You know, I saw him in the chat room a couple of days back, and I was like, let's squash this, hugs, you know, and I learned a big lesson from it, you know, and like I said, before even that happened, I can't change my freaking Hangout name, so full disclosure, you want to freaking, like, dig into the internet, if that's what you want to do, go do it, fuck it, you know what I mean? I mean, sorry. You know what I'm saying?
No, I hear you.
I got nothing to hide, man. But shout out to Jibby, man. If that really happened, I totally feel Jibby. And yeah, love all around, man. Chan fam forever.
That's cool.
Hey, please.
Hey, hey, Ivan. Do you mind if I ask you just one
Yeah,
question?
shoot it, man.
Healthy, is your cat hungry?
Yeah, I'm sorry, got it. Get out of here. Go.
Team Cat.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Anyway, I was just having some lunch, and she thought she was gonna have some lunch too, but no.
Right.
Was there any other moment before that night that you thought that maybe Jibby might have been looking into your past?
No, that's the first time I met him. Like, he didn't even know me. I think that's what caused the whole thing, is he was like, who the hell's this Ivan Malo guy? And then I think he was talking to people in Hangouts, and they're like, oh, that's 72nd. A couple people knew that was me, but he didn't know me. And I've seen him before, but he was like, who the frick is this guy? You know what I mean? And I think he was just like probing.
So maybe
had, like,
sorry,
I don't know if he had like DV
No, I
path
think
or
Jibby
custody
was being,
battles, but
I think Jibby was being very heartfelt and very like he was sharing so much of himself, and like he could tell that like you had something to share too, and
yeah, but
he
I
was trying to
was
encourage you to share as well, and you didn't believe that, you thought he was stealing your story, and
I thought he was
Yeah.
fucking clowning me, man.
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
no,
what
not at
happened.
all.
I called him a digger. I
Not
was
at
like,
all.
what are you
Yeah.
doing, like digging into my shit, you know?
And I kind of got that. Like, I thought, yeah, like I could tell, like either you didn't want to share it, or there was something off there. And I was trying to tell him not to try to force you to share your experience, because that's not what it's about. Like, you share whatever you want
I'll
to.
share
like,
that when I'm
nobody's
ready.
gonna
Like, don't put me on blast like that. Like, hit me up in the side chat, ever, you know?
Right.
I'm not ready to like share that with everybody. You know what I mean? I mean, it happened, so like here I am. But you know, at that point, I was holding all that in, and it was tight as the barrel could hold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The lid was on tight and was ready to freaking burst. And
yeah, the tap had been open, and there's no way a high pressure system can exist next to a low pressure system without a barrier. And once the tap was done, dude, it was flowing. It was like vortex flow. Just pushing right through.
Like, maybe that needed to happen for both of us. If you're telling me in my heart, I would love to say like, oh yeah, that was just a misconception. He had the same experience. I don't know Jibby. That was the first time I met him and talked to him. And that was like my first time on FREECHAN. I think that was like the, hey, we're back on FREECHAN. And I got to like do a little jam chan and play with Stefan and Tone, Tone. And we played for a little bit in the beginning, and then Jibby and I made some like Jerky Boys stuff, and he was on it with the voice acting, and I freaking love that stuff. It makes me happy. But then it just went sideways, and I was like, what? And it just and every time I said no, I don't want to talk about that. I don't know. It just kept getting digging, and then it seemed like he was taking stabs and puns, or just like repeating exactly what happened to me. So if that really happened to him, I apologize. But if he was digging, I don't respect that. I'll just leave it.
I don't think Jibby's a digger.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. I don't know.
Jibby was way too moonshined to be digging anything. except
Yeah,
the farther
I
into
got
the
a couple
poem.
messages being like, dude, he was in the bottle, just let it go. And like I said, like we both learn. I hope if everything is what it seems, and everybody learned a lot from that incident, and we can carry on and just lift each other up from here on out.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And I apologize for
And
saying
Jibby
the
does
F word
too.
like 5 times before
I
I bounced
spoke
out.
with him the next day, and he apologized too. Like if there was just, something that he did or said that he didn't uh, you know mean to be that way. If he was speaking that way, like that's how you took it. But yeah, I see what happened, dude. It's all good. I'm sure you guys will be able to speak
Yeah,
again,
yeah. I
and
mean,
you guys will
we're
have that connection now.
now we got we're brothers in blood, man. Yeah.
Show us your taser, Bumper.
Oh, you want to see
What
my
are you laying
taser?
down on a car or something?
What's up,
Good
David?
deflection.
What's
Thank you
up?
all. Seriously, though, thank you.
What's up? Just fucking around.
Hey, whatever.
Oh.
Ouch.
That motherfucker's pretty bad.
Shit.
Brutal.
Now, do you hold
Is
that
that
to
a
the bottom
gun?
of your
What the
throat?
fuck is?
It's a cheetah flashlight taser.
Yeah, it's the cheetah
Didn't-
stun.
Have you ever used it on anybody?
Now, I came pretty close. This guy was. This
Show
guy
me one
was.
more time. So we can. I
pardon
have you
me?
presented now.
Didn't Hunter
Yeah.
Thompson use one of those?
Yeah, it's pretty badass. It's heavy. It has LED light. It's pretty bright.
What are these goddamn animals? It was intense. Such an ominous fool. I'm just kidding. What's up, my dude?
What up?
Yeah, what's up?
David.
What's up, Bumper?
You guys are from like the same city.
Serious?
Dude, yeah, he's in Pueblo. I'm in Denver.
Oh, yeah.
It's like down the street.
It is. It's pretty
Dude, are
much.
we doing like a New Year's party there in Denver?
Yeah, we could go downtown, man. It's fucking intense down there.
16th Street
If
Mall.
you really wanted to. Yep, exactly. This guy knows what's up.
This is what they got me doing. Look at this shit.
What is
I'm
that
trying to be
shit?
nice and bag glasses for the housekeepers for when they come in the morning, trying to be a nice guy and stuff. So I'm bagging their glasses for them.
I tell him to fuck off. It's just me, though. I'm not a nice guy. Not
Bumper's a
anymore.
nice guy, seems like.
Bumper's pretty tight, dude, actually. I thought you were like a Glober or some shit. Because I always saw you on the like Atheist Rex and all those. What's that?
Enjoys
Fuck,
it.
Von Halton and shit.
Oh, yeah. I get on there, man. I argue with them sometimes. If it gets kind of like dull in there, I'll get on there and argue with them. Whatever.
Yeah, I don't actually listen to them. I always see your picture over there, though. Or, sometimes. Not always, but I've seen you
I don't
around.
talk very much. I'm always at work. You know what I mean?
Right. So what were you guys talking about before? You talked about like gnosis and all that, right before you went off the air. Did you already finish that up? I accidentally opened another Hangout and was over there for a while, so I'm here now. What the fuck?
I think Ivan was asking for a correlation between Sophie or Sophia and Ishtar.
Ishtar. I wouldn't know how to piece all that together off the top of my head. That would take some more research, definitely. But yeah, it's interesting stuff. I really like looking into like the Gnostic teachings. I think it's very interesting. It's just, it's different, I guess you could say.
How about the Smoky God? Olaf Jensen.
I've never
Right?
heard of that.
Is that with him and his dad that sailed north?
Yeah. The Norwegian like fishermen that accidentally sailed into the Hollow Earth, supposedly spent their time in there for a year.
What do you think about
really
Hollow
bad.
Earth?
Oh, I don't like it. I think a Hollow Earth can exist on a pear, a ball, or a flat plane. I don't think that the shape of it has anything to do with cavernous, like underground, you know.
Right. Well, I agree.
I really don't. I believe in the whole thing with Admiral Byrd and the high jump, what is it called, Operation High Jump? Like, if anyone could make the best movie of all time, it would be about freaking the high jump story and how they had this whole armada, this fleet of military ships going down there, got their freaking ass handed to them by whatever the Nazis or the German government. Bases, empty ships, half of the fleet of U-boats not being accounted for, boats showing up in Argentina totally empty, being like, oh, I'm just glad to serve my Führer and help build this underground civilization for him. And then all of a sudden he like murks him, he takes himself out in some bunker in the no, that I have a really hard time. Has anyone seen Hellboy?
Yeah, that's a pretty good movie.
The beginning of Hellboy. I mean, it kind of just like, I know you'd be like, oh, that's a movie, but
yeah, I think I saw.
They did get the staphylongitis or whatever you call that thing. They were involved with the Thule Society, the Vril Society, chicks with hair down to their ankles, trying to commune with, whatever, with their antenna hair. I mean, you just keep going and going. And you know what I love about Hollow Earth? It's a freaking rabbit hole that never ends, and it just keeps splintering off and everything. And the Hollow Earth is how I ended up in a flat Earth chat room. So I don't know. I got to stop saying I don't know.
No, that's good.
I don't know.
No, that's a good thing.
I am still studying. That's
good.
What I should say. You know what I mean? I am inquiring. Inquiring minds want to know. But I mean, Olaf Jansen, The Smoky God, that book is freaking amazing. If you guys haven't heard The Smoky God by Olaf Jansen, that's not the name of the author, but it's called The Smoky God, and it's about this guy's journey as a Norwegian fisherman with his dad. They accidentally took some random, swell or ocean current, and they ended up sailing into the Hollow Earth, where there were these giants that greeted them on a giant cruise ship, nice garments, and the guy that wrote the book stayed there for about a year. This is a really bad Cliff Notes. So guy stayed there about a year with his dad. They taught him about their ways. They stayed there, and then they're like, oh, you want to get out of here? You take that current out of here. So him and his dad took their little tiny boat from the giants, and they learned about the inner earth with their little smoky god, a sun or whatever they had in there. And they rolled out of it, and the boat got marooned. The dad died, and the guy, the son that wrote the story, was stuck on marooned on like some piece or fragment of the boat that got destroyed in a storm or something. Another boat finds him, and he tells the story to the captain, and he's like, oh, you won't believe it, my dad and I, we were in the Hollow Earth, and all this stuff. There were giant mammoths and big giant plants and giant grapes as big as your head, and we died, and this happened. They put him in shackles. He got back to land. He's like, oh, I'm not going to say anything to anybody. But then eventually he opened up to his uncle, right? And he told his uncle, hey, this is what really happened out there. My dad died when we got out of the Hollow Earth during the storm, and these people grabbed me, and the uncle went and told whatever psych authority, took his land, said he was crazy. Said he was crazy. Olaf Jansen supposedly spent like 20 to 30 years in a psych tank And then he didn't want to share the story no more until he ended up in West Hollywood. What? And some random author happened to walk by the house, and the guy's like, yeah, you. And he shared the story with the author, and he wouldn't share it until Olaf knew he was on his deathbed, and then that's the story. But the way the story is written, beautifully written, whether it's fake or false or fictitious or half based on fiction or false, or it doesn't even matter. Hollow Earth, baby, you gotta love it.
Who owns
Lord Stephen
Hollow
Christ.
Earth? Yeah,
Pardon?
does Lord Stephen Christ own Hollow Earth?
I don't know. Lord Stephen Christ, who the heck is that? Someone called him Lord. Lord
I'll
Stephen?
call him that. That's what his channel name is.
He's our Lord and Savior.
And not subscribe to him, or no, I wouldn't be privy to any insight on Stephen Christ. Roger. But Hollow Earth, super deep rabbit hole. What's really cool about Hollow Earth also is the correlation to the 9/11 and the supposed like 33rd floor where they had like they had an in the World Trade Center for this secret place that only George W. Bush and some random people that could only reach the secret floor inside of the W Trade Towers that had this embassy to the Hollow Earth. And I mean, the Germans were really into that ish stuff. They really believed that they came from, and they're just like, well, if we're this people, we need to take out everybody else. But if you listen to Eric Dubay, that shit never happened. And you're just like, what? I don't know. And here we are, just shooting it around. You know what I mean? Just asking questions.
I don't know. That kind of sounds like the guys that are talking about how they were on an elevator and they ended up on Mars, like shooting pterodactyls out of the sky on the red planet. Yeah. Sounds like that kind of deal.
I know, but okay, what's your reference though? Like, is that an actual thing?
Yeah, it's an actual thing. I forget the guy's name, but he was on TFR like a few months ago.
I don't know what TFR is, but
there's like 2 or 3 guys, and like there's more people like saying, "Oh yeah, we were transported to Mars. We were fighting on the red planet." And
you know what's really weird about that though? There might be. Do you guys believe in remote viewing? Cosmic Voyage. There's a book called Cosmic Voyage. I can't remember his name right now.
Like ESPN?
Oh no, not that.
Like ESP.
You guys are clowning. Thanks for that, man.
No, he meant to say ESP.
Yeah, sure. No, you know Ed Danes.
Have you done some of that? Have you done some astral projection or some remote viewing?
Oh, yeah, I've flown over my town once or twice. No, I guess the way I understand it, and even back in like 6th grade, before I even was really awoken, like I said, my dad had those life books about ESP and alien stuff and ancient structures back in the 80s. Life magazine, hard book cover set that came. Like, you say if you bought Life magazine for a year, it would come with like, oh, you get this secret like 6-book hardback about ESP, telepathy, and all that stuff, right? Even before that, I mean, sorry, I lost my train of thought. This guy's laundry is killing me.
No, he's bagging cups.
The laundry is fierce. Sorry. Oh, yes.
Check out my washer.
Glass. Hey.
Check out that washing machine.
Yes.
I got 2 of them. My clothes stay
Whiskey.
fresh. all the time.
Whiskey. Neat.
Fresh and so clean.
Handle it. Sorry, I lost my whole train of thought, gentlemen. Someone could probably bring me back on.
Hello, Itmar. Welcome.
Hello.
Where was I going with that? Sorry, gentlemen.
I don't know where you were going, but you were going on and on. I know that.
Third eye.
Let me
Oh,
help
that's
out a
good.
little bit.
Thank you. Thank God for cutting me.
Well, I think what you were going with that, Ivan, was that some people might be experiencing remote viewing when they're seeing things like, fighting pterodactyls on Mars, or even perhaps, going through the hole and, ending up in the South Pole or something. Maybe that's what they're
Thank you for that.
experiencing.
Yeah. All I just needed is the remote viewing, like, boop, bring me back to one. Yes. That was all. It was basically about people experiencing things, whether it's here or in dreamland, dream state, half dream state, daydreaming, whatever you want to call it, folding laundry, repackaging snifter glasses.
Look at these.
Highballs. Hey, there you go. Glasses. Yeah. Whether it's here or there or sleeping, but I tremendous journeys in my sleep, especially recently. Has anyone else experienced extremely realistic lucid dreaming lately, without ever being trained in that area? Because I've kind of like been always trying to tap into that, but you don't even have to try anymore. I don't know. Let me hear you guys' thoughts. Lucid dreaming, realistic dream states.
What about what's that shit? What about
Pardon?
sleep paralysis? That shit's pretty crazy in and of itself, right?
Narcolepsy.
Epilepsy.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? I don't know if you can call sleep paralysis. What I've heard from sleep paralysis is a physical thing where like you wake up and you can see your room and you can't move.
Right.
For me, sleep paralysis is I'm in my dream and no matter how dreamy or real it feels, I can't get out of the dream. That to me is sleep paralysis, and I have recently suffered some crippling.
Are there demons and stuff there? Like, does it feel like there's a demon in the room, or shadow people, or something on your chest?
Want to talk about demons? It's all
that
demons.
Shit's fucking nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to get down to the brass tacks, you're gonna be balancing every joy with the greed. And
they're archons or
dark,
some shit.
white and black, and every shade in between.
Muslim.
Nasty. And if you do one thing, I wish I had this written down, man. I really feel like off kilter, and I really feel like I'm like chatting on too much. So
No, you're all right.
yeah, okay.
Continue.
Well, yeah, because I have like a testimony and stuff, and I just don't feel like I'm doing it any justice by just sitting here spouting off at all my conspiratorial stuff that people are just like, oh, what? You live in your dreams and you've seen the hollow earth.
I think if you came on and like talked to
viewing.
Cathexis, you might have a great conversation with him. Not saying that you won't with anybody else, but I would probably.
Did you say Cathexis?
You very well. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? Cathexis and I, the first time I saw Cathexis's Cathexis, is that how you say that? The first time I saw
it like that.
Just call him
Caddy. The first time I saw his greater than, lesser than, and then the equal sign in the middle, I immediately sent him a message, and I said, I don't know if anyone's there for that. When I shared the screen chat of what I've been writing my whole life since I was like, as long as I can remember. But it's basically division divided in the middle of two planes. But his is more horizontal and mine's more vertical. And I was just like, what made you choose that? And how did I end up here with this guy that uses that for his thing, and then
Interesting. Yeah. Wow.
it came full, and I shared it. I was like, why? What happened? Didn't get an answer, but
It's like parallel thinking
I
or
can remember.
synchronicity. You know, the universe.
Yeah, it's
I just
freaking,
call it the
it's out of this
universe
world,
has
man.
a weird way of working things out for you, and it usually
Right.
provides for you as well. I mean, from my experience and from what I can
Right.
tell. But yeah, I would say synchronicity or something. I mean, who knows what it is? I think it could be, you know, something along those lines. I mean, I witness it all the time. Just like, you know, if I'm listening to
I don't know.
song lyrics and I look out to the left of the car and all of a sudden whatever the song is talking about, I see that shit. It's fucking insane, dude. I don't know. I don't know what you call that.
Yeah, I mean, and then was that parrot coconut water? Sorry, got a little ADHD there. Yeah, talking to Cathexis and explaining to him the symbol that I saw, and when I was in the chat room and I saw that his symbol was that, or his little chat icon, and I was like, wait a minute, that is exactly what I've been drawing. I don't know what it means. I know what it means to me, but what does it mean to this gentleman, Cathexis? His little, and I'm like, and I finally got to talk to him. I was like, let me screen share and show you what I have, because I can't do it with my iOS chat board or whatever you call it. But and it was, yeah, we kind of touched base and it was like, yeah, what is that? What does that even mean? Why does it keep happening? Why is it everywhere I go? What's this? What's that? I mean, questions, questions, questions. And this guy making me a highball. Hello.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that conversation. And Sean's out there in the chat. What's up, Sean? I'm gonna invite you. Hopefully you'll join this time. But just to finish the Hollow Earth conversation, I don't hate Hollow Earth. Like, it is what it is. And if you're indoctrinated into believing that you live on a sphere, and if you
I
were
don't
to go
believe-
to the extremity,
Oh
well,
my
wait,
God.
let me finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead.
Let me finish, okay? Like, I don't have anything against Hollow Earth theory, but if you're indoctrinated to believe you live on a sphere and that's all you know as far as your paradigm on what the Earth is, if you were to go to the extremities of that Earth that you know, and you were to find more or extra, the only way you could possibly conceive it in your mind is this, as if you went inside of the sphere into a hollow construct. So, like,
Listen
I
to
can
me.
see why that story would promulgate, but I don't just see it as like a hollow Earth. I just see it as there's additional Earth there, and whatever form that takes doesn't change the fact that there is most likely more.
Okay, take a sponge, right? Take a sponge. Let's call it a sponge Earth. And in that sponge, there are giant holes and little crevices that lead to other crevices, little holes. It doesn't matter the shape of it. I'm not saying it's a freaking ball or a sphere. I definitely do not agree on a ball. I'm out of the ball world, okay? So, but I still believe in a cavernous expanse underneath the surface, since we've only dug 13 kilometers or 20, whoever's got the stats, but we haven't dug deep enough, and there have been numerous accounts of ancient civilizations and many people living inside the crust of the earth during calamities and all sorts of stuff recorded throughout time. I'm not saying it's a ball because I believe in hollow. Okay.
Right. No, I'm not saying you are either. I'm just saying that the guys who developed hollow had a concept of it being inside, like a hollow,
they might have done
concave,
that. Yeah,
cellular.
And they might have been like,
yeah, and that's all I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that that's what you believe. I'm just saying that that's my piece on it. Like, I don't have a problem with it.
Sure.
I'd see how they could perceive it as that, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that.
Let me put it to you this way. Do you have a backyard? Do you have any patch of earth that you could dig into
No, I get what you're
20 to
saying.
30 feet
I
down and dig out a burrow to freaking like weather out whatever calamity is gonna freaking rain upon you. And I got one dug out, but I mean, it's a giant hole. Is it gonna collapse on top of me? Do I need to reinforce it? I mean, this is what people thought about a long time ago. Like, how do I get away from solar weather? How do I get away from radical storms? How do I get away from freaking Project Bluebeam and this freaking fake messiah? I'm going to dig and make myself a little burrow in the earth. You know what I mean? I'm not saying or it's triangle or it's flat. I am privy to a donut, but I'm still learning. Magnetically, maybe donut. But I'm not saying it's a ball. I am geocentric, still studying. Shout out to my donut
cool.
earthers.
How come everybody's muted?
Hive mind.
Shout out to Tommy and Callie, where it's always summer. It's always winter here, so I mean, we get like two months of fall, and then it's back to winter.
Hey, do you work in a hotel? Over? You don't have to tell me. That's cool.
Yeah, Bumper was talking about that before. He works in a hotel.
Nice.
He's security.
Did you say security?
Yeah.
Okay. Bumper, what's happening? Haven't met you before. I think I should mute myself. I have a case of just can't stop talking. All right, hold on.
Later, Bumper. Have a good one.
Now it's my fault. What?
But yeah, as far as astral projection and lucid dreaming, there has been a couple times where I've had experiences similar to what I think people are describing to that. Other people are more experienced, I'm sure. But yeah, it is very interesting as far as the places your mind is able to take you.
I told myself I would not talk. But lucid dreaming? Over?
Lucid dreaming is it's a conspiracy theory.
Have you ever woken up from a dream on the edge of a heart attack? Then you haven't experienced
Oh
lucid
shit!
dreaming.
I've had the falling dreams where you fall and right before you hit, you wake up.
No, I just fly, but I'm not talking about a flying dream. I love flying dreams.
You never had
That's
a falling
all
dream?
fun. Yeah. And you know what's fun? Being able to will it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Being able to like up, down, left, right, banker.
I can never take off.
But now I'm talking about like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, I have pretty lucid dreams, but the last it was probably like maybe like 13, 12 days ago. I had a dream, and there are these dreams they maybe happen like once a year, and these are things that have happened since I can remember, 6 years old, you know, early 80s, all the way up until now. They only happen every once in a while. But I mean, these things take the breath out of me. And when I wake up, it feels like I could have almost, like, you know, when they say, like, if you die in your dream, you die for reals. Like, you fell from that freaking roof and you were like actually falling.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only happened a couple of times, but this last time, I was like,
Yeah, I've heard if
I
you,
mean,
if you hit the
my
ground, you
heart
die.
was freaking going out off the Richter when I woke up. You know, and my kid thought I was freaking, you know, calling somebody or like, you know, whistling Dixie, but I was like, and I saw this face in my dream, and it turned into like this withered, like gray mummy face. It was all sucked up, and it freaking scared the crap out of me, and I did this because my daughter probably hit my bed, and I looked up, and the second I opened my eyes, it was her face, and she totally freaking saved me. But my heart was still freaking like, if she didn't come in the room and bump my bed and be like, "What are you breathing about in here in your dreams?" You know, like I don't know. Like, I think you could probably die in your dreams, and that's the first time I realized that. And I'm sure if you look that up, people die in their dreams from heart attacks. I mean, is that too far fetched? I'm pretty sure that happens.
No, that seems logical. I got a question though. I don't take no disrespect to this, but do you take like any depression medicine or anxiety medicine or anything?
Negative.
Because my brother,
I do not.
Oh, okay. My brother has PTSD, and I've heard this from a lot of
Okay.
people that take anxiety medication or depression medicine. Their dreams are like off the chain. They have these crazy ass dreams. My brother actually.
Oh, you know what? Go
What's
ahead.
up? No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, when I take if I take NyQuil
Yeah,
or what's the other one? Benadryl.
yeah.
I never ever want to take that stuff, but I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
brother, he takes anxiety medicine, and he has some crazy ass dreams. He tells me.
You know what I think? I don't think it's the medicine. I think maybe the medicine might be bringing out inner fears that we suppress. Maybe. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm shooting in the dark, but I feel you, man. Like, I've got mad PTSD, like in every facet you can believe. But yeah, and I try to hold that down, you know, for the sake of my family.
yes, yeah,
And just try to like be like, yeah, like I can hold this down, but I mean, it comes back to haunt you in your dreams, whether it's chemically induced or not. You know what I mean? It's there.
yeah.
You know,
Have you ever had a
fear's
dream where, like,
fear, whether it, you know what I'm saying?
have you ever had a dream where you hear something outside of your dream? Like, I've had a dream where I heard the microwave going off because I sleep during the day. I work all night and I sleep during the day, so I'll hear like the microwave in the kitchen beeping, and in my dream I'm hearing a bomb. You know what I mean? And it's all coordinating in my dream to where I hear a bomb going off, beeping in another room. You know what I mean? And it's actually the microwave, and I'll wake up and I'll hear the microwave and it sounds. You know what I mean? It like outside noises change my dream up a little bit. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Vibrations, mostly vibrations. You want to talk about alarm clocks? Let's just go funny for a second. My dad came back from Europe with an alarm clock that looked like a stack of dynamite with plastique and a freaking clock on the side of it, and it would tell you, it would count down from 10 and blow up in French, in English, and Spanish. It was freaking, and it was pretty traumatized because I used that alarm clock for a large part of my childhood. But I feel you.
That's crazy.
You know, I've had that happen to me when the alarm clock's going off, and I feel like it's like a truck backing up at the same time in my dream, and I coincide and I sleep more. I just
it's crazy.
sleep past it, you know.
Or when you're
alarm
drunk.
clock doesn't work. Go ahead.
Yeah, that beeping. Or when you're drunk and you gotta piss, you gotta be real careful. You know what I mean?
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you already know.
Oh, it feels so good. It feels so good.
Wait, what the hell's that noise?
Nah, I haven't had one of those since I was like prepubescent, but oh my gosh. Ah,
Yeah.
the warmth. And then you wake up and you're like, what the? It's gotten cold now. This is
Haunted
bad.
by toilet seats.
That happens. No, not like I said. That was a long time ago. Nah, I feel you. This is weird. Does this have anything to do with the flat Earth, or just flat?
Yeah,
people?
because if the Earth was spinning and you go to piss, you know what I mean? You'd probably miss the toilet.
Y'all be pissing in your faces, right?
Yeah. Your piss would go off to the right. You know what I mean? At 1,000 miles per hour, it'd be like pissing out a window.
It's not
You
very
guys are
comfortable for
killing me, man.
the passenger next door.
Yeah, you'd hit your neighbor's house every time.
I've pissed out of a moving train before. Out of the window. It wasn't very pleasant.
Yeah.
It was
All
fun for
upon
me.
you.
It was just it was unpleasant for the next guy over.
As long as you're pissing downwind, you know what I mean? Instead of upwind, you'll be all right. Like I always piss west because I know we're rotating east, right? Or vice versa.
Dude, I'm almost 40. Come on, man. Things start acting funny down there.
I'm 33.
Oh, you are,
Shout out
man?
to-
Oh,
Shout out to
shit,
Freemasons.
you Illuminati. Red flag. I'm just kidding.
You 33, Bumper?
Yeah. Shout out to Bilderbergs.
Same here.
Nah,
83.
I'm just kidding, man. Seriously.
Yep,
Yeah.
83.
Man, a lot of people suffer from that.
Yeah, PTSD.
And then they're trying to
sucks,
say
man.
like, oh, it's better if you pee sitting down because your body works better with that. I mean,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, but if the water's cold, man, that's where you have your issues. You know what I mean?
I mean, oh, well, shit. If your balls hang in the water, it's all bets are off, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I gotta just start talking.
Bumper, did I hear you right earlier? Did you say that lucid dreaming is a conspiracy theory?
Yeah, that's correct. It's the fluoride they put in your water.
What?
It affects
the-
you. Go ahead.
I was gonna say the tetramorphine they put in your NyQuil, but
Yeah. It affects the imagination side of your brain more than the memory side. So you think you're having a memory, but it's actually imagination. No, I don't know. I'm just fucking with you, dude. I don't really know about lucid dreams. I hardly dream. I sleep during the day and I pass out so hard.
You probably dream, just don't remember it, like me.
Yeah, I
know
don't
there's
remember my dreams, man.
I'm pretty sure I got brain activity going on when I'm sleeping. That's about all I'm sure about.
You sure?
What? Am I
Brain
questioning my
activity.
brain activity?
You sure it's going on?
Let's look up the definition of brain activity.
Yeah.
healthy
your brain
baby.
activity.
It's a pleasure to speak with you. Over.
I'm a healthy skeptic. Thank you. Pleasure to speak to you as well.
Have you ever heard of CRISPR babies?
CRISPR babies?
Yeah, all caps. With no
I
E.
am a specialist on babies, but I don't think of I've been told that one before. CRISPR babies. What are they like?
Yeah, CRISPR babies. They're basically like designer babies.
Oh, designer
And
babies. Yeah.
Yeah, designer babies, but they
They're not
call
real
them
babies,
CRISPR with no E, all caps, CRISPR, CRISPR, baby.
Are they made in China or something?
Probably. Who knows? I mean, how could we possibly know that? I don't know where they're made, but there's crispy babies out there.
That better not be a Jewish joke.
No, it's not.
Oh, just fuck on you.
Well, I've heard about designer babies. Is it like when they play around with the chromosomes a little bit? You know, downplay some of them.
CRISPR.
Yeah.
CRISPR, no E, baby. Nuts. And this is just the beginning. Like, say if they just told us this year. Oh, guess what? We have CRISPR babies available. They told us this in 2016, so that pretty much means that it was available 50, 40 years ago. You know what I mean? We're 40 to 50 years.
I knew a guy who back in, I think it was 97, 98, somewhere in there.
Right.
He was rich enough to his wife. They were having I guess the term now would be called CRISPR, but they were gonna have twin daughters that were CRISPR.
That's crazy.
So yeah, I mean, you guys ever seen that movie Gattaca?
Oh yeah, it's an old movie, 1997. Ethan Hawke, Uma Thurman.
They were doing that back then. That's like the implications of the technology at the time.
That's like old news, right? It's old news. And
20 years
Google
ago.
lady, like, hey, get this electromagnetic tattoo for the weekend. It'll, I mean, it's. Welcome to the future, ladies and gentlemen. Far out. I got to play that Trump step video again. That shit's hilarious. Hey, Bumper. Can you shoot the Trump step video?
Nah, I can't, man. I'm not a dancer.
Okay.
Unless I'm drunk. If I'm drunk, then I'm all right.
I seen you on the ones and twos.
Come on, Bumper. Come on, Bumper. You're breaking my balls. Come on, Bumper. Breaking my balls here.
I don't even know what the Trump step is.
Making me doubt your Latino heritage.
It's freaking hilarious.
I'm actually Chinese.
I'll try to share it. I don't know if it's gonna work. It's not copyrighted. It's free form for everybody. It's lovely. Oh, that sounds awful. Sorry. Just.
Was it recent?
I don't think so. I think everybody just got quiet for a second. So what about them planned attacks on Monday? ISIS attacks. You guys hear about that?
No.
I guess West Virginia is going to get hit. Washington and Texas. It's been on the news. You could probably Google that. I seen it on Facebook and then I seen it in the news. They're warning everybody that Monday, sometime next week it said, and then it said Monday. I guess they got some info that we're supposed to be getting attacked.
Where'd you hear this from? Like, what's the source?
CNN is actually one of them. I seen something on Facebook. I follow a couple pages on Facebook, and it popped up. I'm pretty sure you could probably Google it, and it's not a. But it's so legit.
Is that guys? Oh my gosh. Sorry.
Yeah, see right here it says CBS News. You guys see that? Sources, warning of possible Al-Qaeda attacks Monday. It's on CBS, it's on New York Times. Oh, you scared me. I was like, who the hell's up here? How come you guys got quiet?
I was listening to this Trump and bass. It's hilarious. But yeah, the I don't know, the Al Qaeda attacks. It's mainstream sources. It sounds like more like fear propaganda. Um, Possibly some staged events. I don't know. What do you think about it, Bumper? You think it's do you think it's serious?
Honestly, I don't. I think they might try to pull the attention away from emails. I don't know, man. It's because they knew about Pearl Harbor. They knew about 9/11. If something was really going to happen, they wouldn't tell us about it so often.
That's a space peanut.
Space peanut?
That's space peanut.
You guys ever try space Coke?
No.
Well, that's probably before you guys.
Space Coke.
You guys ever watch the Cheech and Chong movies?
All right, you tell your space Coke story. I'll tell mine when you're done. Go ahead. Shoot.
No, I've never tried it either.
What kind of story is that? What? Sorry. I'm so sorry if my microphone is super annoying. Just trying to figure out the diagnostics.
I think your camera's on.
That's fantastic. Those are my blinds. That's
Nice.
my dead $3,000 computer door brick. This is the $400 controller that doesn't work without the brick. This is the $600 controller that doesn't work without the brick. These multi-million-dollar speakers that don't work without, you guessed it, the brick.
What'd you try to do?
I tried to do it. I got stuck with the lousy GPU. Hardwired to the motherboard. It's a freaking $700 overjob, which no, not gonna do it. It'll make me very upset. I'm clamped. Carry on.
Can you just install an external, or actually another graphics card?
I'm going back to PC.
No, that's not a PC. The brick board, the door brick. I mean.
No, it was a Mac.
Ah.
We got any Mac geniuses in here?
Right here.
Mac.
Is it out of warranty?
Mac.
I'm gonna go smoke. I'll be right back, guys.
Mac. I know Mig Mac. Does that help?
See, I don't like fluoride in my water, but I don't mind a couple cigarettes now. You know what I mean?
What was that guy's name in Pet Sematary? Judd?
Are you trying to get us a copyright strike by flashing your cameras at us?
That was all bad for him. It did not work out well. He did have a nice short-haired Russian blue in that movie, though. Wait.
So
if I'm being annoying, and I'll stop.
No, but sometimes your microphone's a bit hard to hear.
Yeah, I appreciate that input because I need to put it close to my face.
Yeah, I had a microphone just like that. It would like taper off. Like I'd start out strong and then it'd be just like weaned off towards the end. So that's what's happening.
Roger that. I just want to share this thing with you. It's so freaking hilarious. Would you rather want the link and someone can present it properly? It's not copyrighted. It's fair use, common, blah, 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 whatever you call that stuff.
If you give me the correct title, I could probably just look it up.
Called Trump Step.
The Trump Step. Is it a
Step? It's actually Arius Trump Step, but if you look up Trump Step on all caps, it'll come through. Trump Step. Trump.
Okay, yeah, it's got a standard license, so it's probably not
playable?
playable.
Let me see. Mine. Well, I don't know which one you pulled up.
Maybe Bumper can watch it and then demonstrate.
I could just. I mean, I could.
You just want to do it, Ivan?
And look at that your own leisure. It's pretty freaking hilarious. This is some guy pop locking and really doing some amazing finger drumming on a machine drum machine. It's fun.
I hear that. I heard it. I heard it. What's going on? Here it is. Oh, there it is. I can't tell if that's Donald Trump or not.
Was this copyrighted material?
It is standard YouTube license.
Trump is kind of washed out here. My camera is running under 280. What do you call that? I'm running the video on an Obama phone. So this is the video you get.
I'll just link it in the chat for everybody who wants to just watch it.
Jam out, see Trump.
Yeah.
It's even more funny than my Obama phone.
How do you have an Obama phone? One PM. Rounded radius. All caps. I am a specialist on babies, but I don't think of a hold on. CRISPR babies, what are they like?
Yeah, CRISPR babies. They're basically like designer babies.
Oh, designer babies. Yeah.
Yeah, designer babies.
Ivan, what's going on?
Crystal. No E. All cap.
Shout out to Crispy Baby. They were being manufactured in China, by the way. Crispy babies.
Yeah, that was like 96 where they were doing that stuff. It's weird. It's like somehow like breaking news in 2016.
Just old shit recycled. You know how it is. You gotta sell them papers. Gotta sell them papers. Well, sometimes you'll find obnoxious reports on, credible newspapers. Like, for instance, how NBC, CNN, Time Warner, they're all back in this moon shit, where you can buy land on the moon, and all these big companies are backing that shit like it's real.
Right.
Fuck that.
It's like then like the old school like National Enquirer covered all the like moon hoax stuff. They were like first ones on scene. They were always marginalized, and it's tabloid bull crap. Just another further implementation of the disinformation system.
I think Ivan's having some trouble with his microphone. I know I was frustrated with my microphone a week ago. Kind of had to rip it off. They were being manufactured in China. It wasn't a good thing to do. Babies.
Yeah, that was like it's about that time.
By that time. What time is it? What's the time for?
It's about that time.
About that time?
What's up, dog? I'm here.
That time.
You know what time it is.
It's Miller time. Yeah. Time to get nasty. What's this thing I'm seeing on Ivan's side? It's like he's showing stuff to us in the darkness. We're looking at millions of dollars of equipment.
Hundreds of millions of dollars in equipment.
What's going on? I don't know who that FREECHAN is.
I think that's Snack. Or it was.
That's weird.
Earlier. I think that's his drum machine. But it doesn't work because his Mac is broken. It's his controller.
Of course it works.
I don't know. I never really got into dubstep too much. Like,
Did someone say dubstep?
that time.
I'm
I've never.
so if you have a drum machine, you're a dubstep drummer. You can't
No,
play.
not at all. No, not at all.
All right.
Whoa. Wait a second. I'm going to stop this right here because no, I didn't.
Just I was kind of kidding, but kind of not.
All right. Well, your drum machine there is cool, and like the Trump step video, like it's a play on words with dubstep, and it is kind of in that style.
Dubstep.
Yeah,
I don't play.
I never really got into it.
I don't either, brother. But I think it's hilarious.
I'm tripping.
It's pretty funny. What are you tripping on, D? Why aren't you sharing?
My bad.
I'm
My watch
kind of
paper's
like,
on. Wow.
I don't know where you put me, but I came from. I used to play in grindcore death metal bands, and then once I got a little older, I was just like, eh. And I've always liked just stepping. Like I used to put my synthesizer on the floor and just step on it to make weird noises. But where we've gone with musical technology is, I mean, you how can you put a label on it? You could, but I'm definitely not a purple Lamborghini type of guy. I think that shit sucks balls. I mean, that might be fun for somebody, but I think it's horrible.
See, I don't even know what you mean when you say that. Like, I don't even understand the words that
Purple
you're
Lamborghini?
referencing.
It's like that awful song they put out for what's that movie? Fucking Suicide Squad. With the Jared Leto Skrillex thing.
Yeah, no. See, like
I got
that's how
like
uninterested I am. Like, I haven't seen the movie, don't know the soundtrack. Like,
I haven't seen the movie. I keep my finger on the heartbeat of the nastiness of the world, so I saw the video.
I don't know what it is either.
It's a freaking dubstep dude.
okay, so there's no real reason to check it out.
Called Chud. I'm not gonna do a shameless plug.
It got really popular though, right?
But
Is that what you mean?
no, I'm not popular at all. I have four songs.
That you're referencing, the Purple Dragon or whatever. The song is really popular. That's why you know of it.
It's like freaking ridiculously stupid popular. Yes.
I wish we could listen to it on air and decide. I want to see.
It just let me put it to you this way: if you saw the movie Suicide Squad, the video of the song that they made with it's Rick Ross. I've never listened to any one of his songs, but I keep attention. I pay attention to people who are in the, but it's Rick Ross.
You know your camera's on,
Skrillex,
right?
which is some kid who came up under Mousetrap, which is Dead Mouse, like a platform for young, striving electronic musicians to, display their works upon. And he took Skrillex under his wing, and I don't know. Here I go with that. I don't know again. But anyways,
shit.
He parted with them, and then he came out with Suicide Squad, and they have this awful effing track, Purple Lamborghini. And if you watched it and you get through the whole thing, at the end of it, you probably wish you didn't watch the whole thing. But here's the important thing. The video, which is about 3 minutes long, 3 or 4 minutes long, had more footage of the Joker than the movie did in total. They made it look. I haven't seen Suicide Squad, but to my understanding, this is all schematic. You guys really care about movies? I like makeup.
Old movies are the shit. I don't know about new movies.
Have you seen Ed Wood?
A long time ago. I can't say that I've seen it though because it was so long ago.
Ed Wood, Tim Burton. Do it. Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And people hate on Freddy versus Jason. Shit was awesome. Right?
Yeah, that was awesome.
I don't give a shit what anyone says. Love that shit.
Yeah, man. Even Alien versus Predator wasn't bad. I didn't mind that one at all. That was brilliant. That was when I first started smoking weed. I was like, fuck yeah, this movie is the shit.
Aliens versus Predator? Did you just say you started smoking weed when Alien versus Predator came out?
Yeah, man.
Not just.
Was that 97?
2004 maybe?
Oh.
4 or 5? I don't know.
Alien versus Predator. Okay. I remember that one. That's when they incorporated both the aliens.
Yeah,
Those
the
Predators.
two franchises came together and
Yeah.
like did like an Ancient Aliens type of thing. It was pretty sick.
Yeah. It was 2000.
Oh,
yeah.
No, it's like 2005.
2005. Yeah.
4 or 5. Yeah.
Yeah, EVP.
I had to have been like 17 when that shit came out.
There's 2004.
2004.
I have an okay memory. Shit.
Alien came out in 97, I believe. There was an Alien movie every year. Back in the day.
Alien 97.
Alien, it's part of this scientific, and it's indoctrination, and they want to lead you towards a certain way of thinking. The flat Earth map is hidden on the space shuttle.
Is that the Mexican Russian
Sorry,
vid?
Russian Vids is over here. He's having a beer. Get out of here, Russian Vids.
Damn you, Russians. Is it all mockery?
They did put a lot of emphasis on the airlock, though, didn't they?
Flippy floppy door airlock? What?
Flippy floppy door.
Hey, this is Russian Vids, and I want to give a big shout out to Snack to the Future and his flat Earth map. And he's gonna show us a little presentation about how Bill Gates is Alex Jones or whatever his name is.
Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Or, you know what's even the better one? This is freaking gold.
I've been doing this for years.
River Phoenix. You guys heard that one?
Yeah, Mark Dice's River Phoenix. I haven't.
Yeah.
I think I looked into it. It looks like the same guy, right? River Phoenix. River Phoenix.
Ridiculous.
He's got like an old picture though on his fucking Google. Did that character get killed or something, River Phoenix, and he just invented Mark Dice out of that?
I'm not too sure.
I found one, I think. Kind of does look like Mark Dice. Mark Dice. He's a controlled opposition, ain't he? I saw a video of Mark Dice once. Oh, hey, what's up, Mr. Tickles? Welcome to the panel.
I'm healthy.
You pop in.
What's going on, man?
Welcome to the panel, Mr. Tickles.
Mr. Tickles? I went,
Right in your face. You gotta be kidding me.
you gotta be
This is
kidding
the
me.
Russian Vids Hour.
Give me a break.
Give me, bro. It's all mockery. It's all mockery.
That's what they like to do. Just put it right in your face.
I'm laughing at you.
Oh no, is that
They love to
Pinocchio?
mock.
This guy's lying to us.
It's all about
that's
the
it.
mockery. This Illuminati
see.
symbolism.
Everything right in your face. He's right. World D knows his stuff. You're gonna run my channel now, World D.
I'll give you my channel.
I'm giving it to you, all right? You're gonna make AdSense now. I wish I could do a good Alex Jones, but I don't know if I could be that loud. I could try, but I don't have any material. I haven't seen him.
You'll talk about the dollar crashing. Dollar is gone. Ferguson, they won't let us bring our cameras. You can't do it.
Is that a jackalope? What is that?
I
don't know.
Ancient aliens. It's a deer. It's a mouse.
You know, we got the best nutraceuticals on the planet. It's a win-win, a 360.
Well, you know, when I come on the Alex Jones show, you gotta give me respect. Because I was a governor and a fighter and a Navy SEAL. And now I'm here to ask questions. I want answers.
9/11.
I want answers. Alex, it's nice to be on your show.
Hey, caller number 13. What do you got to say?
Hi, this is Jesse Ventura, and I'm down in Mexico, and I say, I'm off
Hey,
the
you know,
grid.
you were talking something about free energy weapons. Have you tried our iodine solution?
Well, that's a funny thing you ask, Alex. I've been using iodine.
You know, you don't know
and,
anything about iodine until you tried our iodine.
Well, Alex, I just wanted to let you know I've got my own line
Exactly. You know, I love
of
Jesus.
iodine treatment as well. The Jesse Ventura store. We've got mighty fine.
Hey, I just got this in. Iodine special, 35% off.
Well, that's a funny thing you mentioned that, Alex. At the Jesse Ventura store, we're giving 40% off on our iodine.
We need to change this.
I was a Navy
article.
SEAL.
Putin
fighter.
teeth cock to Putin likes cock.
Are you guys serious? No wonder you guys are thin in the neck.
I was on the inside, and now I'm ready to ask questions.
Male vitality,
I
strain
don't want
number.
to give up any information, but a little bird told me that. Well, I'm not going to say, but let's just say I'm not saying what I'm saying.
Well, the
It's a
funny thing
360
is,
win.
Alex, what was the little birdie's real name, and where did you really get the documents? Everybody's dying to know.
Alex,
We got Roger Stone on the line.
with the ring away. Is there anything you could douse me with to save my thin little soul?
It's free shipping. Don't worry about it.
Sorry about that. That was really.
Fuck, it's cutting out.
Apologies. I went out of character.
Bonus.
I know my government lies to me, Alex. You're gonna tell me that the plane didn't go into that building on 9/11?
Fucking
Yeah,
Jesse
no.
Ventura.
The moon made of cheese. It's all good. Next caller.
Good voice actors in the room, huh? Nice. Let's play some online D&D or Warhammer 40,000. Space Orcs, Elders. No one plays RPG in here?
Yeah, I play some RPG.
All right. Neither do I. I just wish I knew somebody that did.
Play some role-playing games.
Oh, I used to play role-playing games when I was a governor and a Navy SEAL, but now I'm too busy making a difference and traveling, telling people about what the government does, lying and shit.
How's that working out for you? How should I
Bumpo, what are
address
you
you?
laying down in a car or something?
That's a
Fucking
cost.
fucking hammer him away. Chip up.
Look at this guy's with his teeth and shit.
It is.
Shit.
He's gotta like.
I say you,
school.
you stay
like
27 nights. Probably be better off.
I like his shirt.
Bumper, what are your fucking speakers allowed or something?
What's up,
You got,
Bumper?
you got like a job or something?
Living in your mama's basement, Bumper?
You like to like pack glass and stuff or something?
Fuck yeah.
What's he making in the background?
Make mini dolls.
License plates?
Making miniature dolls.
Bumper, what, you got a bunch of fucking stickers on you or something?
Baby dolls.
He's got like a
Make
job.
miniature dolls for people to love. And you can say like, oh, that looks like a little kid or something. No. It's
you
a
guys-
doll.
What, are you fucking laying down at the bowling alley or something?
He's got like a full hour of like.
Did you guys?
And it's not a freaking body pillow with the anime thing on. It's a doll.
He's got like a jaw that he like shows where he's been touched and stuff.
Fuck yeah. He's fucking raped or something.
Everyone striked out.
Yeah, run.
Look at that.
He's like, where's he been touched and stuff?
Got struck out.
He's like, what, did you see his
How
pecker?
far you guys want to take this? I got like 16 other characters. Where's Jibby at? He's got that guy's a fucking genius when it comes to the voice acting.
Boo.
Jimmy?
He's got like a 15 Jerky Boy things down pat. You guys know the Jerky Boys? You guys don't like Jibby?
He's got like all the 90s special characters.
Fucking what's
Jimmy.
he eating a bunch of beef jerky or something?
I can be like,
This fucking thing, Jay. What is that? It looks like a fucking giant sea turtle. What is that? It looks hurt, brah. It looks hurt.
This guy thinks that humor from 1992 is still relevant or something.
Jay. Jay. What is that thing?
hey, can you give me every MTV voice?
It's a fucking giant sea turtle.
I want to talk about Celebrity Deathmatch now or something.
Jay. It looks hurt, bro. It looks hurt. Baby whale.
Are you from Boston or something?
Jay. Up on the side. Look at that meat, bro. That's good meat.
Double guns, cocksucker.
Call the Coast Guard. Fuck that. Don't call the Coast Guard. Jay, look at this fucking thing. It looks hurt, bro.
It just sounds like you reading off a script. I don't know what my impression sounds like.
He's pulling down my pants, man. I was just trying to get my tooth fixed.
Fuck it, man. You gotta call someone. Fuck that. Get out the gaff. Let's gaff that fucking thing. Look at the meat on that thing. Jay.
Right away, you're getting fucking fresh.
This freaking lady threw freaking clam chowder off the second balcony. Yeah. Take guys up for a ride on the scaffolding. Where's Jibby at? This game. Jibby's like the king of doing that.
I think he had his own show today.
Who's got the Jerky Boys? Jerky Boys on a.
No one does. That was lame in the 90s.
I'm. this is a fucked up place. We like whether it's flat or a pile of shit, man. You gotta laugh sometimes, right?
Right.
You gotta laugh. You gotta
Shout out
fucking
to
laugh.
Shroom.
Whatever we're doing.
Shroomnati.
Shroom. Shroom.
Before you go to bed, you're gonna die. Cold hard truth. Jay, look at this thing.
Shroom. It's a good
Shroomy's
one.
out there.
Shroomi's here. Killuminati's in the house, guys. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thanks for joining us tonight,
It's like a knockout
Killuminati.
version of the real Shroomnati.
He'll be back to his original name soon, guys. Don't worry about it.
Just give him 4 or 5 months. That'll be all right.
Want to hear a funny
Illuminati.
I was on the side of my boat trying to find out what this baby whale sunfish thing was looking at on the bay. I called up my homie Shroomy and I said, "Hey, how do I change my Hangout name to reflect my
What, bitch? What, nigga? Shit.
And he said, "I don't know." And the next day he shows up, he's got a different name, and he's like, "I don't know how I did it," and I was like,
You know how
"Okay,
he did it? He did it with
let me know when
magic.
baby."
He's
With
magic.
magic.
Hey,
Yeah.
I used to be a big fat
You-
fucker, but now after Melville mentality, I'm a less big fat fucker.
Hey, that thing looks hurt, bro. You better call the fucking. Pardon my friend. God. That thing looks hurt, bro. Hey, Shermy.
Hey, that's
Change.
Jibby. He came on.
Oh, Jibby. Hey, what's up,
Oh
Jibby?
shit, it's like Lord Stephen Christ. He just fucking...
We called him three times. He showed up.
Hey,
Well, that's what happens when the Force is with him. What's that?
Some of that Jedi shit.
Yeah, it is.
be quiet. Let's take over.
Jedi marshals.
So, how many other irrelevant 90s impressions can I do? Let's see.
Jibby.
Yeah, bust him out. Let's see what's up.
I could go back to the 80s.
Yes.
Is that too old
No.
for the kindergartners?
You gotta skip the 90s. The 80s and skip the 90s and everything else is perfectly awesome.
Everything else was shit after that. If you haven't noticed, all the fucking radio stations still play the 90s music and the 80s music because everything else is shit.
I agree.
Is that?
Who's doing Teletubbies impressions and shit? You know, everything after the 90s was dog shit. The Bush years, where he shit all over the country. And they just started rebooting everything. Why? Because they can't come up with anything good anymore. So they're just rebooting everything. They're going to do a Predator reboot. That's
I
the
only
next
remember-
one.
Boot it so that way it doesn't go to like open source or whatever, you know, so they can keep the money.
You think that's why they're doing it?
Well,
Yeah, they reboot everything so it doesn't go to public domain.
that's what I meant. Yeah, he knows what's up.
Fucking.
In fact, that's where I think I learned it from, was you. They reboot it so that they can make more money off this shit.
Yeah, they'll make a piece of shit just so they can keep the copyright on it.
So, does everybody know that Nightbot can see your IP addresses?
Is that a problem?
That's why I use DNS.
Yeah.
Times.
If anybody knows how to do anything with a computer, when you have somebody's IP address, you have their fingerprint.
Help me, man. Help me.
But David probably didn't tell everybody that, right?
I didn't tell anybody.
Right. Well, just, you know, maybe you should put a disclaimer out that your IP address will be revealed on the Nightbot Hangout. Because a lot of people value their privacy.
Well, I'm not like posting it out there, so How's it
Oh,
being
but it's okay
revealed?
for you to know it, though, right? But that doesn't seem very.
Well, I'm
you
not
know,
looking at it. I'm not looking
Nobody
at anybody's
knows you.
IP address.
Like most people don't know you. They don't know if you got hacker programs and
The
shit
people
going
who
on.
run this fucking channel could have already set up something. I don't know what you're accusing me of, dude. I'm just trying to have a little fun with everybody, dude. Relax.
Do not do that to that whoever is talking. Seriously, don't do that, man.
What are you talking about, dude? Relax.
Don't do it. Why would you do that to someone else? Seriously, don't do it. Don't do it. Like,
Hey, I'm not doing anything with anybody's IP addresses. Chris Truthseeker was in here yesterday. He said that he fucking collects IP addresses and whatever, dude. I don't give a shit what he does with them, but that's not my prerogative. My prerogative was just to have that thing put out some links, but it doesn't work for links, apparently, so I made it say a bunch of fun words. And that's fucking God's to honest truth. I'm not fucking with anybody's IPs. I'm not giving out anybody's IPs. So to come off and say that is a bit, whatever, dude.
Well, I'm just stating a fact
Okay, well,
about the program.
Well, I find that interesting. I didn't know that that was the case. I didn't know that that was possible with Nightbot. So thanks for the information, Jibby.
You are welcome. I'm not accusing you of doing anything nefarious. I'm just saying
I wouldn't
of the
even.
program.
I mean, even if that is a feature of the program, I wouldn't say that I would think that they would be doing anything, or anybody related to FREECHAN would be doing anything of the sort.
Why would someone do that?
Well, if I want everybody's IP address, I know where to go now.
I don't. I know who I am, so I don't really.
You can download any app. If you want IP addresses, you can download an app and get IP addresses. It's not like it's difficult. So,
there.
Give me an iBot.
If you want to do it, you can do it.
Back in the late 90s, if I had somebody's IP address, I'm inside your computer, and that was 20 years ago almost. Now?
No, I have nothing to hide in my computer. Maybe you should have a fucking computer for the internet and a private computer if you don't want people in your IP address.
Well, I guess also you should be mindful of where you go, too.
Well, yeah. I have nothing to hide. You can look at my computer. I don't give a fuck. I have nothing to hide.
You got some porn?
No, no porn.
A channel thing or what? I mean,
No reason to
table that.
There's definitely some porn on the phone, but not on the computer. What are you saying? A channel thing? What do you mean?
I mean, is that the bot is? Did you have to like put in the channel information to do that, or is that any fucking person can put that in?
No, that's just somebody.
No, it's just like an app for the fucking channel. That's all it is.
Or it was like, oh, they went and like Googled your name and used their hacker intel or whatever program.
Hello?
Huh? Get a life story out of your life and then just try to spit it as that might happen, or that might have actually been your actual life, and it might have been like a divine appointment where everyone just came together at once and was like, oh, that happened to you and that happened to you too. Oh, and then we get to hug and make up and then carry on from there. But you have to be very, very careful. Is the moral of the story.
Well, for me, like, apparently I've had haters who have been cowardly silent for a long time, so I really don't know what anybody thinks or what anybody's really doing anymore on FREECHAN, you know? I mean, if people, like, express their feelings when they felt them, like guys like Vincent. If Vincent's jerked off about something, he's going to come out and say, he's not going to sit on it for months. You know what I'm saying? And smile to somebody's face and pretend to be nice to them when you really hate them. That's some shit that I just really don't
Hey,
know.
Jibby, were you listening earlier, like about last show, or did you just listen?
No, I've
start
been
listening?
sporadic on and off different things.
Okay. Did you hear Ivan's apology about the other day when FREECHAN, it was like the first day FREECHAN was back? It was like the second hangout. You were drinking the moonshine, and you guys had that misunderstanding. Did you hear what Ivan said earlier?
What?
Because when I invited you in, he apologized, like he took it the wrong way, because he has a very similar experience exactly like yours, and he had thought that you were like digging on his experience or like stealing it somehow. Like you were figuring out all this information about him and telling his story to everybody else like it was your own, when in actuality you guys both have the same exact experience, which is secretive. So
I don't know. I'm just tired of the passive aggressive bullshit. I mean, if someone has something to air, they should just fucking say it.
They should, and not sit there silently, and then when you're not around, they're talking shit. You know, just say be a man about things, and if you don't like somebody, just express your feelings. You don't have to like everybody, though. You know, that's not a require. At least I don't require that. I don't think anybody should like everything or everyone. There's different tastes for different people, but you know, don't shake their hand, you know, to their face, and then you're pegging them off and talking shit about them behind their back, because that's high school. And it's been a long time since I've been in high school. Graduated out of high school.
Let me know when I can speak. I appreciate it. We got to get this we got to bury this jibby, seriously, so we can carry on. Let me know when you're done.
Are you two fighting too, or what?
No, we're not fighting. Like, I think something's clearly just misconstrued, or I don't know if someone was digging or whatever. And Jibby, if you have the same story that I do, and you had to go through a custody battle and protect your daughter from a crazy woman, or if you had to protect your daughter from X or X or blank this or blank that, fill in the blank. I feel your brother, okay? But
it's for me. Go ahead.
I think I'm attacking you when I'm just trying to be like, hey, buddy, what's going on? And we were chatting it up, doing jerky boy stuff, and the next second you were stabbing me. But look I learned a lot from that interaction, and I really I love you, brother. Like I said, when I came out with my name in Hangout, that's full disclosure. I don't know how to change it. That's my name. Look it up. Fucking do 16 backwards checks, whatever. You got a question about it, ask me straight up. Like, hey, did this happen? Sure, I'll ask you. But don't, like, start saying, like, that's your life and it's exactly my life. And if that is your life, this was a divine appointment. And you had the exact same thing that I had happen to me.
A lot of people go through the same things, but I didn't go through a custody battle. See, like, my ex is really great with the kids. She's not great with me. So that's a difference. Everybody treats the kids great, but her and me, it's fire and ice. It wasn't anything like that. Like,
you went through custody battle, or you didn't go through custody battle?
I did not go through custody battle.
So, when you were telling your story about how you went through a custody battle.
When did I say custody? I don't think I ever used the word custody.
After that show, the first FREECHAN, oh, hey, we're back. And, you know what I mean? And there was a friend of ours in here that's trying to squash it, and I'm trying to squash it too. But I really want to know what...
Well, then I must have been mistaken, and that was also probably part of the misunderstanding or miscommunication, because I think where it really started, like, getting into it was when you guys had a similarity, not necessarily with a custody battle, but it was with, like, a restraining order.
You just said, why would you act like that and say that? And then, well, we're joking about the Drinky Boys making voice acting, and then the next second you're spitting my life out back at me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just gonna voice myself. I could be totally wrong. I don't get it, man. And what you just said, that's not what happened to you.
Well, I don't think
Maybe
I
you should
used
go
the word
back and
custody.
re-listen to it.
Yeah, because I don't believe I would have used the word custody.
Abuse it?
No, I don't think I would. I don't think I would have used the word custody, because that word did not apply to my story.
Can I jump in here a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah, do that, please.
Because you guys, I was present for that whole thing. I listened.
Take a flashback. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So what Jibby was saying, as far as I remember,
like, amen, brother. If you have the same story, and if you were digging, you're freaking convicted, and you got nowhere to hide, man. Seriously.
I'm a
Once
little
again,
lost here.
I think you're jumping again, Ivan. Like, I don't think he was digging at all. Like,
Uh,
I think that's just the way you were interpreting what he was saying.
Let me
You
put
should
my
go back and
perspective.
listen to it again.
Let me say this. Maybe it will help. What Jimmy was saying was that his woman wanted only 10% involvement of Jibby, whereas Jibby wanted like more, wanted 50-50. But he didn't get that. He was getting the 10%. That's what he was saying. I don't think there was a legal battle happening.
He said he won, got what he wanted, and he even said the B word, and that bitch didn't get it. That's what he said when the original beef happened. Listen, I'm
Well,
ready
I
to.
wasn't talking about custody. I was talking about like pulling weight in a relationship, pulling weight in a partnership. I wasn't talking about pulling weight with kids.
Listen, man, if you didn't do that, then God bless you. But if you did do that, bless you. Just put it behind us, carry on. But it's all out in the open.
Every single guy out there who's in a custody battle with their significant others, I have complete sympathy for them. That is one of the worst things to go through. I have complete. I make no jokes about such things or whatever. It's a very serious thing, and I don't think any man should have to go through that, but they do. It sucks. I happen to not need to go through that, but it was other things I had to go through.
I don't know, man. I'm still feeling you out, brother. But I offered hugs the other night. I'm out here just.
I don't have a problem. I'm not aware of a problem I have with you, Ivan. So if I do have a problem, you need to let me know because I'm not sure I do.
Pardon?
A lot of people have similar stories. I don't recall having a problem with you, Ivan.
Okay. That's a good route to play. I'm 72, also known as Ivan Malo. When you met me, I was Ivan Malo.
Okay.
Fucking tore my heart open. So, and I was just like, whatever. And like I said, it might have been a misconception or misunderstanding.
Could have been a little bit of paranoia.
5-6 days, and I'm just ready to fucking put it behind me. So, Jibby, all love, baby. How about, hey, what do you think the shape of the earth is?
Not a ball. That's the only thing I can be sure of. I know it's not a ball. At least not the ball we were told. Did I say something wrong?
You're supposed to say flat, man. Come on. Come on, Joey.
Come on. Come on.
You guys remember Seinfeld?
Yeah, Jimmy.
Where they had Festivus, and they had the airing of grievances as part of the Festivus festivities.
Was this
the rest of us for the rest of us?
Exactly. So let me moderate, if you will. There's a couple folks on the panel. How about we go through each person and we'll just air the grievances and see where that leads us without having any kind of retort. So it sounds like Ivan did his grievances. Do you have any more grievances, Ivan, with anybody whatsoever at all, whether they be on the panel or not?
Nobody has ever, like, no. I'll just keep that short and sweet. No.
Okay. Do you feel that Jibby answered your grievances accordingly?
Listen, man. I can speak for Jibby if he doesn't want to speak.
No,
It's all love.
it's your grievances, man. Have you aired all your grievances with whomever, whatsoever, on the panel or not on the panel?
Wants to share their freaking custody battles with you, ask them, and they might do that. Fucking dig in their name because their fucking hangout name is their actual real name. And if that didn't,
I never dug up on you.
I apologize if that didn't happen. But your story is a little too close to my story, and if that did happen to you, then God bless your heart, and I wish you all the strength in your single fatherhood to raise your little one, okay? But seriously, it seemed a little too jerky to me. So if I'm wrong, you know, that's in God's hands. I wish you the best for your family and yours, but and just a shout out to anyone out there in FREECHAN land, don't go fucking digging in people's shit just because they have their real name out there. You know what I mean? That's some bullshit. Ask them. Hit me up in Hangout. Be like, whoa, did that shit really happen? And I'd be
that's my policy. Yeah.
Be like, but you're digging in my shit, like trying to figure out I'm going through custody battles, and I've been raising a toddler since she was 18 months old by myself, and the mom absconded, and I'm a victim of DV? Really? Okay, then ask me that, like straight out. Don't fucking go sneaking around. That shit's fucking bullshit.
I totally agree, dude. I totally agree. Maybe it was synchronicity, you know, and it just kind of struck you.
Seriously, man.
It sounds like you've been holding it in for a long time, like you need to share it.
Well, my well's full. My well is full. Are you serious?
It sounds like it.
Tiny kid to take care of. All by myself. All right?
I know about full wells.
Well, I mean, also, just because you have a full life and you have lots of responsibilities and obligations, doesn't mean that you can just jump to wild accusations or assumptions either.
When someone starts
an emotional experience, like that's
okay.
your choice to do that. It's your choice to think that.
Doing that, but when someone starts calling out exactly what I'm going through and saying all that shit, and then when I just asked them 2 minutes ago, is that what you went through? And there was nothing but silence. What more do you need? He fucking was digging. If he wasn't, I'm sorry.
Well, that's kind of a wild assumption over a silence.
Like, seriously. If that happened to you,
and I went silent, did my mic go down or something? Like
okay, let me hear your story. Go ahead.
Well, I think the point is, Ivan, if you were listening actually when this originally occurred, and you were actually listening to his story and the way he was telling it, instead of what you heard and how it resonated with you as being similar, and like taking that or jumping to the conclusion that he was digging on you, I think if you were to go back and actually listen to what was actually originally said, you'd have a much different perspective, and you wouldn't even be saying, if I was wrong, you'd just be like saying, oh, I apologize, I was wrong.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
and
over.
I've asked my friends and my fam here, was that just from that original call, or is this something that has happened? And you can vet that for like periods of time, or was that just
anybody over the age of 25, like on this panel or on FREECHAN, has had a very horrific experience with their loved one, partner, whatever you want to call it, that it probably come close to a lot of other people's stories. It's just we kind of all go through the same thing when we have a bad breakup in some ways, kids or without kids.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Bad break.
World?
No, you're not wrong. And I said that before, like we've had that conversation, like we talked about how difficult a breakup could be and how even more difficult it is if there's children involved.
There's no breakup.
So
Can I say something to Jibby? Listen, Jibby, I don't know what happened. I totally respect you. If you were digging, don't dig. Just ask me straight out. My heart's on my sleeve.
There again, you're still doing it, dude. Like,
Do it.
if you were digging, okay, so if you were to jumping to conclusions and you were wrong, you'd come back and apologize profusely, right?
No.
I don't
You
require
wouldn't?
those things. I mean, somebody makes a mistake. They don't need to apologize to me. They just need to realize their mistake, and I'm good. You know.
Yeah, and say what you will about Jibby. I've never seen him do that. I just never seen him do it. So it had to
You
be
can hear us while we're talking. His phone, the way it is.
Who's the moderator that is trying to call this? That like did it last time?
I am, and I'm telling you, like, straight up, like, as long as we're airing things out, like, even your words just saying, hey, if you were digging, you shouldn't dig, like, I find that, like, offensive to my friend Jibby, who I know for a fact wasn't digging, and you're jumping to crazy allegations and speculation based on an emotional situation that you misread and misunderstood. And you've been continually doing it for like the last 5 or 10 minutes, and I'm tired of hearing it to the point where I'm just going to leave. Like, there's no point in going through this circularly over and over again.
I'm asking him straight out, and every time I ask him, he's
fucking relax.
Straight out. I don't want to do this. If anyone has heard me, I've said let's put this behind us so we can carry on. Now, this is the first time I've been able to talk to Jibby. So I'm saying, hey.
So it's the first time I've heard that something needed to be put behind us.
Okay.
I didn't know there was an issue. I didn't know I said a story that struck you so hard. Kind of like news.
If you weren't actually digging in my past, then you and I are cosmic brothers, and we have the same exact type of dichotomy going on with our siblings and our ex-mothers. So I think we can help each other out.
We can exchange war stories?
It's so similar that I have little baby Trump hands.
He's just mad. He really looks up to you. I can see that. That makes sense. You know? I get it. No worries. I feel you, dude.
Yeah, man. I mean, it sounds like a horrible misunderstanding, and it almost seems like projection at this point.
It is.
It sounds like you guys have it sorted out as let's agree that it's fucking good.
Little men are hurt from things that have happened, and we happen to have similar, corresponding, connecting things that lead us to be angry about these things while we're expressing ourselves. When he was talking about, I was fighting for custody, and that bitch didn't get it. That's
yeah, I don't remember using the word custody though.
I don't know if that happened in his life, but I would never say that in my custody battle. But that happened. Okay, I had to fight for years to save my little kid's life. Okay. If that happened in your life, I feel you, brother. Okay. It just fucking it digs deep. When we're joking 1 second, and then all of a sudden, you're telling a story that sounds like my story, and you want to play. Now, if that happened to you, and you have someone in here begging for you, saying, "Yeah, that happened to that guy," I apologize. I feel privately. Everyone hear this bullshit.
Yeah, Ivan, man, you got to get your mic set. I'm going to mute you until you get your shit straight.
Yeah, I mean, somebody who's gone through the battle he's gone through, I don't think he needs to be apologizing. I think he needs rest and to recover. Like, that's some bad shit to go through.
Yeah, it sounded a lot of projection to me, and again, it's easy to do. We all do it, but it sounds like it's sorted, and fucking let's move on.
I actually know what Ivan's going through. You guys want to hear my version?
Yeah.
Do it up.
Let me get up.
All right. So, like, let's say I got on here and suddenly it was my real life name on the panel, and I didn't expect that. I was just kind of like, okay, so everybody see who I am. You know, they know my real life name, and then, you know, you start talking about something that's, you know, something that I like, one of my interests, maybe like a jerky boy joke or something that, you know, I find interesting. And I find it kind of curious that, you know, somebody on the panel would mention that. And then, you know, a story comes along, which is similar to what I've already experienced. And I'm like even more paranoid now because, you know, my real life name is on there, and, you know, it's just kind of like, you know, digging in my head, like, what's going on here? So maybe that's what happened. It was like a little bit of paranoia, and it just escalated too much. It should have just been like, you know,
I see. Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, I get it now. Right. Yep. Same situations. Wait a minute. Has this person been looking into me? I get it.
Right. And he's like going like, oh, you're digging on me. And I'm over here confused. Like, what is he talking about? Digging on me on what? And then I realized that it's his real life name that he put out there, you know? So that's why he's thinking like we're checking up on him. I'm not saying we. I mean, I didn't do anything. I'm just talking about Jibby doing it, you know? Or not doing it or whatever, you know? Just whatever the situation is. I'm not trying to point fingers.
The only time I look anybody up, the only time I've ever looked anybody up is if they've been on the attack for a while, and it's like, all right, now I got to see who I'm dealing with here. That's it. And it's only been one, maybe two people in Flat Earth since I've been in Flat Earth, and one of them's initials is JS because he made videos about me and shit. And it's like, I really got a lot of things I do and got to do, and I really don't have time for that stuff unless I have to have time for it.
And you're lazy. Technical jibby.
Who's that?
It's time to make the donuts.
Can I yell stuff? Oh, I really want to yell stuff at his family. I'm sorry. That's really mean.
So that was, sorry about that. This was interrupted a little bit.
No worries. That's all good.
Yeah, so I hope.
To me, it sounds like a bunch of fucking retarded fucking projection, and I mean, I don't want to place blame on anybody, but it sounds kind of ridiculous. The whole fucking thing.
Well, if we're digging holes and we're making canals under bridges and stuff like that, let me screen share for a second.
Uh-oh.
Hey, that's my house, Jibby.
Can you see my screen?
Let me present it.
Now, if I could get if I could understand what, you know, some people's issues may be with me, I would like to know so they could be addressed and maybe remedied.
Okay, I'll go first.
You go first. You're the one that has the most beef. Go ahead.
Okay, so do you remember the first night you were on FREECHAN, or whatever iteration it was at the time?
The first night, or because there was a lot of first nights?
The very first night you were on FREECHAN. You came on and you were on for like 6 hours straight. Just, you know, everybody had enough of you. We took a vote.
Are you sure 6 hours?
It was a very long day. I listened to it the entire time. We took a vote to take you off panel because everybody was tired of you. That was originally my idea. I assumed you knew that. I just
Are you sure that was me?
Yes, I'm 100% sure it was you. You were drunk that day. I'm not trying to talk shit. I'm just saying you were drunk that day. That gave me a bad impression of you. That's why I have not liked you. I do enjoy you sometimes. We have been on the panel in the past, and I have had a good time with you. It's kind of like a love-hate thing. I don't like dislike you, but sometimes you just rub me the wrong way. That being said, that first time I met you, that's kind of where I got my first impression.
What was
that
I
makes
talking
sense.
about? Do you remember what I was
don't
talking
know,
about?
man, but it was just a long day of like pontificating. I
Like,
can't
I
really remember. I just
remember.
remember you seemed a bit under the
getting booted.
influence.
I was in the
And,
Jeff. I was in the Jeff Club back then, and he was really messing with my head with FREECHAN.
It may have been. Yeah,
But I
think
don't
that's
think. I don't
probably a
even think
part
he
of
would have. Yeah, I don't even think he would have allowed me to do a 6-hour one without giving me a bunch of shit.
Well, you know, it's hard to say.
It was
when you're under the influence, it's it's hard to tell the time. So let's
definitely
just call it a couple hours, okay? It was whatever. It was some time, and we had enough, and we voted you off. And you came back, and you were very, very, very rude to us, and very naughty in the chat, like very rude to Yvette.
I was, and I tried to make sure to not spell out the F word, but put FU instead because I didn't want to be.
Still, is that even called for?
Well, no, I mean that does say a little bit something about how mad I am.
Right.
Like I understand, like okay, I was rambling, but I had also heard people ramble on and on and on, and I just felt like I didn't get my chance to get to the point or something, or make my point, or I think I was arguing concave Earth was something at the time. Actually,
that's besides the point. I want to continue. That was my first part. The second part is some days I see you on here, and it's kind of the same thing. It's like consecutive shows, just really long. I don't have anything against you. I just, I'd like more variety. That's my whole thing. I'm not trying to like talk shit or be a dick. That was just, I was in a bad state of mind that day where that says, yep, the nut jobs of the world. That was me. I wrote that. Yeah, that's my name. And like I said, I was in a bad place, but I don't have any problems with you. The day you play the copyright on my channel.
What's up with Larry?
I'm sorry?
I'll get the copyright in a second. But what's up with Larry? Don't forget the Larrys. Come on.
I can't fucking stand it.
That's kind of an inside joke between me and Spec. We are not fond of him either, and we just joke about his drumming. So, I mean, that was kind of it. I really don't have anything against it. I do like when he comes on and talk, but I don't enjoy his drumming. That's my homie.
I can't not.
The other day when
when
I said I didn't want the Flat Earth Mafia here, it was just retaliation. It was just being me, Please come.
Yeah, and
please
I was
talk.
throwing out generic insults at you. Nothing. Right. I was doing out some good generic insults, but they were generic insults.
Right.
Not personal attack insults.
Gotcha.
Just generic. I can do good with generic.
Personal when you go digging, buddy.
But Spec, I don't remember.
If that makes
doing
sense,
anything.
that's where I'm coming
I don't
from.
remember.
So
Okay.
water under the bridge, like that other dude said. So I don't want to fight with you. Please come and chat. If you're on, maybe I'll go listen to some music or something. It's a free chance for everybody, and I can go take a break. So that's how I'll play it for now on. Okay, Jibby? Word up.
Sure. All right. And I know when I drink, my brain really gets overclocked. And
yeah, you get worked up, and you're a smart guy. It's cool. I get it. You want to share your knowledge. And that's
but
fine.
I jump out of time, and I don't realize time.
And it happens. And just a little, just be more aware of it, I guess. I don't know, dude. I don't want to tell you what to do.
Well, that's all I'm saying. It's like, if I'm doing something like that, then make me aware of it, and then I'm aware of it, and I can correct it early, instead of, like, sitting on something. Like, believe me, it takes a lot to offend me. I don't like, the weasel thing or the coward thing. I've dealt with so many of those people in my life that it's just like, I don't have any room for that anymore. Right. Just bring it up right away. You nip shit in the bud. You know what I'm saying? That's the way to deal with things. Like, I can't sit on something like that for long. If I got a problem, I usually come right out with it because it eats away at you. Doesn't it eat away when you sit on that?
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, the most part, I've always enjoyed talking to you, and when you're on your rants and so forth, I have no problems with that. My thing is that when you take a stance and it's uneducated, I have a fucking problem with it.
What was uneducated on a stance of mine?
When you took cause with Kathleen, you had no prior knowledge, and you started going after me and David, and that was bullshit.
Well, I was just on the surface of what I was seeing.
I didn't bring up.
Well, I was just commenting on the surface insults that were going on. That's all I was commenting on. I wasn't going further or assuming anything outside of what I was just seeing on the surface.
Yeah, well, we got some intel that you and Healthy were, and Kathleen were in some private hangouts that were being disingenuous to what may have or may have not had happened, and it seemed like a fucking counter op.
No, it was the after FREECHAN offline session we were hanging out in, and she was kind of like filling us in on just not like all details, but just some things. And I'm like, okay, and then I'm seeing like I'm being thrown in on the insults, and I'm like, what the hell do I have to do with this? I'm like a guy in the audience who's now a part of the show. I'm like, wait a minute, why am I being? And she's like, well, apparently, like they think that we're having sex or something, and I'm like, what?
That's insane.
Yeah, I was actually told the same thing, that I was having sex with her, and
what?
I would like to know how good I was. That's all I.
That's what I asked her. I said, how was I?
And the conversations that were told to me were vice versa. Is that it was passive aggressive attacks against me and David. Like we were enamored by her, and she told us no. Therefore, that's why we were pissed off, and that's not why.
Right, that was not the case.
Right. I came at this like I see this going on in the chat. I comment on it, and then I get attacked. Then Mafia Potatoes gets attacked, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Like, it was like just random attacks. So I'm like, trying to ask her what the hell's going on. Well, apparently we're having sex. You didn't hear? And I'm like, no. How was I? Like,
that's insane. I've never said that. I've
like,
never
she's
projected
telling me
that. That's
interaction
the furthest thing from the
I'm like,
truth.
what?
Yeah, and for the most part, since she decided to not make this a humble experience,
yeah,
I had many conversations with women and men about her behavior on the panel that was not very favorable for her. So we had
I don't know if you've
conversations.
noticed, but we have lost a lot of our female viewership because of Kathleen. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but that is
who all left.
One reason why she's not around.
That's irrelevant.
Besides the point.
Because I know all the females. I'd like to ask, is it Magda? Because I haven't seen Magda in a while, and I've been wondering why she's gone.
I wouldn't give up.
It's not irrelevant. If people are leaving us that I consider friends, that's not irrelevant to me.
It doesn't matter because we don't care what you think. It's what.
See, there you go. Why can't you care what I think?
Because that's irrelevant. I care what people think who has actually brought me the point in hand.
If people are leaving because of somebody's actions, I would be curious to know who these people are, and I'd like to talk to them myself.
Of course you would be.
Because it could be just like a misunderstanding like we're having here between Jibby and 72 Human.
It's not a misunderstanding. It was a simple complaint by many people about behaviors of a certain person, and we were trying to grow the channel. We were trying to increase viewership, and we felt that the person in contention was a hindrance to that.
All right, so what if you had some other people
in a way that would not embarrass certain people, but they decided to make it more public, and they decided to go through back channels and lie and misconstrued certain evidences to favor them. And David and I did what we thought was best for the channel. We tried to keep it quiet, and people didn't absolve to it.
I didn't even know she was banned until FREECHAN was back, and she filled me in on all this stuff and this drama going on, and I wasn't even aware of.
It was FREECHAN tribute, so that was basically David and myself and Vincent was an admin. Vincent didn't really have much input on that.
No, we kind of
So how
made
do you
that decision on
resolve?
our own.
So how would you resolve this? Like I had people like, I'm gonna state names because these people actually talk to me and I have it recorded on live sessions. I had Issa ask me about Kathleen and he was missing her company. I had Hillbilly asked me about her as well. I had St. Jude, that guy asked me about her. I had 72 Human, who's on the panel, asked me about her. What happened? I mean, these are real people. These are people that I've talked to regularly, and they've asked me that, hey, what's going on? Or asked the panel, like, hey, where's Kathleen? And obviously, these people have at least some sort of likeness for her, or whatever she says. So do you think any of these people's opinions matter?
No. I don't. The only opinions that matter are the channel owners' opinions based on the input that they are given.
Okay, so what about the people that you said that had a problem with Kathleen? Is that the owner of the channel that had the problem and that's what happened?
No, these were viewers.
So you just said the viewers' opinions doesn't matter, because I just listed some viewers and you said their opinions is irrelevant. It's only the channel owner's opinion that matters.
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't follow.
That's right. It's the majority of the people is not the only the opinions that matter. It's not a fucking democracy in that matter. People that just come on and who are of the female persuasion who get turned off and are like, hey, I'm not coming back because XYZ. That means more to me than someone who has, a dick fetish with someone with a nice voice.
Okay, so you're saying that Hillbilly, Issa, Healthy Skeptic, Jibby, 72 Human, St. Jude. So I've listed, I think, 6 people. We have dick fetishes for people with nice voices. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so I don't understand. I don't have that fetish. I was only looking out for a friend who I thought was a part of us, and I didn't want her to be excommunicated because of some sort of misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I don't have no dick fetish. I don't have no fetish for other things. These are things that you're labeling me with. This is your opinion that you're projecting onto me and to these 6 other people that I've listed. Do you see how that is?
I'm saying that you're a guy who allows that, not only that, but feeds that behavior from Kathleen. So therefore, your opinion matters not.
I don't know what behavior you guys are referring to, because everything I've seen of her in chat and heard of her on the panels, and it's not like every single day, all hours of the day, but just what I heard didn't seem nefarious or malintent or attacking anybody or anything. So I was confused as to why the attack on her. And I didn't get she was attacking anybody or anything, or I didn't hear anything about excessive flirting or anything like that. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, and there's
it was like she was getting hit on and she's turning people down, and then they're like, well, F you, bitch, and blah, 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 blah.
So she says, JB. There's an underbelly to it that you guys are not aware of.
Well, I don't cast judgments or anything like that, but I didn't do anything towards anybody until I started seeing insults and slings and slander being thrown at me and mafia crew there, whatever. That's when I was like, okay, now I have to step in and say something, because there is a first strike attack upon me before I did any attacks upon anybody.
And for me, I just wanted you guys to resolve all this stuff and not make it like a huge public scene about it. But every time you guys chat, there's a bunch of 6s flying on the chat window.
Yeah, I think that's extremely disruptive compared to whatever Kathy could be doing.
I had no interest for Kathy's voice or anything. I'm on here all the time, and I'm talking to dudes mostly. Okay, I don't have any like whatever that fetish you said. I don't have that. I just wanted all my friends, and that's including you, Spec. I was talking to you about this. That if you were the one that was being excommunicated or whatever, I would stand up for you. Okay, that's the type of person I am, or at least I think I am.
Yeah, I didn't care about gender or any of that. Yeah, I would have did it
if it
for
was
anybody.
David or anybody else. I still would have stuck up for them.
Absolutely.
But you didn't.
Because I saw abuse being taken on somebody else. She didn't have
like my
powers.
first impression
She was getting
was
banned.
you guys being the abusers and she was being the victim. It was my first impression of what was happening.
How did we abuse her? I don't understand.
Well, just the insulting and stuff like that, and then just like that little snapshot that I just pulled up. Like that was like I'm like, what? Why am I being attacked?
Guys.
Like,
Hi guys. Good morning.
Oh,
can we all just stop talking about Kathleen right now?
Who's this?
This is Yvette, the channel owner.
Oh, I couldn't recognize you.
Yeah. So there's a lot of stuff y'all don't know. She's manipulating you guys, all the men. She's going through back channels. So everyone, all the people you named healthy are like just specific people. She was just are the only people who gave her an ear. So those are the boys who she's, oh my God, they're all being so mean to me. They're being unfair. That's not what's happening. Nobody thinks she's having sex with anybody. Okay, like she's an old woman. But
what?
She was telling everybody shit about me. She's trying to like get people against me, like Cynthia, like my friends who've been here from the beginning. She's not cool, okay? And can we just like stop talking about her? Because like I don't care, and I will like eject all of you because I fucking hate her that much. Okay.
Well, we are trying to end all this. That's I think the point of why we're trying to exchange information.
Yeah,
is
but
'cause
nobody's
we
really
want to
talking
put
about
this
the
to
main
bed.
point
Wrong.
about the way she was attacking me quietly to all my
That's the
friends.
first I've heard of it.
I know it's not being said, and it's
I actually never heard of it.
It's being it's kind of being circled around and bypassed. Okay. And I wake up to all this shit. Like, it's not even about any of this. Nobody's like, oh, she's just got a nice voice, so people are jealous. Like, that's not it at all. She messed it up. She did this to herself. She knows what she's doing. So she doesn't need sympathy. She just needs to be, like, ignored. Because she likes the attention.
Can I say something?
No, you know what? I really don't care to hear anything else about it, to be honest. So let's just move on.
Good morning.
Like your mic and your audio and everything's all fucked up, and you've been talking like a long time, and I can't even hear like half the stuff you're saying. So let's just move on because everything's all fucked up.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Vincent.
Good morning.
So Vincent, looking fresh.
Vincent.
Yeah.
What's up,
Hello,
brother?
Yvette.
Vincent,
Morning,
what happened? What happened with your foot? What happened with your foot? What they decide with your screws? Didn't that happen beginning of this week, like a few days ago?
I have to come back Tuesday. Tuesday's gonna give me the option.
Oh, I thought it was going to be last Monday.
No, yeah, they took my blood last Monday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they wanted to know exactly if my blood is totally clean from all the bacteria or how do you call them? Viruses that I had in my blood from Indonesia. And it's totally clear, so now they can do what they want. Or what they want. How do you say that? Now I'm ready for surgery, so it's okay. Thanks for asking what will be.
Yeah, that's good, man. I hope it all goes
You
well for you.
picking
on
up any
Tuesday.
radio stations down there?
Yeah, with my feet. I can.
Just put your foot to your ear.
Put 2 speakers on my ears, and then you can.
Hey,
you can listen to me.
Before we move on, I just want to say like one last thing. I am not upset with David or Spec or anybody. I have no hard feelings against anybody. I really love y'all, and I honestly like enjoy every single person's different perspectives. And I would miss that if you guys were like away or something, gone or something. I don't know, man. I want to get that off my chest. Anyway, continue.
Okay, ready then. Thank you, Healthy. Let's go on. Is there something fun today? Hey, who's that? Hey, Bumper, are you on your work?
Yeah, I'm at work right now, man.
You gonna break or you get fired now?
I gotta wait for some bad guys to show up. I can't do nothing.
Yeah, he's in between chasing people right now.
Oh, okay. Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Thank you.
I heard what you were saying before about we're going to get attacked next week. I think I hear this every year. I think a lot of us do. I'm not really sweating it, especially if CNN's saying it.
Is it to dissuade voters? I'm sorry, D.
I was just going to say, especially around election time, yeah.
Yep.
There's always some pre-ramp up scare paranoia.
Yeah, and then the president keeps a third term, and it's usually the same thing I hear. But nothing.
Obama's going to stay.
I don't know. Obama's definitely not going to stay. He went from black hair to gray hair like every president does in a matter of 4 years. Very aging occupation, extremely aging, because you're the scapegoat for all the hate that the corporations are doing to everybody. They blame the president, though, so, you know, everybody ages in the presidency. But no, he's definitely getting out of there. He's tired. And it's been lined up for Hillary since at least 2008. So I've been saying she's going to be in since 2008. Like, you know these things. If you've ever watched WWF wrestling and you see all the fake shit, you recognize it with the election. It's like, it's the same shit. And it's
a big show.
Yep, it's a show.
At least it's a show for 1 hour, for 1 year.
Yeah, it's a long one. But you know that Hulk Hogan's going to do the leg drop and he's going to keep the title or win the title. You know it's going to happen at WrestleMania. You just know. It's the same thing. You know that Trump is meant to look extremely awful and like a womanizer that makes Hillary look good as a criminal. No matter who gets in, America's traumatized. And the high-end bar has been set lower, so now people just think, well, our president's a criminal. I guess there's nothing wrong with it. You know, you could be president if you're a criminal. And that's kind of like the subconscious mentality that'll happen. And as America gets more and more demoralized.
Well, you can be in the Senate and Congress and be a criminal too, because insider trading is now legal for them. So there's precedent for that as well.
Yeah, it's like training, exactly. Yeah.
It's not just the executive branch, it's the judicial and the legislative. It's a full spectrum domination.
Yep.
Take it away, Alex.
Tangy Tangerine. Did you get your potassium iodide? We got the ionic silver here.
Only trust Big Berkey water filters.
What was the jeans one? Those trucker jeans or whatever. You remember that one?
Oh, diamond gusset jeans. Only diamond gussets have the durability to outlast the other competition.
There's a place down in Tennessee where they make me diamond gusset jeans.
Like, I heard that commercial so much, I was ready to cut my own head off with a dull knife. He plays things to the point, plus he repeats the same punch keywords to the point where you can't stand hearing him anymore.
No, it's like
I can't hear the word globalist anymore.
CNN,
that word.
CNN is taking over the Alex Jones headlines. Like, Al Qaeda's going to attack on Monday before the election. It's like they're sharing headlines now. It's like the alternative media is now like the new media.
Well, they share the same building, so might as well share the same headline.
You work for Time Warner? I work for.
Hey, what's up, Vin?
Good morning. Oh, good night for you, or not?
Yeah, well, actually, it's morning. It's 4:30.
3:39.
Shit, 3:39 for this beach.
David, can I talk about that copyright thing? That it's just,
yeah, man. You want to talk about
while
it?
Vincent is here, actually, it's perfect.
Okay.
Because what had happened was he was doing the broken English thing, and he's like, I'm like, how are you able to play the Doors? And he's like, "Oh, I set the filter Creative Commons." Now,
Okay.
I took
How's that hard to
as
understand?
okay. Well, let me finish. I took that as he set the Hangout to Creative Commons, not standard YouTube license, which gives kind of like free for all, play anything. Because you see people do that all the time. They put their favorite songs in a video, doing something stupid, but Creative Commons. So that's what I thought he meant by that. So it's like, oh, we got freebies.
Oh no,
That's
no,
right. But the way he was saying it, I said for the creative, like I thought that the whole Hangout was done in Creative Commons. So we could play anything.
It doesn't mean you can play. It doesn't mean you can play anything. What he meant was he was searching out Creative Commons music in order to broadcast it on the show.
Right. That's when I figured it out after he mutes me and says, "We got a copyright strike." And I'm like, "How?" Because I was confused. And I'm like, "Oh, okay. All right. I won't do it anymore then." Because I was
you
confused.
did it once.
I was generally confused. It was not intentional. I thought we had freebies. I thought, oh yeah, Creative Commons. That means we can stream friggin' the Super Bowl. It's Creative Commons. It's no monetization, whatever.
Do you remember like a week or two ago, you were playing a bunch of different clips and music, and I was like hosting, and you know, it was like 10, 20 seconds in between, but it was a bunch of different songs. You remember doing that?
Yeah.
That kind of irritated me, and that's what made me think. You did, Jibby. You did that.
I did?
Yeah. I don't know if you had been drinking that day, but I'm not trying to talk shit, but it's possible. But you were playing a bunch of different sound clips, and you were like, oh, I get, yeah, it may have been on my channel, one of the two. But you were like, oh, I get, you know, I put clips in all the time, and I just do whatever to my copyright strikes. It's cool. And I'm like, dude.
But what I just get is
so that's what made me think, because when you went ahead the following week and played the Bee Gees, that's what made me assume that you just like to get copyright strikes. That's what made me say that. That's the way I perceived it. You know what I mean?
See, in my videos, I do put all copyrighted music, and what it comes out as blocked in Germany because of this song, and I look and it's like, oh, it's only blocked in Germany, and then it says, if you do not have to take any action.
I don't want any of my videos blocked in Germany, and I want to keep a good standing account for, you know, just in
my
case. You
account
never
is
know.
in good standing with all those.
Well,
Almost every video says a copyright thing, but I'm in good standing. It says you don't have to do anything, and everything's fine. You just can't monetize it. Now, that's my channel never has been taken down for doing that. I just can't monetize those videos. That's not really endangering the channel. It makes it unmonetizable, but that's it. If I knew you were monetizing, if you were monetizing, of course I wouldn't have did it.
No, it's fine.
See,
you know, it's like I said,
I've
it's
only
water
done
under the
about.
bridge, but that's where I was coming from, because you did it. You played a bunch of different clips that one day, and then you came back and played the Bee Gees. But no, it's fine. I get you. You know, you didn't understand Vincent. It is what it is. You know.
And I'm not an expert on all this stuff because I've only done like 4 Hangouts myself, maybe. But I make videos and I put the copyright songs in, and I've never had an issue. What's that?
Well, it's the same as making videos. You know, whatever you put on here is going to go through an algorithm, and they're going to find stuff. So, it is what it is.
I didn't think you were monetizing. I don't even know if you were or not.
Well, I wasn't, but I just wanted to keep a clear of copyrights. I don't want like the ads to be popping up on our. You know, they'll start putting ads all over everything. I don't want that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Just I guess it was assumptive and what do you call it? Obnoxious. I don't know. It's like,
it's fun, yeah. Like I said,
sometimes I get in the state of mind where we're all joking and I think it's okay, but I'm not like looking at it through their eyes the way I should.
You know what though? You were in the moment, and that's fine. I just overreacted, so it's okay, dude. No worries. But I don't have anything against you guys. You know, it's fine.
I swear on the Force and my lightsaber, whatever you want to call. I never did it intentionally to purposely give a copyright strike for any malicious thing. And a copyright strike, I thought, was the kind of thing where your channel goes down. like that's how I saw a copyright strike. Is like if you get 3 of
Gotcha.
those, your channel's out. When I got one on every video that says copyright something just can't monetize, and I get tons of those, and my channel's good standing. So I was like, well, you can get those, and your channel's fine. Is how I see it. It's like, yeah, just a little mark. But if you want all 195 countries, and you got to have David Hasselhoff's Germany, then all right, yeah.
Yeah, I prefer it.
Yeah, I'm just a little
I'm
still
just a
wet
little
behind the
OCD
ears
when it
with that
comes to
shit.
it.
Like,
But you were having a good time, and I get it, dude. I just overreacted. So, no, you know, that's all I can say. I gave you where I was coming from. That's all I can do. And I just say water under the bridge, and we do our own thing. If we want to hang out on a hangout, you know, that's cool. I have had fun with, you know, fun with you as well on Hangouts.
ditto. I was
It's
saying,
not like anything malicious. The other day, I was just in a bad mood. It happens to the best of us, and I'll try not to let that happen, you know, to you or to anybody, because it's not
right.
it's not
And I
pleasant,
thought,
and it's not cool.
let's not make any you know, killing off characters in a soap opera drama out of it, but sleep on it till we feel when we're not so angry and emotional, kind of thing.
Cool.
Let's like
That was
discuss
right.
the rational heads.
No, I appreciate that. That was the way to do it too. So cool, man. Respect. I'd say let's just be mutual, and
Right.
you know, if
And
we want to goof around on air, let's goof around on air.
issues. This goes for everybody. Any
Yeah,
future
we'll
issues
bring it
with
up.
Me,
We'll bring it up
just get your
immediately.
arms around it right away, nip it in the bud. I am more than happy to comply with things once they're made known to me. I'll be like, sure.
Yeah, send for me. If I'm bothering you, just let me know, and we'll figure it out. You know, we'll stop it.
Right. Nip it in the bud. Once you sit on something like that, then resentment builds. Then you have a whole nest to deal with.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's better things to do than resent. So
And yeah.
better to get along.
It's better to get it out. You know, it's like some, you know, sometimes your girlfriend or whatever, I don't know if you've experienced this, but like they sit on something for months and then they whip it
You're like,
out.
what the fuck are you talking about?
Right,
Exactly.
and they got
You're right.
3
I'm being
months of
a
anger
fucking
behind
woman.
it.
You're right.
Right.
That's some pussy ass shit.
You
You're
get
right.
3 months of
That's
anger behind it.
That's
and then when you
uncalled for. Good looking out.
and then you correct their facts or something. Oh, you misunderstood me. It doesn't get corrected because it got 3 months of resentment behind it that powered it. So your correction of their facts doesn't take the first time. It might take 100 times then because of the 3 months that went by. When you nip it in the bud early, you move on, you forget about it because it didn't take up your mind. It didn't rent space in your head for so long. Everybody should be like that.
Words of the
advice
wise,
to
but
women.
I agree with you 100%.
Yep. Advice to women. If your man did something that pissed you off, you got to tell him right away because maybe you misread something. And yeah, don't sit on that because that hurts relationships. Get it out. Just get it out. Yeah, I try to get it out right away. I don't want to sit on something like that.
I'm still gonna fuck Larry.
On Larry all the time. I can't sit on that. Larry, please stop. Oh, is it?
Yeah, I'm still gonna fuck Larry. That's all there's to it.
Oh my, he's good shit about it.
Did you guys hear what?
Yeah, I don't
Bucky
mind. I
did
like
the
his
other day?
drumming.
He
What
could
happened
use
to Bukak?
band practice.
What'd you say about Bukak?
I was gonna say, did you guys hear what Mr. B did yesterday, or Bucky, or
What did
Mr.
he
Bukaki?
do? Did he do an actual podcast?
No, but he was relaying a story that he was on a podcast for one of those doomsayers about Nibiru in 2016, and
Oh,
he
he
was
actually
like,
went on?
he went on a chat. It was like a live podcast that he was into at work, and he was in the chat, and he was talking about a new process that this guy could do who was holding the podcast. He's like, there's this new process that I found that, you know, you can see these non-luminous celestial objects in the sky just by making this small modification to your telescope in the mirror of it. And he had the guy going for like 45 seconds. I still haven't found the timestamp on the video. I've been trying to listen to it. It's not very long, but he was telling the guy to put super glue on his reflecting mirror. It's hilarious.
Did he actually sound Australian?
I'm not sure.
No, he was probably typing in the chat.
Yeah,
and
he was typing in the chat.
Listening.
Oh,
He was reading.
No one's ever heard his
Australia.
voice.
He's
I
Australian.
haven't.
He said
Have
he's
you heard his voice?
Wait,
he
no,
said
I
he
did
was,
hear him a few days ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's going to do Hangouts soon. He hit me up, but I just haven't talked to him yet.
Yeah. Before we
So
move on,
I'm excited for that. He's a cool dude.
Yeah, I'm also excited for that as well. I'm looking forward to his stuff.
Yeah. But go ahead. Continue.
I was just gonna say that the striking thing with the videos and stuff. What do you guys? Did you guys do some research and find out if all the videos that are available to us on Facebook are all of them playable and nothing will happen, or what's the thing on that?
You know, I'm not too sure with that. I have not looked into it, so I'm not going to be the man to say.
But if it is like you could play personal videos like that off of Facebook, there's a lot of I've been looking at a lot of content on Facebook. Thing to do.
Vincent's done it. He's went like to Steven's Facebook and played like his piano stuff. I don't think we got copyrighted for that, so I don't know if that helps you. But that's not too long ago either, so I have no idea really.
So the question, of course, is that what if I have a music video on my thing that's like a commercial music video or something, and I have it on Facebook and I stream that through like a Hangout like this? Would that then be copyrighted?
I believe so. It's got amazing algorithms, man. It's intense.
Okay, so it would get picked up.
Yeah. What people don't understand is that you have intellectual property laws that are governed by the United States, and then you have YouTube preferences and acknowledgments. So it might not fall under copyright laws because you put in, this is due to educational purposes, X, Y, Z. So you're not going to get sued by an entity through the United States government or those laws, but YouTube has its own policies. So the YouTube policies supersede the United States intellectual property laws. So just because it doesn't disregard the United States intellectual property laws, it still could violate YouTube policy, and that's the big thing.
Yeah, because when you sign up for YouTube and you create an account and you have a channel, like you agree to the terms and conditions in a contract form, and that contract is upheld because that's the agreement that you made with YouTube. So it doesn't matter what other laws apply. That's why I always say the law doesn't apply. It's public policy. And just as Spec just said, the policy of YouTube is overriding the law because that's what you agreed to.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's a fine print.
Short and sweet. Fuck you, YouTube.
Yeah, you could put in that, this is for educational purposes, or this is commentated, and all these other things. But if YouTube policy prohibits that, then that's YouTube prerogative. They have, they don't have to provide.
But they have a wide brush. They say like offensive content, and that's a subjective perspective that they can just say about anything.
Isn't that how they took down ODD TV, his original channel?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they just wiped the whole damn thing.
What? I thought Patricia Steer took that down.
No. It was something. Yeah, it was something a lot
YouTube.
deeper than.
It was YouTube policy. It had offensive content. I think it was getting too much visibility too fast, and he was doing very good productions, and I just decided to shut it down. I don't know if he even got any clarification on it.
Let me add him to this hangout. We'll ask him.
To him.
I'm getting him on the phone right now.
He's awake at
Yeah,
this
call
hour?
him up.
I don't know.
Go
I'll
knock
add him.
on his door. He's over there in
All right.
Colorado. You
I
can,
added him to the hangout,
you
so
can
if he
find
wants
him.
to talk, maybe he'll come on.
You can find him with the Nightbot, and then send Bumper over to him with the taser, and then just like.
Hey guys, ODD here. Just did my blog. What's up? Just wanted to share some things with you. No, give him a call. See what he says. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it was just offensive content. They shut it down. No explanation. They wouldn't get back to him about a lot of things, and he just gave up.
But you're so funny. I saw that you added Mr. Neil Tyson to the last hangout.
Yeah. I was hoping he'd come in, talk to you
Do you have
guys.
Joe Rogan on there too? Get him.
Let me see.
I want Joe Rogan to jump on.
These people are going to be dumb enough to take their names. I'm going to add them. Fuck them.
Random invite chance.
See what they have to say. There's Joe Rogan. He's invited. Let's hope he answers.
So they should get a notification then. And Joe Rogan, he may just jump on.
That would be cool.
Oh, man.
Who else should I send him to? Seinfeld? Let's see if he's on.
Oh, shit. That's actually a pretty good idea. That's actually a really good idea.
He's not on Hangouts. Ooh. Let's try Jay Leno.
Yeah, the people that big are their agents would definitely disallow them intellectual rights properties. He couldn't just say whatever he wanted wherever he wanted. It all has to be approved because he represents the network. These people represent who they work for, and everything they do in the public has to be approved.
Add that bitch
like
Alex
Joe Rogan,
Jones.
It's true.
Joe
That's why they
Rogan
have
might,
so many apologies.
Alex Jones is doubtful, but Joe Rogan probably could jump on without a problem.
Yeah, I think so. He's not working for the UFC anymore, I don't think. So. I don't think it really mattered with that. He's always pretty much said what he wanted, aside from when it comes to the moon, right?
Right, but the other guys are going to have a strict policy of do not acknowledge them, because then you give them legitimacy that they're worth your time. But Joe Rogan will give his time and rant and bitch or whatever, and if he does come on, he'll probably record it, put it on a show or something.
Bunch of fucking flat earthers.
Yeah.
Listen to this part.
I heard he talks about Eric Dubé all the time. So.
All the time.
Yeah, he seems to have a crush on Dubé.
Does he really?
All the time.
I remember when I first found Matt Boylan, I sent up Matt Boylan videos, but I never heard anything back. I thought, wow, this guy's going to put this on his show, but he never did. It's like, fuck that. Fuck Joe Rogan. Then I started to like him again later. Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, at least he's putting in a. Go ahead, Bumper.
Matt Boylan, did you see that he was in the gay porno?
It wasn't a real gay porno. It was an MTV show.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
I've never seen a gay porno before.
It was like no
It was just
nudity.
a TV show. He was acting.
No, it was pretty close.
Well, still, it wasn't a. It's not like he had a cock in his mouth or anything. He was just chilling with some guy. But yeah, that's kind of gay.
That we know of, anyway, right?
Right. I mean, there might be some deleted scenes that we didn't see.
Yeah. If he does a good job on MTV, do you think he might get more offers? Maybe. You know.
Did you know MTV is inside a Masonic temple? I mean, there's a lot there. Maybe he is a Mason. Who knows?
I guess you could work for them without being them, but you know, I don't know. I give the benefit of the doubt until otherwise.
I still kind of like him. I don't know. He's that kind of crazy. I like him. I don't know.
Yeah,
that
and I like him
certain spice.
Because he's an artist who busts NASA's art, and that's what you need. You need an artist's eye to go, that's a painting. Like, you know, that's an expert eye.
Some of the stuff he says, not everything, but he's cool. He's all right.
Yeah, none of them bat 1,000. But if people expect perfection and you get it, you have controlled opposition right there. You want somebody who makes mistakes and doesn't always say the right things, because that means they're a little bit more real.
Right.
We all have a past.
Yeah, you should have a past if you're a friggin' human.
You guys don't want to know about my past.
Working for NASCAR? No. He's a bumper. This jokes I ever made.
Actually, was a Girl Scout at one point.
You were a Girl Scout? I could see that.
I won the Hard Cookie Award.
I hear that's a tough one. You have to go
Bag
as
and
far as
glass merit
buying.
badge.
What's that word?
He's got the bag and glass merit badge.
That's not easy, bagging the fucking glasses. But I try to take care of the housekeepers. They work hard enough. They got to make these rooms with these people trash, and then they're making minimum wage probably.
I already like your job because you got a lot of breaks.
Yeah, I kind of. There's nobody else here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people breaking in. Ha ha ha.
You know what? This is actually a pretty bad city. In '96, I think, between '96 and '98, we were like the 5th murder per capita of the United States, and it was pretty rough here. That's when I was involved in gangs and stuff.
Well, see, I didn't want to say that because I was going to say, yo, what's up, SA?
I was involved in all that, man. I was a little cholo. I was wearing Dickies and had a gun on me. Did all that.
I don't know if this happened to anybody else, but like Boise in like the late 90s, early 2000s, like somewhere right in there, I distinctly remember like the cops killed like 8 or 9 people in the span of like 13 or 14 months just in routine traffic stops.
Yeah, I remember they killed
Like,
some
it
kid
was-
unbuckling a seatbelt. He reached down to unbuckle a seatbelt to get out of the car. They asked him to get out of the car, and he reached down to unbuckle a seatbelt, and they shot the shit out of him. Shot him like 8 times.
Yeah. Yeah, they were just murking people back in the day.
But social media wasn't as fast as it is now. You know what I mean? Now, if cops shoot somebody with something, it's all on camera. Back then, it was the same shit going on back then. It just there was no.
Well, it happened so frequently back then that the city actually did like a formal investigation and like had a new position that was created called like an ombudsman, which was like a liaison between like the city council and the chief of police directly about complaints or questionable conduct. It was pretty intense there for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. They used to take my dad for alley rides. I remember they wouldn't take him to jail. He'd be all drunk, and he used to come home, domestic violence, all that shit. And he used to try to beat the
Dude,
shit out of
if
him.
you've been looking into my past, how do you know this? You had the same life as me. How do you?
Well, you know, it's pretty common. It's pretty common.
Yeah. It is common.
Where's this, Vegas?
Oh, I'm in Colorado.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. Where weed's legal.
Don't remind me.
It's, you know what? It didn't change anything for me. The same people that, like, everybody thinks that it's like a whole new world down here now. You can smoke and everybody's smoking. Nothing really changed. You know what I mean? They got a couple of dispensaries, but the same people that I've known all my life that sell weed and grow weed, and just they're doing the same shit. Like, nothing really changed down here. We just got a lot more traffic. You know what I mean? But I mean, I could go to Kansas, I could go to New Mexico, I could go to Texas and meet people, and it's the same shit down there too, you know. But the only thing is the cops won't take it from you if they see you. You know what I mean?
Is the weed cheaper outside of the dispensary, or is it more expensive?
You know what? There's higher quality now, but you could buy like the shit that I was smoking when I was a kid. I mean, you could buy 7 grams for $20, and now it's like it's a higher quality, So it's like $20 a gram or $20 for 2 grams. You know what I mean? And you can get an ounce for like $100. But there's still people that grow it that sell it. You can still get like 60 or $50 an ounce.
Nice.
Yeah, so I don't smoke as much as I used to. You know what I mean? An ounce will last me like 3 months.
Yeah, prices went up here as soon as we got the medical license. Everything got more expensive.
Yeah, I kind of got. Actually, I went to prison when I was 18 actually. I was fighting my case when I was 18. I went to prison when I was 19. I got out when I was 25, and it hadn't became legal yet, but it was pretty close. And they had medical dispensaries and stuff. And I remember I gave $20 to this kid. I was like, "Go give me a bag," and he came back with this little bud. And I was like, "What the fuck is this?" You know what I mean? And he's like, "Well, it's a gram." I said, "I don't want no gram, man. I want a sack." You know what I mean? And he's like, "Well, this is what it's going for." And then I started asking my friends and stuff, and they're like, "Yeah, man, you get a gram for $20." I'm like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Yeah, do you remember dime bags? What happened to those?
Yeah, yeah. You can't get shit for $10 now. You know what I mean? That's gone crazy, man. The edibles are all right, though.
Yeah.
There was no names for it. I mean, there was no really. I mean, you had skunk weed and you had creeper weed, and you know what I mean. But it was never like Pineapple Express or Blueberry Kush. Or, you know what I mean? They got all these different names. They got ones called Headband, and I'm like, all the same shit. You know what I mean?
It's not.
To me, it is. I mean, I don't know if I'm smoking Pineapple Express or fucking Headband. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get what it's supposed to do. I mean, you got your indica and your sativa strains, and they affect you a little bit different. But it really, I mean, you either get high or you don't. You know what I mean? For me, anyway.
So you have your hybrids, and they can vary a million different ways.
I don't feel it though. I mean, that's like saying when it comes to alcohol, you know what I mean? Dark lager affects you this way, or if you pour it in the glass a certain way.
I think alcohol, depending on what it is, affects you differently. I disagree, but I may be wrong.
You can differentiate it. I think so, because I'll just give you like a basic of what I feel. Like sometimes I'll feel like lightheaded, and then other times I'll feel like my body is also affected by it. Sometimes like I feel it's just my mind affected by it, and I don't feel like I could do whatever I want to with my hands and feet and not feel it, but it's just my mind. It's like out there. And other times it'd be like a whole body experience, and that's just the way I kind of like differentiate between the two. Is like by having something kind of sweet and light, it's just gonna be like my mind. It's a mind high, and the other one's like a full body, which is also good, you know. Like
yeah, but that happens when you smoke the same strain. Like
no, for like different strains.
See, for me, I could be smoking the same strain, and I could smoke it one day and crash out. You know what I mean? Be watching a movie and crash out. And I could smoke it another day and get up and want to go fucking pick weeds in my yard. You know what I mean? So
yeah. It's like that. You have like a different form of energy, like based on what you smoke or something. You know. Sometimes it could also just be like what you're up to. But other like some weeds, I feel like more inclined to do activities with. Other weeds, I feel like chilling and relaxing. You know, sitting back.
Indica, it mellows you out, and sativa. It's like an energy. It's more like
a catalyst.
Yeah. So, well, for me, I'm not disagreeing with you guys, because a lot of people tell me the same stuff, and people try to explain it to me, and it just, for me, it's all the same. You know what I mean? Yeah, like I can't tell if you give me Headband, I wouldn't know I'm smoking Headband. Or you could give me Pineapple Express and tell me it's Headband, and I'll probably smoke it and think I'm smoking Headband. So. And I actually did a test on my brother one time. I actually gave him non-alcoholic beer, and he got a buzz off of it. You know?
No way.
Yeah, he got a buzz off. I read it out of a magazine. It's called what do they call pills? That
placebo effect.
Placebo effect. That's what it is. And I actually wanted to see if it would work. And my brother's an alcoholic, so I went and bought Old Duels. And I poured him some in a glass, and then he seen me pouring some of mine in a glass, And I brought it out into the kitchen, and then I poured me a beer in my glass. So he saw I was really drinking beer. And then he asked for a refill. I took it back to the kitchen. I poured him some more O'Doul's, and he was buzzed. He was really buzzed.
No.
And then he got pissed at me because when I told him he was drinking non-alcoholic beer, he got pissed. And he realized he wasn't drunk, you know what I mean? But he fucking thought he was. And it works. You can try it on anybody. I know this from personal experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to have somebody try that on me when I'm not. I want to see.
I've done that as well.
You have?
Yeah. I'll tell you my story. It's kind of like what Bumper did to his brother. I was kind of told by my friends to bring the weed, right? And I couldn't manage it at the end. So we were going on this long train ride for like 5 hours. So I didn't really want to disappoint them. And back then, we used to just put it in the cigarette and smoke it out of the cigarette, just for like convenience sake or whatever. I just kind of muddled up the cigarette and and pretended like, it was refilled with something. And we all smoked that, and they got high, and I just didn't tell them.
Oh, shit. Yeah. That placebo effect works, man. I've seen it firsthand. And that's the thing I think it has a lot to do with weed, too, is if they tell you, yeah, this is going to do this and this and this to you, you know what I mean? I mean, you'll probably believe it if you never smoked it before.
I did flavor it up a little bit, though. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Before that happened, back in the day, they would say, well, this is creeper weed. And it was actually the same exact weed. But when you smoke it, it would creep up on you. You know what I mean? But if they didn't tell you it, I think it would have the same effect. So I don't know.
No, you might be right. You're probably right. Like you said, placebo does wonders for people.
30% of all medical cases are cured by placebo.
Yeah, they fix the symptoms. I actually seen in that magazine, I was reading it, and it said this girl thought she was pregnant. She thought she was pregnant to the point where she started lactating. Her body started lactating and she wasn't pregnant. Doctors kept telling her, you're pregnant, and she didn't believe them. She thought she was pregnant, and her boobs were lactating and everything. And they couldn't explain it, and then they brought another doctor, and he told them, it's a placebo effect. Your mind could change your body. So you could actually make yourself high if you believe you're smoking something and you felt that being high before, you know what I mean?
It'd be harder for me, I think, just because I'm so used to how the weed feels in my lungs. I think I would know better if it was like a cigarette. I don't know, though.
They mix it with the tobacco here, so that's what kind of helped. But you know what? A pro like you, I bet you would have been like, no, man, come on, this ain't weed. Like if somebody gave like banana peels to you, yeah, you could, right. Of course. I don't doubt that. I would be able to do it. At least I should be able to do it, right? I've been smoking so much, right?
Yeah, even when it is weed, it's garbage weed. You know it's garbage, Even when you're smoking good, regular shit, and you're like, this didn't even do nothing to me.
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes I like to buy lower quality weed just so I'm not so stoned.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Have you guys ever had dabs?
I don't mess with dabs.
Yeah, that shit's too rough for me too. I don't like it. You get too stoned and you feel like you're doing something wrong. Fuck that.
Looks like you're smoking crack sometimes,
Right.
Torch,
you have to light it up with a fucking torch. I should just not fuck with it. It's a good way to accidentally burn down your house.
There's some good vaporizers though too. Some good
Oh,
vaporizer pens. Yeah, there's one.
Yeah,
it's a
that's not a
ceramic nail inside like a little vape top. It's called the Kiln. It's
cool.
pretty cool.
And then I'll look that up.
Yeah, it's KILN.
Hey, one of you guys are from Denver, correct?
Hey, that's me.
Did you hear about that smoke shop? It was like a smoking lounge in Springs that got shut down. The feds went in there and kicked the doors in.
No, I haven't heard about it. I don't really watch any news or even listen to radio, so I have no clue about what goes on in this world, except for what I hear about on this channel.
And Alex Jones.
Alex
That's
Jones.
right, Alex. But
I
what
mean, Bill
happened with it?
Hicks.
I'm intrigued. Is this it, dude? Looks like a cool vape.
That does look badass. It's only $80 too.
It's not? That's not bad.
Oh, one's $59.
I think it's like, here's like a tiny one for 27. That's sick. I'd rather vape weed. I don't want to fuck with like a cigarette vaporizer, but weed, that's a different story. Oh, it's just like a cartridge. Boo.
Oh, so that's just fuck that.
How are you supposed to get weed on an airplane for vacation? That shit's fucking hard. That's what I want to do.
You gotta keister it. You gotta do prison style. Stick it in the
Nasty.
safe. You gotta put it in the safe.
No, you pay for the overnight shipping and you send it to yourself.
Oh, really?
I mean, I've never done it, but I wouldn't be surprised if some intelligent thinking men figured it out.
Right, right.
These full idiots.
It's always hard to go out and ask strangers for weed.
Put the police station address on it just in case it gets busted.
What if you baked cookies and took them with you?
Yeah, you probably could do
That
that.
would be a good idea.
Brownies.
What if you
Yeah,
like
the
cut a
edibles are-
deodorant? What the fuck? Yeah, if you cut like a deodorant in half or just left the tip and then stuff the bag into the deodorant thing, that might work. Fuck
I
yeah.
heard dogs can't smell it.
Yeah, vacuum seal it and put it in a bag of coffee.
Yeah.
Your grounds in your suitcase. Check it.
Yeah, I'm very particular on my coffee intake. Most coffee's got mold on it anyway, so you want to get some good shit. That's what I would tell him. This coffee doesn't have any mold, sir.
I'm gonna make some bulletproof coffee right now.
Exactly. I want to make some coffee. I'm actually having an energy drink. Boo.
I get free Starbucks here at work.
Are you serious?
I got a Starbucks.
You know how many people would kill that for that? That's fucking
Yeah.
pretty cool.
I get paid vacations. I get life insurance. I get all kinds of shit with good benefits at this job. But I'm going to school, so I graduate in 6 months. So I'm probably going to be leaving here.
What's your company, Bumper? I thought that was your company, the security company.
No, the company that I used to own is a Choice Windows LLC, and I used to subcontract, and I used to put in windows and doors, windows and patio doors. But I let that go so I could go back to school for master mechanic automotive, and then I got this job as a security guard. So.
So you gonna work on cars?
Yeah, man. That's my passion right there.
All right, man.
I had a '65 Impala that I rebuilt, and I definitely want to get back into it. But
you go learn
it's
that
only
shit.
$2,500 to fix my car up.
Fuck that.
Come back and teach us, make some videos.
Yeah, it's a lot easier than you think. I mean, electronics was a pretty rough course because all the cars are electric now, but they give you the tools so you could check sensors and stuff like DMMs and you know what? They got this thing called the Solus now. You could literally hook the OBD2 connector into your car, and you could run the whole car from this fucking little touchscreen computer. I could turn the windshield wipers on. I could shift it. I could turn it on, turn the lights on, change the radio station, all from this computer. It's all ran through.
Could you make me crash into a tree?
Yeah, you literally could turn. You could turn the wheels. You could step on the gas. You could downshift, upshift, put it in park.
What car do you have that's OBD2?
All cars are 98 and up are OBD2, and some earlier than that. But like the 2015, we were testing it on this Jeep Cherokee, this 2015 Jeep Cherokee, and this Solus computer literally, and it's a $10,000 computer, but you connect it to that Jeep, and it's like this with a lot of cars, and it controls every aspect of the system. I mean, you could check sensors. You could fire up just one cylinder on the motor. You could roll the windows up and down. Anything you want to do on this car, it's all ran through the computer. Everything's computerized. And I was thinking to myself, if somebody were to get a hold of this machine for the wrong reasons and hook it at somebody's car, I mean, they could turn the steering wheel. They could hit the brakes while they're going down the highway, put it in reverse. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I think that's kind of crazy.
What would happen to a car if you were doing like 70 on the highway and slammed it into reverse real quick? Would that fuck it up? Would it just be like funny? And would it turn off and then you could turn it back on and go, that'd be cool.
Well, you know what? It would depend on the type of transmission. I just got done with transmissions, and a lot of cars won't go into reverse unless they go in a park first. There's a little safety switch in there. But there's some that, yeah, it'll just grind up one of the gears, one of the driving gears, yeah. But there's a lot of cars that use these bands, and these bands just grab onto the outside gear, and a lot of times it'll just eat up that band. So I know this because a lot of people do it.
Safety, right?
Yeah, they got a lot of safety. The older cars, I mean, it'll drop it back in reverse. Like if you get in a car that's in the 80s and you're going down the highway and you put it in reverse, it'll go in reverse, and them gears will just break the teeth off. They'll try to grab and it'll just fuck it up.
Wow. That'd be cool if they could put a camera inside there and then you do that. Fucking slam it in reverse. I want to see that.
In time lapse, slow mo.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be perfect.
You know what? If you guys want to learn about cars, there's this guy on YouTube. His name is Eric the Car Guy, and he breaks down engines fucking nicely. I watch him a lot, and he does diagnosis.
Someone's breaking into the place.
I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go slam some people.
All right, be careful.
All right.
Give him the bump. Go give him a bump.
Yeah. My big lober.
A little bump with the
Give
taser.
him a bump. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, bumper. Sounds like he's got a pretty cool gig, man. Do you think you have to have a good driver's license to have a fucking gig like that? I bet.
I don't know. It didn't seem like much of a driving job.
Yeah, he's like hanging out in the laundry room.
Yeah, he's just like hanging out, chilling in the laundry room, like waiting on a call.
Maybe he gets to drive a golf cart too.
Well, is Bumper supposed to be a driver?
He's security. I would just like think maybe he's got like a car or something, like a security car. Or does he just walk around on the inside?
Yeah, he's the security of the building, right? He's not like the security of the outside part.
Okay. Is that like
I mean, his job does entail escorting them off the ground. So whether that's by foot or by cart or vehicle, it seems like he spends most of his time inside, though.
Is it like a hotel? What is it?
Yeah, it's like a hotel that's attached to the city center, or city center. It's like a Marriott. It's like one of the huge ones. Yeah.
What's up with that NASA?
Don't even get me started.
They're playing a 2013 spacewalk and passing it off as new.
Oh yeah, somebody.
Nope.
Yeah, I don't know why they still try that shit with old footage. 'Cause, people catch that right away.
Well, that was an easy one to catch because they always play that spacewalk over here on YouTube. I always find it. It's always like Flat Earth just debunked 2013 spacewalk. It's always on, and then you look at it, and it's got a million fake accounts in the chat, and you can barely type anything before you get banned. It's weird. But yeah, they were playing that. And no one's going to call them out on this shit? Serious? Like George Carlin said, they're a bunch of nassholes.
Yep. Assholes.
Tell you what, though, they do some pretty good composite images of flat Earth, or what seems to be a plain type of terrain.
I like looking at the satellite images. You know, you could go to Google Earth and like set the filter back to like the 50s and it still looks like satellite images. A lot of that shit was taken from planes, really. That's all it is.
I say it all the time, but I mean, there were so many just people stuck that eventually when NASA says, okay, we were showing you fabricated videos and such, the Earth is really flat, people will say, shut up, NASA, now you're lying just to protect the flat earthers. And it's like, you know, you'll never get 100% of the people. Somebody will always just be against it. So, I mean, you know, it doesn't matter. Like, NASA could say it's a ball, NASA say it's a triangle, NASA could say it's a cube. People will believe them. People will call them liars. It's just the way it is. Most of those people aren't even doing the evidence search, though. They're just kind of going with, well, a large group thinks this, I'm going to go with them.
Yeah, right. It's an unfortunate way to think.
What I want to know is if, like, some of the like big wig scientist guys, they'll say that, you know, there's no way possible for you to detect curvature when you're on the ground and you're as small as you are. So there's no possible way that any civilian would have any ability to go high enough to detect any curvature at all. And that's what they say. That's like the end all be all of arguments for them. And why is it that, like, just 2 months ago, we put out this thing that, you know, any reasonable person could discern curvature at 35,000 feet, or at the shoreline when you watch boats go over the horizon? Like, these seem to be, like, erroneous arguments that even the ballers, so to speak, don't give way to. So that, you know, like, NASA and space should be like their number one thing.
I think for $52 million a day, we should be getting something substantial. I mean, if it is our tax dollars, if it's private funded government, I mean, then they really don't have to tell us anything, but it's really publicly funded, then they do, and we should see some results, because who's going to go, here's 19 billion, what do you got? Okay, we got 200 pictures and 50 videos. Okay, well, what else you got? Well, that's it. All right, good job. I'll reinvest again. Like, really? For 19 billion, you should be coming back with alien bodies and ships and all this shit. Like, for real. Not like, well, we found out that green grapes grow funny in zero gravity. That's useful. We'll put that alongside with dogs face north when they piss. You know, like, it's nonsense. It's just nonsense. It's like filler. just to make people go, well, it did something. Well, what did they do? I don't know. I already forgot what I just said because I'm stupid. Like, that's most people. And they know that. Yep. I think.
I can see audio coming in
You
here.
can see audio? That's pretty good vision.
Jibby.
Yeah, Ivan, your mic is still messing up.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out.
Try
Hey,
turning off your turning off your camera.
Where are you? So silent. What are you doing over there?
I'm gonna mute you, dude.
Hi, Grandma.
Sounds like
How are you?
I want what he's having.
seeing audio.
Hey, Jibby, can you meet me in the adjacent room so we can reflect? I don't think we want to do this amongst these fine people here.
Well, I can rain check you. It's kind of like 7 o'clock in the morning here, and I've been up all night.
7 in the morning?
I had to do a Larry hangout, and that took a lot out of me.
Yeah, that's okay. No, hey, no worries, buddy. It's all good. It's all love. It's all
Yeah,
good.
I'm not going.
I got
anywhere.
4:30. I got 4:37 over here.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
there's never really any of the best conversations at those times. Like let's get refreshed and yeah, whatever. I'm not going anywhere. You be around, I'll be around. So whatever.
Right. Yeah. Just making sure we're all good.
Yeah, I'm fine. If you're fine, I'm fine. Even if you're not fine, I'm fine. And we'll see what's wrong, and we'll make everybody fine.
Everything's gravy, baby. It's all good.
That's what I'm saying.
How about them Cubbies, huh?
They were supposed to win last year, according to Back to the
Right?
Future 2.
Right? Back
So
to
they're
the
1
Future,
year off.
right? The
Yep.
Back to the Future anomaly. What happened? Like, did they mess that
Mandela.
up with the Stern calculator? What happened with that?
Yeah, there was that, you're not supposed to count the one or carry
got
the
all
one.
jacked
I
up.
don't know. Yep,
What did
somebody
they do?
skipped a year.
They fucked up the whole year, right? Oh my
They must
gosh.
put
I
the
didn't say
bet
that
on
word.
it last
I'm
year.
sorry.
This year.
Right? Yeah, it's a year off, but I mean, it's pretty close. I mean, a year, what are you going to say?
Yep.
And the Biff Trump correlation.
Yep.
Around the corner, Cafe 80s, guy named Griff, just say no. I mean, it's pretty brutal. I mean, what are you going to do? Here we are.
It's funny. It's funny, it's a little funny.
Power laces.
Yeah, it's a little funny. The way these things work out. That just happen to be coincidences.
Right. But they don't want to make it too obvious, so they put it a year off. Instead of 30 years, it was 31. Cubs win the World Series.
Yeah, even though Back to the Futures were loaded with 9/11 everything, but yeah.
Right? Yeah. Seeing that one. Brutal. What are you going to do? Tell me, what do I do? Jibby, help.
Yep.
I'm here on an island.
Oh, we're all, yeah.
A
Tell me about it.
monolith of Ishtar. What do I do?
Smoke one for me. And yeah.
I don't have any left. Even for you. I'm kidding. I might be able to. Give me a second. Or a few. You like peanuts or you like the regular? You let me know. Has anyone seen that? The Stranger Things peanuts? It's fucking fantastic. What does this guy do? Yeah. Just look up peanuts, Stranger Things. It's fucking genius. Did no one watch Stranger Things? I mean, if anything can get you distracted from what's really going on in our universe, Stranger Things.
Was that a movie or something?
Pardon?
I think it was like a
is it a movie?
series, and I tried to watch it, but I couldn't really get into it. Like,
Oh yeah, fucking Stranger Things. Jay, look at that fucking thing. Hold on a second. It looks hurt, bro. Yeah.
Is there like a spider in this dude's house or something?
I don't know. I just muted him. If he's gonna have a side conversation.
Do you think he's
Like-
like, it's Friday night, so he's just feeling a little?
No.
I don't know.
Is he always like that? I don't know.
You
He
get
just
those
seemed like he may be
conversations
drinking
with,
today.
with Tyler Durden sometimes. You ever talk to your Tyler Durden?
Are you talking about like the cool Tyler Durden or that douchebag one from?
I just get muted because I was trying. Oh, I'm not gonna talk anymore. We were
Oh,
talking about Stranger Things. Over.
Over.
Here, I'll give you guys. Sorry, Jibby. See you later. Chan fam. Love you guys.
Why are you leaving so fast?
Do
you guys have to help? You guys want to bury a body or something?
You were talking
I
to
don't
your
know.
friend, which was kind of like a side conversation. So
Yeah, we didn't want anything
no.
like bad to get out over the air. You know, it was to protect you more than anything.
Pardon?
And we don't. That's none of our business, so we muted you.
Oh.
But stay. Talk about your
Roger
movie,
that.
whatever it is. It's cool.
Oh no. You guys haven't seen Stranger Things?
No.
Oh, is it a TV show?
Yeah, it's a little TV.
Yeah, I think I've seen it. Is it the one where it's like it feels like they're in a hangout? Is that the one? Because I'm very bad with names.
Ultra, little D&D, little 80s, little E.T., little Goonies. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. I don't know.
is it based off like the Montauk experiments?
There you go. You guys are effing with me. You guys seen it. You guys heard about it.
No, I just
Yeah.
remembered. It's the one with Winona Ryder.
It's pretty awesome. Like,
Yeah.
if you want to step out of the void and plug in, Stranger Things would probably be right up your alley.
Yeah, like I said, I tried to watch it and I got through part of the beginning, and then I don't know, maybe I was interrupted and I just never went back to it, or it just didn't hold my interest. I'm not sure, but
When did you choose to opt out? If I may ask.
I think it was probably back around the end of July, beginning of August.
No, I mean in the series, like episode.
Oh, it's
number...
like first episode. Like I heard about it. Somebody mentioned something about it. I think
yeah.
I was playing some video games back then, which I really don't do anymore. And I was in a
You
Discord.
don't play video games?
Not so much anymore, man. I've been doing a lot of reading, a lot of discussions.
That's funny.
And a lot of work.
mention that.
So I really don't have time for video games anymore. But when I used to, I was
Right.
in a Discord channel and somebody
yeah.
had mentioned it and were really excited about it and how good it was. And I tried to watch it in order to relate, but I didn't really get into it. It wasn't really my thing at the time.
Really weird. One of the things I've noticed about this famous occult weirdo left field show is the second these kids are brought onto the main stage, right? They have this show, 8 episodes. There's only 8, right? The first one, the kid who is abducted, Will Byers, episode number 1. Will, he gets taken into an upside down dimension, right? Then all that stuff happens. The whole show goes over, and then all of a sudden he's playing in a music video where he is being sacrificed to a goat god with blood dripping over him, with nastiness. It was like, parent in their right mind would be like, okay, like I'm just gonna let my kid like partake in a sacrificial mock or real. It doesn't even matter. I'm subjecting my kid to this shit, right? I put my kid in the chair. They're tied down. They're getting blood and goat guts and shit all over them. And this isn't the TV show. This is a music video. I don't remember the band because I'm not really into that band, or I'm sure you could look it up. But and now, yesterday, I see the same thing for the main girl actor of the Stranger Things. And now it's not only the boy who's been subjected into this, like, I don't know if it's satanic, but it doesn't feel right to me. But
yeah, maybe that's why I didn't continue watching it.
Right? And then
perhaps it was something else, but no,
it's a girl, and now it's the girl, the little, her name is Millie Bobby Brown, which is pretty interesting. But and now she's in a music video, which is trending right on the front page, and it's like, what parent would just like, let's put the kid in the grinder? Anyone want to talk about Corey Feldman's Angels? I mean, or Corey Haim and Corey Feldman and that weirdness?
It was a different time, I think.
Oh,
the 80s was strange.
That's right now. That's right now, actually. He came back hitting full force. He was going to expose
himself, yeah.
Pedophilia and Hollyweird. And then
you have to add
all of a sudden
bio.
he switched. He flips the script,
and
he's like, "Oh, I'm coming out with this double disc album, and I'm on the Today Show."
Is he a shield?
Yeah, but didn't he expose the pedophiles already? Didn't he do that interview with the blonde hair where he looked like a fool, a pony boy hair, the pedophiles in Hollywood? He already exposed them.
No, I think they played this fool like out to. I think they strung this guy out, man. Like,
what about his patio furniture?
What do you think? You don't think they strung this guy out, or it's just all BS? Like, why would they even say that? They, parentheses. I just want to know what you guys think. Like, over.
What was the text? What was the context of what you're talking about?
Yeah, what was the question?
Why are they doing this? Like, why would somebody go from exposing pedophilia Hollyweird to 2 years later being on the Today Show promoting the worst, most awful music that anyone could ever conceive of, and being like, "Oh yeah, that's awesome," and yeah, do that. And I just created Corey's Angels to get these troubled little girls off the street, when that's exactly what happened to him, and he got turned out, and now he's like, "Oh, Corey's Angels, yeah, but you have to have talents." And I mean, I don't know. I just want to know what you guys think. That's not enough.
I haven't heard anything. I haven't heard anything about it, so I'm really ignorant of the subject. But from the way you well, I mean, somebody else might have heard it. I'm just telling you. My answer to that would be that, like, I haven't heard that. I haven't seen that, so I don't know what you're referencing.
Okay.
I'll have to look into it. But yeah, thanks for bringing it to my attention.
No,
yeah, I'm with him. I don't really know any.
Pretend I know. Please do yourself a favor, because they got like a little earworm thing in there, and it catches on. So just don't look into it.
Captain, they put creatures in our bodies. He gets it.
That was very.
This is the Alpha 5.
Botany Bay.
You make jokes all you want. but Corey Haim died, and Corey Feldman I mean, you could say whatever. I'm not saying he sacrificed him, but one's alive, making shit music on Good Morning Tomorrow or whatever the hell you call it, where 200 million people. Was it 2 million? A lot of
If
people
anybody
are
has
watching.
that kind of, if anybody
200?
in Hollywood has got that kind of big business going, it's because when Arthur Goldman Stichtenstein gives them a call and they have to go over to that mansion and shit on their own face and
Right?
drink piss
Yes.
while they humiliate themselves for this guy who's going to
Right?
take care of himself later. And
That's
then
what I'm
now you
saying.
get more work.
Like,
That's how it goes.
I'm feeling that because I'm just like, the music is so bad. No one sings like that. Do you remember that movie, Nacho Libre? Or what the fuck was that movie called? Sorry.
Oh, they're all bad. It's just, yeah. you're
Nacho,
talking
you know what I'm
Black.
talking about. And that guy, he was on the Jay Leno show or something saying, oh yeah, how do you think we made it? We sold our soul to the devil. And
Jack Black?
yeah, of course, yeah, that guy with the Nacho Libre, right? When he sings that song at the very end, it's basically like that, but acts like it's serious, and he's real. I can't believe you guys haven't seen this.
Have you ever heard of Tenacious D? They kind of do a
Yes,
whole
yes,
thing.
yeah.
That's
And
their
when they
their
came out,
thing.
they're like,
That's
"How
what
do you
they
think we made it?
do.
We sold our souls to the devil." Yeah, yeah. But I'm just like,
Just what they
can you
do.
take a double mortgage
real.
or refinance your soul? I just
It's
don't.
a figure of speech. It's not literal. They just say it. It's not. It doesn't mean they really did it.
Are you telling me I can't refinance my soul?
I don't think you can.
Shit. Sorry.
You can do some horrific things. Be it like he said, drink piss and shit or whatever it is, get the guy off, and that's how you get work. But that's a way of wearing down your soul, but it's not selling your soul.
Yeah, I think when you're empty, you're empty. Or if you're full, on on the
Words of wisdom.
wrong
If you're empty, you're
capsule.
empty. You're full, you're full.
Or it depends what area you're full on. You know what I mean? You might be full.
I don't know what I mean.
Roger that. So does any of this have to do with where I live at?
Where do you live at? New Jersey?
Do I live on a flat Johnson?
Oh, I thought you meant like your
or
state.
a flat?
Wait. Now we have a flat dick Earth.
Flat dick Earth. Yes, it's a pancake.
That goes against all rules. Now,
maybe it's flat on the top of it though.
This is why I'm here, to ask
maybe it's cut in
questions.
half.
If you try to take away if you try to take away the oblong phalloid, some people are going to be angry.
Did someone say oblong phaltoid?
Phalloid.
Yes, it's the new mint.
I'll have
The
some
oblong
Altoid?
phalloid.
You want some phaltoid?
The altoids.
Phaltoid.
Little penis mints. I like it.
So now we also have the conundrum of, is it circumcised dick Earth or uncircumcised dick Earth?
No, that's a hairy crumb fallacy. You guys are all wrong.
And what's under the flap?
Well, since the Jews run the world, it's probably circumcised.
You gotta put there you go, right there.
My original skin tone.
Theory.
Nailed it.
Maybe when the Gentiles were running things, it was different, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're the same thing. I really don't know. I'm just saying words now.
You guys are slaytanic. I don't know how to make this.
Fuck yeah, Slayer.
Right on.
Jesus saves. No, Slayer. Good stuff.
Hey, Jibby. What's going on, baby?
Nothing, baby.
What's going on? Jiblaminski.
No, I am not Polish.
Jambalaya.
I'm Portuguese, actually. Uh-oh. Now you know there's trouble when this guy pops on. Did we lose, there he is.
Sorry, lost you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Steven Danger Bradley.
I got it. So,
give me a second.
Just
Curvature Hunter.
Brass tacks.
Hey, God.
And
Oh,
what
yo,
tiers are you at?
How are you?
Hola.
Oh boy.
¿Cómo está?
Hey, hola.
You
I
guys
love
know
mole.
Hola. Welcome to la FREECHAN. You just missed Bumper Homes. It's just on Charlie Homes.
I'm getting destroyed over here on the Espanol. My apologies. Buenos dias. It's no chase here. Might be dias over there. How you guys doing?
Hey, I told
Hola.
you I got a taxi for my dog yesterday, right?
You what?
What happens? One question for everybody that's in here. Where are we going to meet up when the ish hits the fan?
Second question for everybody here.
Antarctica.
That's
Drunk Jibby don't seem so bad now, does he?
You're in the second.
Is this drunk
Jibby? You're in the queue.
No, this is sober
First
Jibby.
question.
I'm just saying.
Say if the issue
you were to
Jibby,
compare.
Jibby, I want to be there to help you show your sweaters.
Yeah? At least
I want to make you warm.
Drunk Jibby's fun.
I'm very good at making sweaters. And if you're not there, I will not be able to do that. So I'm just wondering, where do we go?
Right now it's about time to go to Eye of the Sparrow.
What?
Antarctica. We'll be
that's
Antarctica.
I think that's about 10 months ago in HBO Games of Thrones land. That doesn't make any sense to me. We're talking about the
Game
future.
of Thrones. I fucking love Game of Thrones.
You want me to tell you what I have? I have
A fucking pecker.
I'll just put it all out there. I got about 10.
There's a lot of peckers.
Gallons.
Fucking peckers.
He's got the biggest pecker.
6 times
So
12.
we have the Pekka Earth.
I have about 200 cup of noodles. 200
Is
cup of
Ivan
noodles.
asleep?
I got the butane.
I think his soul's asleep and the body's still going.
I have a couple of batteries. Like, hey, Jibby,
Yep.
you gonna meet us here? What do you got to contribute?
I'm in the East Coast.
I got the noodles and the heat and the water. What you got going on?
You got the Vaseline.
The tactical yo-yo.
Don't you need those for the
You already know what
trains?
that guy's bringing. That guy's, look at that yo-yo. You see that? You see that pulley? Doing some serious business with that thing. I don't know what it does, but it's doing something. What you got? And I know you don't look like Ben Kenobi.
No, I look like Jesus with a drug habit.
Tell me, have you guys seen Eye of the Sparrow?
I have not.
The bad lip. It's the bad lip reading between Obama and Romney. It's on YouTube. Please just YouTube search right now. Eye of the Sparrow.
The coup.
Presidential debate, and it'll come up. It's hilarious. Watch it. It's a music video, and kind of reminds me of something more recent.
Ah.
One more time, buddy. Shoot it so I
Eye
don't
of the
miss it.
Sparrow.
It's called
It's called Eye of the Sparrow.
In the
Eye of the Sparrow.
I don't know. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, I've been on the Trump step for the last like 24 hours. That's pretty freaking hilarious. Trump step.
So you're gonna
Or
vote for
the
him?
Peanuts Stranger Things. That's freaking awesome also. For all Stranger Things fans out there, there's a Charlie
Oh, I'm still
Brown
on Dicks Out for
Peanuts
Harambe.
Stranger
I don't know what you're talking about.
Things.
That's what I'm saying.
Roger.
I'm sorry. Speaking of Steven, what were you saying?
I gotta get down to the mushroom patch and get me some motherfucking nanoparticles.
Holy shit. Steven, what are you doing here?
I done told you.
Oh, someone sampled you. Is that your tactical yo-yo?
What's up?
What?
Hey,
What's
Steve.
Right now.
What's going on?
You fixing to go to work, baby? What are you doing?
No, I've been at work.
Shit. Since when?
Don't do it.
6 o'clock.
Well, it's only 5:56.
Come out to
What are you talking about?
California.
It's 8 o'clock.
I have lots of hay. Oh
That's
my
it?
goodness.
Shit,
Yeah,
what the
Hello.
fuck is wrong?
On that yo-yo they see on the screen, man, I gotta get one.
I thought that
love
was
I
yours.
love that tactical yo-yo. Oh my goodness. Tell me more about it.
Are you telling me that's not your yo-yo?
Yo-yo that you're
Why is the
looking
audio so fucked up?
established the way that it is with the modification.
What? Hold on. Steven,
and it's
hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Are you in a basement?
What? No.
You're cutting out real bad.
Hold on a second.
There's no problem with Steven.
Oh, it's not Steve?
Damn it. I
No.
got. Yeah.
Oh, he left.
There we
Yeah,
go.
well,
Hold
I
on.
can hear him really good, so I don't know.
Go ahead.
Oh, he's back.
Try again.
Beautiful. Na 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 na.
Down.
Ay, 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 ay,
That's not
peligro.
working. I'm so sorry. I really want to know.
Ivan is the one who's breaking up.
Ivan, it's your connection.
Yeah, I know, brother.
Hey, see you guys later. I'm gonna try to. What?
Okay, Vincent. See you later. Or see you in a few minutes, Vincent.
Well, there's something wrong. I cannot look. I can log in. But,
I don't know what's up with that. It's like totally glitched.
Do you want me to log off?
Stephen.
It might be because of the 3 accounts.
Good
Let
day
me
at
just
work.
log off.
Oh no! Just stay. If you are,
Okay.
are you on wire or what?
Wi-Fi.
Well, maybe it's because of 3. I don't know, but normally not. But it's okay. I refresh and come back later.
Really weird.
Okay. See you in a few minutes,
That's
Vincent. Later.
Have fun, people. Have fun. Love you guys.
Later, Vinny.
Oops! I just stopped the broadcast. Joking.
Fucking got me. I was like, damn.
Ask me a question, motherfucker.
Okay, I'll try it again. So if there's something wrong, I don't know what it is. But
Make sure you have Steven come back, man.
So that's it. Steven just comes in, says something profound, and then just bounces.
I'm not sure. He was working, or he was at work, so he probably was interrupted by a customer. So he'll probably be back when he has a few minutes. But yeah, sometimes he just comes in, says a few profound words, and leaves.
That's deep.
Someone says profound words and leaves? That's weird. Hey, so how about that flat Earth? Over.
I know, and people who ask me pictures of the flat Earth, I say, okay, every picture.
Hey, Jibby. Hey, Jibby. How many miles do you have from the point that you are?
About 5,000 Marlboro miles.
5,000?
5,000 Marlboro miles. I'm going to get the PS4, I think.
Oh, you want me to tell you a crazy story about Marlboro miles? I used to have, never mind. There used to be this couple, and they used to wear the Marlboro jumpsuits, and they're like, "What's up, sucker?" And they would wear those Marlboro jumpsuits, and they're like, "Hey, what's happening? Here's your little, some Marlboro treats." And yeah, Marlboro miles, jumpsuits, holler.
If I knew they had jumpsuits.
How did you know that?
What?
See, I don't know, man. Like, either we're like soul brothers, or
it's Jedi.
How could anyone know that? How could anyone know that I had friends that wore Marlboro jumpsuits from the Marlboro jumpsuit catalog from Marlboro miles? They couldn't. There's no way you can know that.
Use Marlboro miles.
1996. We're talking about AOL chat room stuff. That wouldn't.
Punters and punters, kills. I know all those. I remember all those progs.
I got you. I'm on you. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, AOL banned me for
I was
life.
trying to display something. Shit. You got me. Left field with the Marlboro jumpsuit right when I came back in.
Steven, are you back?
Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, man, what's up? How's it going?
Well, it's certainly going.
Yes, it is. Why did I even start talking? This is going to drive me nuts. Give me a second.
Yep.
Why do you resist?
Push the energy. Just push it. You don't know what I'm thinking, but just use whatever you can. Push it over here. Remote view it.
You're in therapy.
Oh, that didn't work. I'm in therapy. That didn't work.
You're in therapy. Not you. Like, all right. If I say you're in therapy, that sounds like you are in therapy. I meant to say urine as in pee therapy. I'm just not going to say anything.
I have Regal Seagull beaks. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, Jimmy.
Yo.
What's happening, man?
Smoking.
Let's go through it.
And did you guys ever switch from the Marlboro Miles to the Camel Cash?
Marlboro Miles. Thank you. Someone got me back on track. Go ahead.
Yeah, I had a few Camel Bucks, but I didn't really accumulate enough to get the merchandise. Marlboro Miles, I had like a trash bag full of those things.
All right. Sorry.
Always got that stuff as like gifts.
I got a Marlboro bag.
Full Marlboro Mile jumpsuit. It costs like 20,000, Marlboro tickets. The full jumpsuit, and his girlfriend had one to match. I'm talking about matching jumpsuits. 1997 matching jumpsuits. What's happening? They had the boat.
Did you know them? Like, were they neighbors?
The raft. They came through. I mean, yeah, they were all about that. I mean, you ever seen a guy in a full freaking Marlboro stamp suit? I mean,
yeah. I used to go to the
I saw
hydroplane
that.
races where Miss Budweiser would go up against Smokin' Joe's racing and race on the Columbia River. So, like, not only the whole pit crew was decked out in
it's a racing suit. Yeah, it's a full
jumpsuit
with the chick next to it in the boat. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
It's fucking gnarly times, man. But here we are. And
You knew
back
those
then we were
people? Like they were your
"Oh,
neighbors?
Look at this fool. He's got the full Marlboro suit. We weren't talking about no flat, no toroidal Earth or donut or square or diamond Earth. We were talking about Marlboro jumpsuits and how many you could smoke to get your girlfriend to have one to match.
20,000.
Far out.
You said 20,000. I think they were 5 points per mile or whatever it was, 5 miles per pack. So
UPC,
you go
yeah.
20,000. That would be 4,000. I think would that be 4,000 packs of cigarettes to get 20,000 points.
Oh, Jibby, they were all fucked up by then. Yes.
Now 4,000 times $2 a pack, $8,000 for a pair of
by the time they
jumpsuits.
got there, yeah, right.
Or there could be a different
pinnacle. Go ahead.
There could be a different explanation. Would be that they were both marketing representatives for the company, and they just got the stuff to wear as part of a promotion or a sponsorship.
Why didn't I think of that?
Let's employ the meth heads to distribute methamphetamines to the lower Southern California unions and have them wear our freaking Marlboro jumpsuits in the meantime and make them think that the freaking lottery actually works. Freaking genius. Actually, you're probably right.
I don't know. Corporations advertise by giving out sponsorships, and like if you wear their gear or their logo, you will get paid for it because it's like free advertising.
You're talking about meth dealers in full-on jumpsuits, Marlboro jumpsuits, with a freaking kayak on top of their freaking Kia or Daihatsu hatchback.
I would have been like, wow, frickin' gay.
Well, yeah, but I mean, your freaking
Like the
Nissan just got impounded.
You've seen Breaking Bad. Is there not a possibility of a subculture of highly efficient and dedicated tweakers that got their shit together?
Yeah,
like those people are out there, right? It's not like
good. What do you call that? Wetsuits and kayaks on top of the roofs. Fucking Marlboro race suit.
I don't know. I guess I just don't find it as odd. There's lots of different explanations for things like that.
Little handheld torches.
Did they also have his and her Michael Jackson orange jackets?
I mean, just look. I don't know. For the
like you said earlier, you make sweaters. I mean, people can wear the same thing.
Adventure. Extravaganza, but I think we're talking about 20. Or maybe when like the peak growing. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm imagining this wrong, but.
Well, let's do this. If it's 20,000 miles for a jumpsuit, your mic's breaking up. You might think about refreshing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute you. Is that me or is that anybody else? Like not
no,
picking
he's
him up
choppy. Well? He's definitely choppy.
Is it me?
Of course, needs a refresh.
Marlboro Adventure Team.
I was just gonna mute him because if he can rejoin or refresh, maybe shut off his video so he's got more bandwidth to use to speak. Like he's just got like a blank camera.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
But if just
hot.
Right, Jibby, because I think I remember that right too. Like if it was 20,000 miles and there was
Jibby.
5 miles per UPC, it takes 4,000 packs of smokes at 2 packs a day.
$2 a pack is $8,000.
Hey, is this any better? Over?
Yeah.
Much better. Over.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, think
Roger
of it
that.
like that. That was $8,000 for a jumpsuit. That's pretty good.
Like those guys were going hard.
Like how ruthlessly selfish is that Philip Morris? Like
All right,
that.
they're like you can smoke like $30,000 worth of cigarettes, and guess what? You get a lifeboat in a fucking jumpsuit and a freaking life preserver. Like, what are you gonna do with that once you smoke $30,000 of cigarettes?
Well, it's about 11 packs a day over a year's time. So if they had a group of friends who weren't interested in any of the items, you know, people would save them for other people, and they would like pool their miles together, and maybe it was a group of people just sharing a couple jumpsuits.
Right?
You know,
Yeah,
maybe
dude,
they got
you're dying over there. Are
on
you
the
smoking
weekends.
that ish over there? You smoking that? Oh, you're dying over there? Oh, you're dying over here? Look, let's put all our dying chips together and look at. We're gonna sail down the road of deadness in our little Marlboro jumpsuits and inflatables.
Maybe it was a family investment.
I used to go up to strangers and be like, "Hey, can I have your miles?" And just
You didn't do that. No, that wasn't me. You don't even live on the continent. They don't have miles over there.
If they weren't using their miles, I would ask them.
I'm just kidding, man.
That's how you collect them quick. You gotta be a salesman.
Oh yeah, there'd be miles all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
Pardon my French. Yes, they're like, you'd be like, "What are you throwing away your miles? That could go towards a jumpsuit or a freaking."
But it turns out,
what are you
if
doing?
you did it Chuck E.
You're
Cheese
dying.
style,
You're
Cheese would
dying
give
over
you a
there,
lot
giving
more.
away your miles for free. Why would you do that?
Well, I knew some people that would barter them. Like, hey, can I borrow $5? Okay, I'm gonna give you $5, but you're gonna collect all your miles and give them to me.
Give me your miles.
I had people do that for me.
I will
There you
have
go.
the jumpsuit.
They would collect them.
I will fly it down the mountain. Yes, it's nuts. I love the 1990s. It's great. It's fantastic.
I think all I got out of the Marlboro miles were like some Zippo lighters and shit. Like that's about it. Because like after the Zippos and shit, it went from like 1,000 miles to like 10,000 miles, and I'm like, you know, I'm gonna just settle with the Zippo. I'm not gonna wait.
You know what was
get the next thing up.
You know what was the coolest thing? Sorry, are you done, Jimmy?
I was done talking. Okay.
The thing that was coolest for me with the Marlboro miles was the torch lighters. And that was pretty early. That was like 97, 96. Those little waterproof, they were like fake quantum lighters. They were like blow torches.
Yeah, you refill them with the butane cans.
Yeah, those little torch lighters. I mean,
yeah.
After that, I couldn't the guy came over, served me a sack, had the full fucking sorry about the French. He had the freaking inner tube on the top of his car, and I was like, I'm done. There's no way I can ever catch up with this guy. This guy is the freaking boss. He's got the freaking inner tube. He's got the full jumpsuit. He's got the little lighter. So I was good at lighter. You know what I mean? And God bless cancer.
I might still have that Marlboro Zippo lighter, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Right? Zippo? What are you talking?
Well, they had a Zippo with the Marlboro logo.
In the Marlboro Adventureland. Where did you see Zippo in the Marlboro Adventureland?
I don't. It was in a catalog or whatever the hell they had, and
they might have had that. I'm sorry, I never saw that. It was always butane and gas flames.
It could have been like they came out with new things on different years.
Different continent. It's all good, baby.
Well, I think maybe they might have changed the prices around or added to them maybe by the year.
Oh, you don't. Are you voting for Prop 62? Are you in California?
Unless it's a local vote, I don't vote.
Are you in California?
Nope. I am the opposite ocean.
Oh, thank goodness for you. Because that Fukushima, that fucked us all up over here.
What
Sure?
happened?
There's a Japanese farmer still taking care of the animals at Fukushima. He's doing all right.
If they did us really good over here. It ruined us.
Well, how do you know for
Fukushima
sure?
was a joke, right?
What? Did you say it was all my fault? Of course it was.
I said Fukushima was a hoax, right?
No, that's not a hoax.
Are you sure?
It could be. I mean, how would I know?
Exactly.
Except
How would
for
we know?
that an independent agency tested the nuclear rate of what do you call that? What do you call that? It's a pH. It's a pH. I don't know what it stands for. pH. Something. pH level. Something.
Yeah.
Way off the level. And I haven't tested it myself. And so I'm like, yeah, they had a big tsunami over there, and it ballooned, and it ruined the whole ocean. And that's a year ago. There was tests off the coast here. Supposedly, I never did a test, but supposedly it fucked our whole shit up. For the ocean. Or not believe it, or do my own test.
Probably something I would want to kind of test myself if I could. And I don't know. But I'm sure like Geiger counters go off. For sure. Yeah, Geiger counters probably go off regularly as a result, maybe.
We like
First
radiation.
You do your regular pH levels on your water. And according to an independent source, a year ago, less than three-quarters of a mile out from the farthest point I could see from my house, they were reaching levels that were 2 to 3 times the acceptable to swim in.
Oh, that's
or
it.
ingest. Yeah,
that's
I mean,
you don't have to go that far out.
and
there.
that's what they're telling you. That's what they're telling you. And
No,
that's a
actually,
year
I'm
ago.
going to move into the next nuclear power plant that goes meltdown and they clear the area. I'm moving in.
I
not afraid
live
of that
like what is it? I think I live almost 30 miles, maybe a little bit less, from San Onofre. It's a nuclear power plant that's been shut down in Southern California. Looks like 2 giant boobs. It's in Stone
Even more
Temple Island. Pardon?
That's even more incentive.
Yes. Giant boobs. Yeah, it's all bad. Like, and then if you go down there, you go to the ocean, and you just see the carcasses washing up on the beach, and then eventually be like, say if you have a little one, you're like, I'm gonna take my little one to the beach, and this carcass is like just laying there. It's kind of funky. Yeah, I don't know. And then and say you come home and you immerse yourself in digital reality, if you want to call it that. You know what I mean? You can get scared. You can get prepared. You can be like, F it. But here we are.
I like
you
to
got a
be
little one.
Oh man!
You're gonna let her just wallow around in it. And get a, what do you call those things? Something meter. I tipped my tongue.
Geiger counters.
There you go. Yeah, that thing. How much should one of those cost?
Usually an average $500. for a decent
Yeah,
one.
more than a drum machine. But I'd rather play
Depends on the
beats
drum
and
machine.
go to the mountains.
Yeah. That I hear different things about the different radiations. Not all of them have the nefarious effects we may have been led to believe.
Yeah, who knows? It might turn you into Magneto.
Well, they used to promote radium products back to our grandparents' generation, radium chocolate and water and all that shit. And
What's
they used
up,
to say
lady?
promote radiation for health. And
Does anyone?
yeah, so
Jibby, I'm sure you know this one. Who's the lady that held the little trinket of what is that? Oh my gosh, this is gonna kill me. Somebody help me.
well, you've given me a lot to work with.
The lady that held the trinket of radioactive stuff on her necklace, and then it. Oh my gosh.
You talking about
Stop it. You
Uhura?
know who I'm talking about.
You talking about Uhura from the third Star Trek movie? Wearing
Yeah,
Spock's
that one.
radiation around her
Yeah,
neck?
that's her. F you. No, that's not her.
Trinket around her neck. Yeah, you lost me a female.
A female, and
Yeah.
she had a little thing of glowing stuff on her neck, and she didn't realize it would hurt her, and she tried to help people with freaking X-rays or some shit like that, and then she's like, "Oh, it actually killed me." You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I've heard of this.
Yeah.
Can't say that I have.
Really?
Really?
You,
Really?
yeah. Well, anyways, let me tell you the story then. Okay. There was this lady, and she didn't know what she was doing, but she found this a radioactive chemical or some kind of stone or something, and she put it on her necklace, right? But she realized that this little stone kind of helped people out and kind of birthed X-ray. I don't know about that part. That or helped detect. Can't. All blurry right there. But even though it helped spawn a new era in medical fill in the blank. Observation, annuity, the top of the mountain, call it what you want. It killed her, but it helped the X-ray community and all that stuff. You guys are effing with me. Everyone knows the story. I just can't remember it now. You guys are totally effing with me. Everyone knows that story. You don't. Sorry. I'll figure it out.
Is she like a pioneer of radiation therapy and like research?
The lady, yes, and she died from it. Yes, she was a martyr.
Is it Mary
for
Curry?
radiation.
Good job.
There you go.
Okay.
Madam Curry, right?
Okay.
There you go. You're on the right path.
All right. Well, I'm glad
You
we
say
could
Madam
put
Curry or
Mary Curry?
Yes. Thank you. Sure.
Curry?
Yeah. Spit out the Wikipedia. Thanks for that.
The kind you cook with.
Yeah, that crazy chick with the freaking.
Learn something new every day.
She's like, "Hey, baby, you want to have a drink?" And she's got some like radioactive shit glowing off her chest and a trinket. You're like, "Whoa, okay, I'm kind of into that." No, yeah, that Madam Curry messed you up, man. Yeah, that happens. Over. Madam Curry. I'm pretty sure that's it. Good job, dude. Whoever that was. Jibby.
Yes.
Have you heard of Madam Curry?
I've heard of Mary Curry.
Okay.
I've heard of Madam Stephen Bradley. Oh, he dropped. There he's back.
It's a pretty smoky Obi-Wan.
Pretty smoky living room right now too, after like many smokables.
Smokables.
Smokables. I happen to set things afire and smoke.
Well, don't make this guy come in.
Shout out to the
This
chat.
guy's done.
What's up, everybody?
Hey, what up, world?
Shout out to
Chat is our music.
panel
What's up,
members.
baby? Hey.
Chat.
Hey, Jibby, just pretend we're
Beard wig.
Shout out to Zern's guitar.
Shout out to the beard wig.
Yeah. What's up, baby? What? I have no wig. No, seriously? Whoa. Whoa. Smoky Obi-Wan. What are you puffing on over there, Obi?
Ese puto. Ah, cabrón. Ah,
Hey,
where is Bumper?
Chale,
He was in the
hey.
Cholos in the barrio. Bumper.
Don't call me Hue.
Bumper, where is you? Bumper.
No mames, way.
Go mama.
I flip your calabesa.
Anji's gonna come in here and slap me.
Yeah, listen to a bunch of white guys pretend like they know Spanish. Hey, have you guys seen that China does Trump stuff? I think I heard. That's just hilarious.
Yeah, we checked
Here,
it out
let
earlier.
me put the
Pretty
camera
funny.
off. Yeah, that's freaking hilarious.
I think you're calling somebody.
Pardon?
I thought I heard somebody dialing something.
I'm downstairs. Let me in.
How'd you get it?
Are you in a
On the
flat?
ground?
No. Never mind. Hey, we should really talk like out of here. Just to, you know what I mean? Save all these bastards that you know what I mean? Our friends. Save all these gentle people. Yeah. You like comic books?
Well, they're not very funny.
Anime? Manga?
No, no subgenres.
Cosplay.
Okay.
Furries? Furries. Everyone loves furries. Mascots? You freaking leave me out to dry here, man.
Oh, furry. That was a
You gotta like, yeah, you like the furries or the mascots? Which one? Come on. You gotta level with me, brother. Furries or the mascots? I'm more of a furry guy myself.
Did we just lose Healthy? Shout out to Zern.
Yeah, I think we did. Later, Healthy. Have a good one. Welcome back,
Good
Vincent.
night, everybody.
Oh, I was already here, but I was trying to do some things, but welcome. There's something wrong. I don't know what. I cannot do anything.
Vincent. Oh, no. He's gone.
No, I'm here. Sorry.
Oh, Are you trying to present something?
No.
Okay. I thought you said you were trying to do something.
Yeah. Normally I stream this together with Yvette or Snack or David, but
Yes.
I'm not streaming.
She's a wonderful human being.
I'm logged in like as FREECHAN.
Yes.
As moderator, but I
And
cannot
it's
do
up
it.
to you.
Something's wrong. I don't know what.
No, nothing's wrong. You just need to just let it go. Just let it stream. You're fine.
I'm not streaming now.
I know. You're just there. It's okay. Don't leave.
Rob wants to. Come on in, Rob.
Bless your heart.
If it's for Jazz, I already called him into the Hangout on the backside. He just needs to go to his Hangout app or the website.
Who's that?
You guys out of here?
No, not at all. And call Robin here too.
Obi-Wan, come smoke me. What?
Uh-oh.
Oh no, did we lose a FREECHAN?
Uh-oh. Yeah.
We're done.
Unfortunately,
We're done, son.
Well, unless somebody can come back in real quick.
What about that Vincent guy? I thought he was on.
Well, he seemed to be having problems, so he might have just accidentally ended it. If that does happen and it ends,
He might have
restarted
That
a new one.
was like a beta testing.
I'll be right back. Oh, I don't know.
All right.
Just refresh.
Later, baby. What is going on here? I love you guys. If I don't see you,
Yeah, we'll see you on the next one. If we don't see you.
I'm gonna stick around. Hey, shoot me an invite if you get in the next one. Over.
Yeah, sure. Over.
I'll be quiet.
Hey, Jess. Well, welcome. Just to let you know, just as you joined, the host of the show, I think, accidentally closed the show, so we might just go from live to off air here shortly, unless he comes back. There he is. I don't know if it's still going to close, but we might only have a couple minutes before a new one's got to be started.
Oh, yep, no worries.
That's a baby eagle beak. No, get out of here. Hello?
Yeah, we still hear you, Ivan.
Okay. Well, see, you guys migrating?
Not quite yet. We'll see what happens.
I know.
FREECHAN might have rejoined in time to save it. We'll see.
Marination, salivation station. It's all love, baby. That doesn't make any sense. I have about, oh my gosh, the recycler.
Is that the moon, Jazz?
Someone got live moon?
I'm just about to go outside for a smoke, so I'll have a quick look down in the southern hemisphere down here. So I'll get back to you in a minute.
Jazzacondo, where are you at? Over.
Down in the south of New Zealand.
South of the. I'll tell you where I'm at. You're in New Zealand?
Yeah, man.
Is where I can see the moon. Like, I'm pretty sure I can see the moon right now. But I am in the northern hemisphere. I'm in the northern hemisphere, Southern California. Right. And when it arose or was arisen, the crescent was facing the ground. So when you see your moon, what does it look like over there?
I'll get back
Is the
to you in
crescent
about.
facing the sky or facing the ground?
I'll get back to you in about 3 minutes, bro.
Roger that.
Copy that, 10.
This is freaking awesome. There's people. Never mind. I'm gonna go outside and try to observe if I have anything to report. I concur.
Kara আসতেছে। I think I saw something over there. Might have been a
Healthy.
spotlight. What's up? Was that Vincent? What's up, Vincent?
I'm okay.
Best of.
I'm sorry?
Oh, sorry, Vincent. I'll be right back. I got somebody at the door.
Yeah, sure. Just
Sure.
I'll be right back. I got a phone call. Wait. I got a phone call.
I was getting some tea.
Oh, put some weed in it.
Put some weed in that tea. Weedy tea.
Weedy tea.
All right, so what's going on? Are we observing two different suns or moons, maybe? What's going on?
I saw 6 suns.
Everybody went quiet.
I was drunk.
I'm gonna be right back.
Get some moonshine, baby.
Yeah. Drunk moonshine jibby doesn't look so bad now. I gotta roll some cigarettes. What do you know?
Jibby, are you working with your peanut on it? It's okay?
I took some pictures last night. Like, I'm finally getting it now where I can get the stars in. And I was having a problem getting that before. Now I can get the stars in, stills and video. And in the first 10 minutes last night before Larry went live, I caught a UFO. And I took stills and video of it. I tried to zoom in, but the best I could do was a blurry disco ball isolating thing. Like, it was doing the same thing the stars were doing as far as the oscillation, but this thing kept moving around. And I'm like, what is this thing doing? Loop-de-loops? Like, I always catch UFOs. I just always do. It's like they're waiting for me to break out a camera. Like, we're going to get the NSA in your house, bitch.
Shoot the footage.
You still have that camera, JB, or did they take it?
What? The one I'm just talking about now? Yeah, I still have it. This was just a far off UFO. What they do is when these things come close to you and you get a picture, that's when they take all the evidence of it.
Right? Yes.
They fry
And
shit.
they're gonna abduct Jibby with it. Jibby and his Jibby's abducted.
Yeah, they might wipe his mind as well.
No, they didn't do that. I try to I'm like, did I imagine all that? And then I go back and then I see one of the pictures and I go, nope, that wasn't my imagination.
That's all you do.
You question your own sanity in a lot of these things, when something really, really messed up like that happens to you, you obviously need to go through all the steps of, okay, am I nuts? Am I going crazy? What's going on? Like, I think
I
that's
need to like
to go through that stuff.
Hey, Jibby.
Hey, what?
Jib Leminski.
I'm not Polish.
Oh, what?
You said,
Jim Lamaya. Jimla Hymanstein.
All right, there you go. I'm a Cajun Jew.
Jimlin, like, listen to me. I'm not racist. I'm the least racist person you'll ever meet in your life. Listen, I'm gonna contact you. You've been chosen for great work.
Do I get a ride off this crappy planet?
Yes, you could. Yes, it's a tax write-off. Yes, you can write it off. All good. You can do that.
All right. I want to pick up Martin Leakey because he just looks like he needs a vacation.
No, not Leaky. Martin Short. He's the only Martin that's working on this tag. Martin Short. Martin Short or no Leaky?
Oh, Martin Leakey's kind of short.
You want to make this? You want to make this deal? Martin Short, no Leaky. That's it. Here we go. We could do beautiful things.
I'm back with moon observations from the southern hemisphere, Nouvelle-Zélande.
All right. What's going on?
It's Martin Short. Martin Short. Hey, I'll contact you off a side chat.
I don't have anything to present.
No,
but my own observation.
Oh, what was your observation?
It's completely unprofessionally, but I'll talk to you, Jibby.
All right, man.
The moon was visible at 8:30 this evening. Otherwise 20-30 hours. It was a waxing crescent.
We're gonna do big things.
Looking to the north, it was a waxing crescent descending to the northwest. 4 hours later, the moon is below the northwestern horizon and is no longer visible.
All right, so it's set over the western horizon. So you're saying it only lasts 4 hours?
What was that? Sorry, it's set over the northwestern horizon. Yeah.
Northwestern? Northwestern? That's weird. Northwestern? No, it should be
northeast to northwest from the south. Yeah.
southwestern. It should be no.
No, northwest. We're in the south, so it's set in the northwest.
Yeah, he would be within the southern hemisphere or the outer circle or circuit.
I am kind of observing what looks like the sun moving faster than it was in the summer. Now that I'm paying attention for this stuff, I'm noticing it.
Whereabouts in the world are you, bro?
New England. East Coast, North America, New England.
Copy that. Home of the Patriots.
Yes. Yes. I am not a Patriots fan, though, but yes.
I live in the South, New Zealand, and I'm a Philadelphia 76ers fan.
Hey, you know, whatever works for you, whatever team, you know, grabs you by the balls and literally.
Philly all the way, Philly Eagles.
Oh, I'm a Packers fan.
Green Bay.
Yes. I've been a Packers fan since like 91 or something. Right around when Brett Favre started.
Oh, yeah. He's out now. Isn't he?
Yeah. I don't know. He's out, he's in, he's out, he's in. I don't even know if he even knows what he is.
Hey, listen to me. Gerald, how dare you do this to these people? I know who you are. Why would you do this? Totally kidding.
Yeah, I was like, is this a mafia
That's
impression?
no, yeah, I was acting like you were the guy that plays the tick, and you were just like trolling like random bottles falling off of a table.
I hope those are in your car.
Yes, they are.
All right, just making
When
sure.
I pulled up right now. I'm here driving with my iPad. I'm not even looking. Just doing some recycling.
Right.
No, I'm
You
serious.
gotta drive
But
those empty
seriously,
bottles to the bin. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Hey, we're all doing our part to clean up the earth, right?
That's right. I'm
No,
trying
but
to
seriously,
clean up the people.
yeah, it's not my fault that you sound like the guy. That guy. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I didn't watch The Tick.
That guy. I have never watched The Tick. I've never read The Tick, but I've seen The Tick.
Yeah, it's Joe Swanson, isn't it? From Family Guy. Oh wait, no, he dressed up as the Tick in the movie
That's
Ted.
you.
Sorry, never mind. I'm getting my
Yes.
wires crossed.
Yeah. The guy that goes bullying everybody around the freaking Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And you spend your nights doing this.
Yeah, hey Ivan, wasn't it you that was just talking about seeing the moon in Southern California 20 minutes ago?
Pardon?
Yeah, you said you just saw
I'm
the
in Southern
moon.
California. Yes.
Yeah.
He said he
What
might
about-
be able to, but he wasn't sure. From what I recall.
Are you talking about me streaming a moon from here? Because I'm pretty
No,
sure it's
I
over the
thought
bend from
you could see the moon.
right now. I can go out there on the bend. I'll do a live stream. Wait, hold on a second. All right. Let me turn the mic off. Hey. Tick. I know it's you.
You got me.
Admit
So,
it.
Jazz, are you down there around 40 degrees south?
I'm about 30 an hour 40 drive south of the 45th parallel.
You got the map. What world?
Oh, I'm just kind of trying to guesstimate. So you're in between 45 and 46.
If you go to Google Maps and you look at New Zealand, in the South Island, bottom of the south, bottom third, there's a town called Cromwell, CROMWELL, and that's right on the 45th parallel. I'm about an hour and a half drive north of that.
And Jibby, you're up in New Hampshire.
Yes.
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
And that's what, around the 44th north?
I don't play parallels, but I am in southern central New Hampshire.
Yeah, we're near
Right next to the
Manchester.
border. Yeah.
Or
I'm just
Nashua.
south of I'm just south of Nashua. Yes. Oh, there was a UFO last night. I don't know where whoever's got nighttime right now, but it was right around the constellation Cassiopeia. I think that's where I spotted that UFO, and it seemed to be hanging around that constellation area. So if anybody keep a lookout for it, it should look like a star that's moving.
You might have found another planet, bro.
But it was moving, like moving in more than one direction. It wasn't just like moving like one way. It would move and go back and then down and then up and then back again. So this was like weird movements.
Was it just a plain observation, or did you have any optics, or what were you
Well,
working
yeah,
with?
first I was just taking random shots of the night sky to see if the stars come out on the photo, and they did. Like, this camera's great. Like, I didn't have to do long shutters and all that crap. Just pointed up at the sky, boom, I can see stars on the LCD screen. I'm like, whoa! I don't have to sit here for 5 minutes with a shutter open. It's blurry. Like, so I was already loving it, but then I started to notice, like, wait a minute, are the constellations changing? Like, from one picture to the other? I'm like, what happened to the star that was there? So then I pulled out the video, and then I go to zoom in because it has that little facial recognition square that tries to, keep track of the whatever objects on the LCD. So it's keeping a track for me, and then I go to zoom in, and then I rest the camera because I didn't have it on a tripod. I had it like on a stack of wood pellets so it wouldn't move. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, how fast are the stars moving? Because it looked like, you zoom into something in Stellarium, and you're trying to get a good close-up look at it, but the thing's moving so fast, so you got to zoom out. It was like that. It was like I zoom in, and the thing's moving fast, and I zoom out, and I'm like, wait a minute. And then I noticed it was moving independent of the constellation stars. So now I'm looking at this thing, and it's oscillating, and I'm like, what is this thing doing? Loop-de-loops? It's just weird. I've seen a million UFOs, but this one was, disguised as a star because it was doing the oscillation thing, all the colors, and you wouldn't really notice it apart from a star. But when you zoom in on it, you do notice the movements. So P900 is going to be good for that stuff. From a distance, it's like zooming out on Stellarium. You don't really notice anything moving. You zoom in, there it goes. Like, you got to pan to catch up with it. So it was like that.
So you saw this thing with your naked eye?
Yes. Once I pulled the camera away and I looked up, and I'm like, there it is. And then I go focus back in the camera with it. I got the video and pictures, and then Larry rang me doing a live hangout, so I came back inside. But I just have to export them to the computer, and there they are. I was showing them to Larry, and I didn't even get to the video part with Larry. He wanted to go live and whatever. So I haven't even watched the video part yet. I just looked at the stills. And I was going to look at them later today. Check out the video, and if it looks good, I'll stream it on FREECHAN along with the photos. And I've just started. I just started. If these UFOs are already popping out for me, it's going to be a long road of this shit. And I like to mess with colors and stuff too. So once I get the pictures done, I'll lighten them up and darken them up to see if I can pull anything out. So I always look for the extra in there, not just the surface of what I see. I always look for something else. So I'm very thorough with my photos. I try to be anyway. But this was just right out there. I don't even have to do anything to the images. You can just see that it's moving around because I took consecutive stills, in the same spot, just cha-ching, 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 just kept taking them, and you can see something's moving just from the stills. Yeah. So I took both video and stills.
Yeah, I had a
there's a lot of shit up there moving around.
I don't know if you know New Zealand very well, but I'm in the middle of the South Island, and about 10 years ago, I was looking out to the northwest and seen what I observed to be a UFO. And about a couple of weeks later, I was at the local bar, and a mate that I didn't realise was going to be on there, a helicopter pilot from the West Coast, was in the bar, and he was talking about the same thing I saw from the middle of the South Island, but he was on the West Coast, about 160 kilometres in a straight line, and was talking about the same thing I saw from 160 kilometres away.
Was it fast moving?
No, it was stationary, colourful lights, not like an aeroplane or a helicopter has green and red strobe lights on the left and right wing.
Right.
And white light on the tail.
Was it was it triple lights, like triangle?
Oh, this thing had green, red, orange, yellow lights.
That oscillate, and they oscillate through the colors. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw one of those up close. They freaking oscillate through all the colors, like when they're doing something. Like it's pretty crazy Steven Spielberg kind of fluorescence too. When you see them really close up.
Oh yeah, and I know for a fact it wasn't an aeroplane or helicopter because I've been in aviation all my life, and it's not a strobe light pattern off wings of an aeroplane. It's not even the right colours, and that's exactly why this helicopter pilot was talking about the same thing, and we were 160 kilometres apart, talking about the exact same object on the same day at the same time, and we were 160 kilometers apart.
Yeah, so that sounds like a good bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess they could kind of blend in too if they're oscillating like that. You know, if you're not staring at them long enough and whatnot, you're probably just going to write it off as a star or an airplane. But you got to pay careful attention up there, especially if you are UFO hunting. And you will notice a difference between the FAA or whatever country regulation air lights versus something that's not doing quite the same thing. To me, some of them even look like bioluminescence, like deep underwater fish that strobe, like cuttlefish and such. That's just how it looks because the way it's strobing, and you go watch those undersea videos, looks the same thing. It's doing the same type of disco strobe. It's very strange.
Yeah, something we see in the night sky though is a lot of stars, Alpha Centauri or whatever the fuck it's called, are actually two stars orbiting each other, and they're tugging on each other going in and out. So it looks, from here, it looks like they're strobing, almost getting dimmer and lighter, dimmer and lighter.
Some stars strobe through all the colors. Some stars strobe one color. I think I want to say Arcturus, the big red giant, in Orion, I believe. That one, you zoom in on, it just strobes red, only red. Why do some strobe all the colors and some only strobe one color? But they definitely strobe, like it's a energy ball or something. It's just strobing. Of course, the atmosphere, the water vapor atmosphere creates, some of it too. It's just can't get a sharp focus in on them. On the stars, that is, not the UFOs, the stars. But the UFOs, you just zoom in on them and it's is zooming in on the light, the oscillating strobe light, which is kind of what I did last night as best I could. I noticed when I got really close, it got a little blurry, so I got to work on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's the atmosphere. We treat it like a liquid.
Yeah. If you're looking through enough of it, you might as well be looking through liquid.
Well, it's the same thing. The airflow acts exactly like water down rapids.
Right. Now, a proof I use with flat Earth stuff is, okay, you know that and I know that with the atmosphere looking at objects through it. How do these satellites take such crystal clear, sharp pictures through all that to the ground below? But they can't do that on the moon. You know what I'm saying? It's always blurry and low quality on the moon, but they can cut through the water vapor atmosphere on these satellites, no problem, to go look at a topless woman on a building or something. We try to focus on something up there, and it's just looking through water. Even though it's a bright light, we should see a bright light that's not shimmering. I mean, if they're looking at something on the ground from a satellite, shouldn't it be shimmering? They take a still photo, shouldn't it be all wavy? Yeah, that's my opinion.
No, I'm sure I've spoken to you before, bro, but I'll just reiterate again that
the Google Planes thing.
No, I'm just going to say that I'm not a flat earther.
Oh, well, I'm just saying that's what I say in the evidence about the satellites thing. That's one of my arguments.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I just wanted to get that out there.
That's fine. I don't care what anybody's opinion is about it. It's an investigation of progress, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm. And yeah, I mean, in terms of that, we don't know what technology's out there, like a conspiracy that hasn't really been delved into is that MH370.
MH370?
Yeah, that's
Malaysian
the Malaysian
Airlines 777.
the flight that went down and wasn't able to be tracked.
Yep.
Yeah. And in saying that, I think that the United States military knows exactly where that is.
Most likely.
From satellite images, but they can't. Their images are that good, they can't say, go there. That's where it is. Otherwise, everyone else is going to know that their satellite images are that good.
You think that's it? Like they're trying to hide the clarity of the satellite images?
I think they know exactly whereabouts it is, but for national security, they don't want North Korea to know that they've got satellite images that can find this airplane that's been missing for 2 years. They're not going to say, go here and you'll find it. Otherwise, North Korea is...
What if they said, go here and you'll find it, and they don't exactly disclose the means of how they found it?
Because after 2 years of searching,
you'd think that they would come up with something that was, took effort, not so much just a satellite image. Boom, there it is, which shouldn't have taken 2 years.
We'll put it this way. I'll put money on that it'll be found in 2017. They'll find it because it's been 3 years, and they can say, look over here.
Well, what would be the story behind it, though? Why would they wait till 2017 to bring it up unless it was you know, going to be part of something else, maybe another propaganda thing or something. Who knows? I don't know, but I don't see any purpose in saying that they found it now. Like, it's kind of like people might just be like, okay, that one's solved, moving on.
Well, it's funny you mention it because I just did a quick search, and there's a affiliate in Denver who's saying that just 3 days ago they found out what happened to it. I'll link you the story. You guys are welcome to read it, and I'll present it if you want. But apparently,
What do you mean they've actually found it?
they have additional analysis of the final satellite communications to and from the aircraft is consistent with the aircraft being in a high and increasing rate of descent at the time. Additionally, the wing flap debris analysis reduced the likelihood of end-of-flight scenarios involving flap deployment, and evidently they found something in Tanzania that washed up in June. There's no way it was being flown by anyone. It was out of control, ran out of fuel, and spiraled into the sea at high speed.
No, we'll see. That's where I have to interject there, because if an airplane is flown at high speed into the sea, you'd find debris for months. It would disintegrate. You'd find debris. There'd be debris floating for months. There'd be thousands of pieces of debris. It wouldn't matter if it was in the middle of the Indian Ocean. There'd be debris washing up in Mauritius and Sri Lanka and Africa. Thousands of bits.
Yeah, that wouldn't sink. It would be floating.
Well, it wouldn't sink. If it went in high speed, it wouldn't sink because there'd be nothing to sink. It would disintegrate.
But the light pieces of it.
The light pieces would float.
Noticeable.
And think of a 777 with 300 seat cushions. The airplane at high impact with the sea is like flying into the ground. It would disintegrate, and all those seat cushions would float on the surface for months.
Yep, that's true. And they would probably have logos on them and such to identify what craft they would belong to and such. Yeah,
they would.
Yep. Not to mention whatever was in the luggage.
Unless it was like Flight 93, where, you know, once it hit the ocean kind of just swallowed it up, and it just like vaporized and was not recoverable.
Well, that's Flight 93 was the one outside of Pittsburgh, wasn't it? That
Shanksville.
Into the ground. Shanksville, sorry.
Yeah.
Again, the thing I find interesting about that and the eyewitness accounts is people saying that there was no bodies, there was no body parts. I wouldn't expect there to be anything. If an airplane nosedives into the ground,
I would expect remnants of the engines, at least.
No, man, not at those velocities.
Well,
not a chance.
You gotta, I mean, at the velocity though, but I mean, it's not enough to incinerate the titanium. I mean, no temperature or impact is enough to completely destroy the engines.
No, that is a good point. But there's an engine, a turbofan engine is made up of pretty much a tower 2 stories high of compressor blades, which have very high tensile strength for pulling air through them, but they'll disintegrate and shatter when they plow into a hard surface. And I'm not saying that there would have been huge parts of the engine left. What I'm saying is that on the videos that are on YouTube, it was chosen not to show those bits.
Right. So, Jazz, are you saying that you believe that the plane did like liquefy and go into the ground and was not recoverable, or are you saying that there should have been debris and it didn't look right?
On Flight 93,
Yes.
a 757 that nosedives into the ground, you're not going to find much left. You go and get yourself a can of cherries, punch a wee hole in the top so there's an air escape, and you stomp on that. You jump on it, squash that can full of cherries, and you cut that can of cherries open, and you see if you can find any recognizable cherries. I guarantee you will not find a recognizable cherry.
And that's the fuselage.
Right. I just don't understand. I just don't understand why we can dig for like a month for like 33 miners that are trapped, but like a plane with U.S. citizens that went down over like one of the most tragic days in history. We don't dig or find or search for anything. It just gets walled off, and the pieces of paper and small bits get picked up, and you know, I just find it hard to believe that like that's the only thing that was recoverable. Like
bandana and a passport, I believe, was recovered from that scene.
And a much smaller like engine, like there was like a remnants of something, like some type of aircraft might have crashed there, but I wouldn't say it was any type of plane, because there in every wreckage of a plane there's been parts and pieces, like you said, even over the ocean. Like planes are destructible, but they don't just like vaporize and get swallowed by the ground.
Yeah, pieces will fly.
I don't think that's logically, physically possible.
Well,
you could try to explain it mathematically, and it might work in like a simulation, but in reality, it just doesn't work for me.
I understand that it doesn't work and make sense for you, but did you watch 9/11 on the day live?
I did.
I saw what was shown to me and purported or alleged to be live.
And seen it live, over, close to my heart. Had to shout it out. Sorry to interrupt. Saw it live, at least what the media reported to me. But carry on.
And that's the key to the whole thing. Is there is I was watching the morning news here in New Zealand and saw the whole thing. I took the day off work and watched the whole thing.
All right. Did that happen?
And well, here's the other thing, and I'll bring in my phrase shortly.
Did it fucking happen?
Are you asking me, did it happen, Ivan?
I'm not saying it didn't happen. It happened to me. I know how it affected me. I'm just asking, what happened to you?
No, it didn't happen to me, but it happened to the people that it happened to, and it happened to the thousands of people that fucking watched it with their own eyes.
It happened to this whole world. I mean, whether you were on the continent or not. I mean, if you
so
can
how can you
you're
ask,
in New Zealand and you missed, like, what happened that day? What happened?
What are you trying to say?
What do you think
I'm
he's
just
trying
saying
to say?
It affected everybody in one way or the other, whether it was
affected everyone,
propaganda or whether it was truth or whatever.
Whether it's truth or whatever.
Oh no.
No,
I know you
no,
don't
that's-
like wishy-washy answers, so I'll just put it out there.
No, bro, that's my question to you,
Go ahead.
Ivan.
Go ahead, man.
is
Yes.
you're obviously claiming that you think it didn't happen.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that
I didn't
at
hear
all.
him say that at all
I
either.
never said that.
No.
I never
And
said that.
I didn't
No,
hear
no.
him say that.
It happened. It happened to me in a big way.
And did it
I'll
happen to
tell
the
you.
3,000 people that were killed?
I don't know about that. I wasn't there to
What do you
count the
mean you
bodies, so
don't
I
know?
can't.
Did
I
it
have
happen
no.
to the 3, 4, 5, 7,000 people that witnessed it with their own eyes? Did it happen to them?
I believe the
Or are you calling them
responders, yeah.
liars?
And I'm not one of those like, oh, that shit didn't, like, that was all fake. But I mean,
what?
I don't think he's saying it didn't happen. I don't think anybody is not saying that it didn't happen.
Yeah,
I think
I'm not saying it didn't happen.
there's just a difference of opinion in the way it was presented and the way it allegedly happened, or the causes and effects of that day. Those are in question. Like the official story about the events on that day are questionable. Like I don't think the answers are there. The answers are all like summed up in the official report. That's clearly not the case.
Well,
hey, Jibby.
Yeah.
Why do you got beef with me, man? You say you were in New Zealand when it happened? Is that what you said? You were in New Zealand?
No, that's
You're not talking to Jibby. You're talking to Jazz.
Oh, my bad. I thought it was Jibby.
Yeah, man, I was right here in the middle of New Zealand when it happened.
Okay.
Yeah, I had family who were in the air on that day in that area. So
Right.
Yeah,
and like something happened there, right? And I mean I was stuck. This is gonna sound weird, but I was getting dental work south of the border in Mexico, from where I live in Southern California, and the border got locked. Chair getting myriads of teeth ripped out of my face, but just weirdness. Yeah, but I don't know. I remember watching it, like waiting to get picked up in the morning, like turn on the telly, and bam, planes flying out of buildings. You know, and it was
it's a
kind of
very
weird
very compelling, traumatic, and dramatic
right
portrayal on the programming box on that day.
Right? Yeah, it was.
And it
But
affected
check
many
this
different
out.
people
Look
around the
Look what's
world.
happening. Yeah, it doesn't matter what continent you're on, but I was interested to hear what it sounded like from someone that was on like a different continent.
I came across Google satellite still imagery of the Shanksville crash site from 1996, and those marks in the ground were there then. Those marks are not wing marks. Those marks were on the ground in 1996. Somebody put that in a YouTube video and it got pulled. It was not copyright anything. It got pulled. The channel got knocked down. Like, that's some hot evidence. If anybody can find a copy of it. Shanksville crash site, satellite imagery, 1996. The impact marks on the ground were there. So whatever we saw in 2001, that shit was already in the ground according to these images. So I don't know. You know,
dudes, here's a prime example of
Did
it.
I just hear Jibby say, I don't know? God bless America.
I can't, you know, it's, yeah, I don't know everything.
Hey, I'm right there with you, bro. That's hugs.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? First bump.
Well, here's a prime example of your video of Flight 93 found in 96, and the marks were already in the ground. Have you fellas, you've obviously done a lot of research into 9/11, and of course the smoking guns, World Trade Center 7.
I would go with Pentagon. impact hole at the Pentagon is that even when I bring that up to people, even that one, like they really kind of, it stumps them, because when you think about the engines not even breaking the windows of the Pentagon because they allegedly folded back in like an accordion. I mean, an impact like that, along with a long wingspan, it's going to shatter every single window. It just is. That's physics. It's kinetic energy transfer, and it would shatter. I think the windows would be shattered just by the vibration of the plane coming towards it, like that close. Never mind the impact. But when there's unbroken windows, books open, unburned, you know, it's something else.
With a
hey, seriously, any stateside out here, the continental U.S., if you have to accept that 9/11 happened like that, you have two choices: go to sleep or rise up. You know what I mean? And even to truthers, man, you think that, like, you know what I'm saying? Even to the most truther person, there's like, oh, well, I know this, or I can just no gray area. It's yes or no, fight or submit. And I think that's pretty much the construct in anything you live in these days. But seriously,
3 or 4, if there's a few points of the 9/11
what are you gonna do?
story that really have big holes in the evidence and physics, you gotta kind of like take a step back and look at it objectively. And
no, I feel you. I feel that. But what are you gonna do once you realize like that happened? And then most people, I mean, try being a truther, talking to your family about this at Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever. Be like, no, this shit's happening, and then everyone looks at you like you're nuts. We've had this discussion 1,000 times.
Oh yeah.
Dudes, you can't talk about physics.
I mean, you can, but it's you gotta.
You can't. You just can't.
Can you even talk to your? I can barely talk to myself about it. You know what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying is you can't talk about physics to prove 9/11 when physics proves that the Earth is flat.
I'm talking about
so you've
the
got
whole
one, or you've got the other.
I'm talking about the whole shebang.
Wait, you're saying physics and flat Earth too?
Well, the physics that prove the Earth's flat, you don't.
No, we use physics to prove water runs flat.
No. Physics proves that water follows the path of least resistance.
Well, what's the physics behind orbital mechanics?
So there was no plane. How does flat Earth
How does
planes?
orbital mechanics deal with steel reinforced concrete structures collapsing at free fall speed due to fire?
Orbital mechanics? I can tell you that.
It's got nothing to do with it, meaning you can't use the physics behind a building can't collapse due to fire, and a 300-ton airplane full of 200 tons of jet fuel burning at 2,000 degrees Celsius can't bring down a building. Of course it can. You can't take one and use it to prove something that you believe that the World Trade Center was a joke, and not use it to say that the Earth's flat. You can't do it.
Well, how does
you can do it because you
how does
are.
a plane go in? How does a plane go in a tower like a hot knife through butter? Not a piece breaks off, but when it hits the Pentagon, now it's all malleable and parts break off outside. And, you know, it's one or the other. Which one is it?
Yeah, and aluminum. Let's just take it back here for a second. An aluminum fuselage airplane like MH370 can hit the water and spray debris everywhere, right? And break up into little bits and pieces when it hits the water. But when it hits the ground in Shanksville, or it hits a steel concrete reinforced structure, it just slides right in and gets enveloped and encased and even protrudes out the other side on the live video. Like, you don't find any of that incongruent. And also all the architects and engineers who have the physical know-how and the structural integrity background to comprehend what materials do and do not do when they collapse or, you know, go under some type of stress. And that's the first time in history that any building has collapsed due to fire that's steel reinforced. And it happened 3 times that day. And one of them wasn't even hit by anything. It just had office fires.
Well, that's what I was talking about before, the infamous Building 7. Not one single video produced today shows you what I saw live, and that is a wedge from the lobby of Building 7 up to the 11th or 12th floor, completely taken out.
I saw that. It was like a big chunk taken out of the bottom. I remember seeing it.
The firefighters were going through the building, and there's the bottom half of the building's friggin' gone. Now, how could you say after seeing that building wouldn't collapse?
Was taken out. It did look like a bite was taken out on the other side, from the side that they show you that comes down. On the other side, at the ground floor, it looked like a bite was taken out of the bottom. But that should not mean a free fall, straight vertical fall. That should have.
But it wasn't free fall.
Fell a little bit and then fell like backwards.
The top,
anybody forgetting,
right or left hand?
Is everybody forgetting that on September 12th, the companies that were in charge of a lot of finances for the government were going to be audited the next day before that happened? And the day before, Cheney saying, "Hey, we lost like freaking $5, whatever trillion dollars it was." You know what I'm saying? Like, and not to mention that, but like supposedly there was some secret floor that was the embassy to the Hollow Earth, whatever.
Well, that's a new one to me.
Correlation on some secret floor that only certain people had the.
It was a bunker.
Secret elevator key to. I mean, let's not forget all about that. But yeah, the whole thing sucks.
Let's definitely not forget about that. Because Ivan, if you were bankrupt,
don't forget about that part.
If you went bankrupt tomorrow, would you tell people? Would you tell your neighbours that you're going to set your house on fire to get the insurance?
Well,
yes,
Jazz,
you would.
all right,
so everyone would be like, "Oh, they're crazy. Look at those guys. They're saying that stuff."
Well, Jazz, let's go with that, right? Angela Lansbury from Murder, She Wrote, is investigating 9/11. Now she goes, "Okay, Mr. Silverstein, I see in July you took out really expensive and elaborate insurance policies after just buying those buildings, and it just so happened to fall down under these explicit details that you added in about planes. I might suspect that you might be a suspect." But no, nobody even thinks. Oh, wait, you can't. What suspect? What kind of crazy talk is that? Are you kidding me? He'd be the #1 guy on every show.
Let me just say this. I understand that that day was very traumatic, especially as it was expressed over the airwaves and on television to many different people around the world. And Jazz, I think your heart's in the right place, because it seems like you have empathy for those 3,000 people that lost their lives and their families, and that's it's, you know, it warms my heart to know that you have that empathy or compassion for people. And I don't think anybody here is trying to denigrate that or, you know, dishonor that. What we're just trying to say is that to really honor those people that lost their lives, it deserves like rationally looking at things and critically thinking about what makes sense and what's reasonable, and questioning the official story is in another way honoring them, not dishonoring them. Because we still don't know.
Listen, I don't know, but
if I could just talk to World for just a second.
Tell you.
What World? I must commend you on your on the way you conduct things. You should be a reporter on 60 Minutes or the host of 60 Minutes or something.
Or a politician.
Very well done.
But
I don't. I do feel for those people that lost their lives, and that's what pisses me off a little bit, is that you guys don't.
Actually, we just don't take the first explanation as a satisfactory answer when we can argue a lot of the details of it. So to us, we're not satisfied.
I'm gonna have to
until we
agree on that one, buddy.
Definitive proof. Like, so it's
All right,
actually
buddy.
honoring that memory more than anything.
Let me get fired up.
But how can you?
It's because we both forget until we get to the bottom.
See the plane
That's honoring them.
Hey, Jazz, how come I can hear you smiling when you say that?
Zero.
How come I can hear you smiling when you say that? He's
So-
just sticking all. He's just putting a stick in the hornet's nest. He's trying to pick apart. He first came out with, I'm a flat earther, like that was gonna start some shit. Now he started up with this stuff. Why can I hear you smiling when you say that?
Who's a flat earther?
Who's talking
What's
about
that?
flat earthers?
No,
Who's a
I'm
flat
saying
earther?
Chad, hold on.
Jack
Chaz is
Asconder's not a fucking flat earther.
Chaz,
I agree, Poncho
hold
Pete.
on,
I've
hold
never
on.
been a
That's
flat
what he
earther.
said. In
I
order
know, I've
to
got
try to-
footage of you at 9/11, you and Tom
All
Osmond.
right,
Looking down the
to
Twin
him
Towers. I've got footage of it. Give me next
Don't
video,
talk
Jack.
shit about Total.
Give him what he wants, Poncho. He's just come here for an argument. That's it.
Well, no, we have.
I
Come
can
and
hear.
give me
I
some.
can hear him smile. No, I just want to point out the adorability of. I can hear you smiling when you say these things, bro. That's all.
Well, if you give me a second, you won't hear me smiling.
That sounds kind of.
Just remember, you was the pilot at 9/11. I've got video footage, Jazz.
Listen.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it happened. It doesn't.
I was
What-
there.
You're gonna
Video's coming
take
out Monday,
stock on
Josh.
what continent you're on or how it affected you. It affected us all. It's a world stage, and we're all affected by it. Whether you think it's a freaking a farce or truth.
Ivan,
Or
how could it affect us all if it never happened?
pardon?
How could it affect us all if you guys are claiming it never happened?
We're not claiming
I
that. We're
never
just saying
said
it
that.
didn't happen
I
the
never said
way
that.
that
The
it
way
was
you got told.
portrayed or alleged to have happened.
I never said it never
Story.
happened. I never said that. I never said it never happened. I said it affected us all, whether it happened. You know, I mean, whether what you believe in or what.
So what
whether you
you're
were there
saying,
when it
and
happened,
so what you're
whether you were
saying is
down the
George Bush
street
flew the
or
planes
down the
in?
block,
That's what you're saying,
or
right?
across the continent. It
No,
happens in the world.
What is going
You
on
can't
here?
say that
There's
event didn't
You're
affect
changing
you.
our words
Like,
around into
any part of the
something else. That's
globe,
what's going on.
you're
Well,
There's
lying.
I
8
never
million
said any of
people
these
in
things, but
Manhattan.
That
you
shouldn't happen to you. Like whether you're here or not.
There's 8 million
Like, it
people in
affected you in
Manhattan.
some
How
way.
many
Tell me it
million
didn't.
would have been
One at
witness
a
to that?
time, talking over each other.
Yeah, stop doing that, please.
You can't understand either of you. One of you's got to talk, and then the other guy reply.
Ivan.
Ivan,
Hello.
continue.
I was just saying, I think it affected everyone on a global scale, and if you cannot admit to how, like, you could say, oh, that happened to those people over there. Glad that wasn't me, or that shit was a whole psyop. That shit affected everyone on a global level, and on a psychological level, and on a social level this very day, and it's brought us
But it was
here,
mental.
whether it was fake, whether it was what, and I believe that do we not all agree that the buildings were knocked down?
I don't
Building
know.
7 knocked down. They were pretty demolished. There's a big pile
Knocked
of
down,
rubble.
yeah, knocked
They
down,
built
not
up the World Trade One Center.
knocked
I'm
down.
pretty sure we can all agree on that.
They were
We were all
knocked
affected by that
down. Yes,
in
they were knocked
one
down.
way or another. We were all
I agree.
affected by
Men brought them buildings down. I agree. They were knocked down. They weren't
Yes.
terrorist attacked. Well, they
and
were.
it
but not by
affected
the same
everybody,
terrorists.
not just on the U.S., but everybody on this.
Yeah,
world
mentally, it was a
or
psyop. Of
on
course, you're
this
going to be
plane,
affected by
whatever
it.
you want to call it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Copy that, Ivan, Poncho. I get it. Jibby,
Ponchito.
go ahead.
It's trauma-based mind control. Like, yeah, it's the buildings were brought down. We don't know exactly how. We don't have all the details, and we're never going to get all the details. All we can work with is what we see and what there was for the aftermath, and that's what we have to work with. And then we have basic knowledge of science and physics. And I don't care how fast Superman throws an aluminum plane at a building, it is not going to go straight through that building and come out the other end. It's a hollow aluminum airplane.
Yeah,
Superman
that's
can
not
throw
gonna
it
happen.
at 1,000 miles an hour. It don't matter. It's not going to cut through it. It won't even go through it. It might dent it a little if it's Superman, but that's about it.
No, that's a Cumberlandski. Roger.
I mean, there would have been debris that fell down. I mean, if there's debris,
That didn't happen.
Fair comments, Jibby. What we're all.
Where are the vortices in the smoke at the second plane? Now there should be a trail of air that's swirling right behind that plane. As soon as there was an explosion, the explosion should have had a vortice.
Paisley signs.
Yeah, like vortices would have lasted a little bit after that plane crashed because the air is moving along with the plane and twirling. Now, when that smoke comes out, the plume of smoke, where the impact was, we should have saw 2 vortices in the smoke. We didn't. There were none.
No, we wouldn't have.
Why?
In the
Was
wake
it a windy
of
day?
the plane's jet engines, we would have seen vortices.
Was it in an hurricane?
No, we wouldn't have. Because
It's a
if
Boeing
you really want
747.
me, Poncho
Do you
Pete,
wanna
do you
hear
really want
some-
me to explain it to you?
Go ahead.
Well, every plane I've ever watched land causes those vortexes. I'm right near an airport.
Please come back full circle when you guys are done.
All right,
Thank you.
and I'll tell you why. Do you want me to tell you exactly why that
Do it.
happens? I can tell you in about a minute and a half.
I already know it's 2 engines.
No, it's got nothing to do with the engines.
Of course it has. It's pushing air.
When airplanes are flying slow/landing, they have a low airspeed, which causes increased induced drag.
But they said it was
High pressure, below the wings are low pressure. High pressure wants to go to low pressure. The air above the wing moves towards the tip of the wing to the low pressure. That motion causes a vortice. That's why you see them when they're landing, and that's why none will be seen when they're flying at 500 miles an hour into the fucking
And
World
what
Trade
are the
Center.
chances? And what are the chances of a man who can't fly a plane landing a slowing plane like that?
Why are you bringing that up, Jezzaconda?
Because Poncho Pete asked.
I
Like-
know, but
it's
like
to the point,
we're
guys.
all going towards a certain pinnacle. Why would
point.
you go backwards?
A Boeing 747 just passed me at 500 miles an hour. It is cutting the air.
Yeah, we got that. Like,
It
that
is.
could happen. We know. I'm pretty sure we all know that. But
Look, I can feel that. That's just my hand.
At 500 miles an hour, it's going to affect you by little. If it passed you at 140 miles an hour, you would notice it more than you would at 500.
Actually,
If you were driving your garden lawnmower, mowing your fucking lawns at 140 miles an hour, a Boeing 747 would just about roll your lawnmower over.
But either way, it's an empty aluminium can, right?
Hey,
Well, that
Jazzy.
depends.
Well, it's just a big Coke can with 2 engines on it.
4 engines, but whatever.
4, 2, it doesn't matter, does it?
With
4, even
3
more
or
jets.
500
Should have been
people.
4 vortexes.
No, vortexes have nothing to do with it.
Why?
I just told you why.
Is this guy effing with us?
of its speed or because of its altitude that it didn't have vortexes?
I don't understand what this guy's point is.
Vortexes are
Sorry, guys.
created at low speed. They have vortexes are virtually nothing at cruise speed. Vortexes are created when an airplane is slow and they're about to land.
Can you explain why they said two planes brought down the towers?
Hang on, I'm getting to.
Your vortex technology or whatever you're doing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, the vortices are invisible until made visible, like big, thick black smoke. Now they're visible. Otherwise, it's swirling air that you can't see.
Sorry, I'm getting two questions here at once. Ivan or Jibby?
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jimmy. You can't see swirling hot vortice air at 500 miles an hour unless you have another medium to reveal to you the trajectory, the motion of the air, and that big black cloud would have revealed the vortices in.
Are you? No.
Of the plane. Because that air would have also been traveling behind the plane for a little
Slow
bit.
moving plane, Jibby, on the screen.
No. Oh, here we go. Here's a Boeing 777. Let's go. Let's watch this.
Yeah. Go ahead and work all that math out. I'm just trying to see what it matters when the freaking buildings have been demolished in real life. Who knows how they were put down? They were.
Well, you've done your research. Right? What airplane flew into the Empire State Building?
I don't care about that. The two
course not.
towers crashed, and they had to build. They erected a new one. Am I wrong about that? Who cares about how they were put down? Or I mean, it's very emotional. Sure, you can argue about that.
It's not emotional for you, bro. You don't give a shit.
Listen to me. Were two buildings demolished and one arisen? Yes or no?
Yes, they were, but you don't give a shit.
Yes
and that's
or
what
no?
you're talking
wait a
about.
minute. That's an assumption or an assertion that he doesn't give a shit. Wait. Ivan, wait.
Yes,
just stop, guys. Just stop for a second, okay?
Seriously. I mean,
this is the point where making an assertion or an allegation that he doesn't give a shit, I think is erroneous, because if you want to, honor the memory of all the people by saying, yes, it did happen, it happened exactly the way it did.
It happened.
And
yes,
wait, and there's no other discussion about it. And if you discuss it, then you're somehow in the wrong. I would just say that there are many different. I'm not saying you are. Please let me finish.
If people are trying to argue
about I'm just going to have to mute you both. I'm sorry. Apologize. I just need to say this piece, and then maybe we can just switch topics. Maybe that's a good plan. But you can debate the fine minutia of the event as much as you want, and you can pick it apart and argue it from either side, whatever topic or whatever intricacies of that day you want to. Would you please stop, dude? I'm just saying. So you can argue point by point however you want to, and you can be on one side or the other. But if you actually were to take a look at the whole of everything that's being discussed, about all the questions that have been raised, and the merits of those, there is a preponderance of reason and critical thinking that needs to be done to really truly get the whole picture. And if you're willing to just go from one to the other and just dismiss this as this or this as that, and just keep towing that official storyline, I think that's, I don't know, to me that's intellectually somewhat dishonest, or possibly, just because of the emotion that's attached with it, there could be some self-deceit there, because, you have that emotional connection to the loss of life that happened on that day. And I understand that. I went through a period of that as well in my cognitive dissonance. Dude, it depends on if you want to stay there or not.
Everyone handles it their own way, man. I feel it.
No, very well spoken.
I'm not trying to.
But
just go ahead, man.
Can I talk just for a second? at the end of the day, you can very well spoken. You can call it cognitive dissonance, whatever you like. You can say that the world's been manufactured or trained to think what they think, but the fact is that they just don't. And the prime example was 9/11. If that shit really went down, and Bush or whoever was involved, then the world would be on it.
The shit, right? No, they don't care.
No,
if that really happened.
If that really,
what the eyes see and the ears hear, the mind believes, and especially if you tie that in with the heart emotion, it's solidified and concretized in their thought process and their perspective.
It's easy. It's really easy to use that to sway people or sway them this way or that way. But it happens. It's actually whatever happens.
The opposite way.
And however you want to rest it.
Completely the opposite way.
It affected all of us.
And
however you want to
set up.
But it.
And this paranoia is your bitch. If you let paranoia be your bitch,
what?
The world's not your oyster.
Paranoia.
Right. Well, I don't think it's much of paranoia, and at some point, paranoia is not a disease; it becomes part of a skill. And when you see something that is off, like you see a magician like pull a trick, and you recognize it for what it is, like you're not fooled by it. And over time, throughout history, it's also been released that governments lie. They do some pretty shady shit to get into wars and to have things happen. And it's completely released that they do these things and they lie about things and they conceal things and convolute things. And why would you continually trust an organization of people that continue to do that in positions of power?
But why would you, from things in the past, one thing that stems to me and in my history would be the true story. There's a movie about it, Air America, the biggest airline in the world in the early late 60s, 1970s, run by the CIA, huge top secret operation, all the pilots running opium and guns. That's top secret shit.
How did Mel Gibson know about it then?
What? And what in the world has any government done to make you so paranoid that every single thing they do is out to get you?
No, it's not out to get you. It's not out to get me personally. I don't think that way. Like it's not.
I know you don't, because of the way you talk.
Conspiracy against me myself. It's just it's a means to them. The ends justify the means, and if they can create the situation to use a body of knowledge that they've created to make a certain impact on the population, to have a certain reaction, then I wouldn't put it past them to do that, and to do it in a way that's most effective, because they have it all.
Heart,
they would have it worked out. That's why they do the drills. That's why the drill was like, if you look at everything, like the drill that was happening on the same day, which was like the same function, the first responders and EMS training that were there the night before, the commercial impacts with the put options on the airlines, as well as the announcement the day before that said that trillions of dollars were missing. Just the whole correlation, it just seemed like too much of a there's too many avenues to go through, and if you just take a step back and look at everything as a whole, rather than just trying to pick apart one radical idea from the next, because there are some kind of ridiculous ones out there, depending on your purview or what you choose to investigate. But when you take a step back and look at everything as a whole, there's got to be some questions, especially for the skeptical, rational, critically thinking man. And I just there's too many questions. I can't just chalk it up to the way they said it happened, the way they described it, the way they reported it, everything was exactly how it was.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely right.
Is it kind of like how they said they had WMDs in Iraq and they went in and didn't really find anything and they said, okay, just had some bad intel. Don't worry, guys. We'll get it right next time.
Yeah, but in that way of thinking, should they not have gone? What if they didn't go? What then?
Well, that was the whole plan. That was also, part of the plan.
It wasn't. How do you know that was the plan? You're not them, man. I get where you're coming from, but you just don't know. You don't know, and is it worth? What do they call it? Wagering your life or your family's life on? Is it? Would it be better that we never went?
How would I be wagering my
Why would
own or
you
my
even go
family's
there?
life?
I'm sorry if I
Questioning
missed on 5
reality.
minutes, but that just seems weird.
Why would I be afraid? Because that if you want to look at it from the big picture, that's what it was about, is just the fear, the sheer terror and horror
Leaving people
that it happened, that happened on that day. It's like, that was probably the main goal. And as a non-resident alien living on the earth in the territorial boundaries of what's called the United States of America, I know for a fact that a U.S. citizen is considered an enemy of the state, and that goes back many years. And then after that day, with the Patriot Act and the NDAA, everyone, instead of being described as an enemy of the state, everyone's considered a domestic terrorist unless you prove otherwise. So coming from a country where, the rights and freedoms of our forefathers were taught to me in like a civics course in school, which isn't really taught anymore, I found that very profound. And just that in and of itself, like, those who would trade their liberty for security will get neither, nor do they deserve either. And so it's a continual process that's been going on since the start of this country.
Oh, and that may be the conflict from where you are and where I am, is very muchly it is that we were in school, we were taught, we weren't told anything. We were taught, meaning that there was facts to back it up, and each fact backed each other fact, which is science. And so we were never told, this is how it is, believe that, which is, hey.
No, I get what you're coming from. I come from a state-run education and a scientific system of curriculum in school where, I can relate to that. We were told, we were taught what the facts were, how they related to each other. We were able to comprehend those and recite them back in repetition. We were taught, what to think, and not so necessarily how to think or how to critically think about certain things or how to come up with other perspectives on a certain topic or event. It's where common sense comes in, which, if you look around in the majority of the world today, it seems to be lacking quite a bit.
Doesn't common sense mean like you kind of follow what everyone else is thinking? It's like the common sense, like it's what everyone thinks.
Common census, or what you interpret as your senses, and people having like experience with their own senses, that would be common sense. Welcome, P, by the way. P Mars in the house. Shout out to the chat.
Yes, well,
You guys want to do next topic? I'm going to refill my coffee.
Shit, could you not just hear the amazing speech I just said?
I unfortunately did not hear you, Jazz.
You were muted.
I was on mute the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So was I.
No, I was just saying, in terms of being taught and being told and being taught, you're taught that speed equals distance over time, which you can work out. You don't have to have a calculator.
Yeah.
You can have the sun and the distance, and you can work it out. And there's a lot of other equations that come off that and can be proven from that. But being told something is that line of willow trees is going to take 25 years to grow. I'm telling you that. And then what do you know? They're grown and sprightly in 15 and a half years.
So that becomes an empirical fact.
And then, no, actually, Poncho,
Yeah,
Pete,
exactly.
you're kind
They'll
of right.
plant the same trees, and they'll take 15 years to grow to that same height. So that becomes
Exactly. Exactly, Poncho Pete.
It becomes empirical evidence.
Exactly, Poncho Pete. You're exactly right. We've now
So why
established
can't we
that.
fly a plane into a big building?
Well, they can and they did. They can and they did. We already know that.
Did it bring the tower down?
We can and they did, and we already know that. And now we've established that in the hypothetical world that those willow trees now grow in 15 and a half years. You've just established that we can tell our next young troops that these willow trees are going to grow in 15 and a half years instead of the 25 years we've been told or indoctrinated with.
Okay.
With that, I've had a great conversation with you guys. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here in New Zealand.
I'm start getting up earlier, aren't I?
I'll talk to you again, Poncho.
Oh, you will when you see the video. You and Tom Osmond flying helicopters around 9/11. He's the rear gunner.
No, we'll talk again, man. You've been a champ.
Have a good night, Jazz.
Remember,
See you next
9/11
time.
was sponsored by Air New Zealand and Jazz Conda.
Oh, don't say that.
You're gonna love the video.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to.
I'm gonna make you famous.
All right, fellas.
Wait, is us?
Catch ya.
See you, Jazz.
I love this song.
What?
It's familiar. Is that an old video
11
game?
was a scam.
The end. That was awful.
I wish I was a baller. Wish I was a little bit taller.
You wanna be baller.
How many songs have I got left?
Don't forget the orange button. The orange button of doom.
Coffee. Welcome, James.
There's it.
How are you?
There it is.
Oh, welcome, James. Come in.
Good morning, everybody. How are y'all?
Oh, we're good, pal. Oh, yeah.
Greetings. Hello. Yes. Copyright infringement. I don't think so. I almost learned that. You know this one? That. There. Okay.
Good morning, James.
Good morning, Vincent.
Hey.
Someone's got a window open.
Hey, Poncho, you know where the Thames River starts?
The Thames?
Yeah.
Yeah, it starts close to Oxford, doesn't it?
Do you know its elevation above sea level?
It's elevation above sea level. It's going to be pretty high because it runs through my girlfriend, well, my ex-girlfriend's village in Marlow. So she's in what they call the Cotswolds. The Chilterns, sorry, the Chilterns. She's in the Chilterns.
Could it be around 550 feet above sea level?
Quite easily, yeah, because she lives on a heath. She lives on top of a heath. And my car had to stay in second gear for like nearly 50 seconds going up this heath. That's how high up she was. Yeah, I could believe that.
And you know how long it runs till it hits the ocean?
A long way, because she's like 20, 30 minutes from Oxford, and Oxford's like way beyond London, and London to East End, what's it called? Thingy by Sea. Is it Salt End by Sea? I can't remember. Let me think. We're going Essex to London. What's that? That's about 80 miles. From the sea to London's 80, and then from London to here was, I think, Ring Orbital Road for half an hour. Fucking hell. Another 140 miles, I'd guess, from start to finish. Is that about right? I don't know.
That sounds right. Where I'm going with this is like I did it for Montreal. Montreal's 245 feet above sea level at the river. The Atlantic Ocean at the average low-high tide is 550 miles away. If you use a 3-4-5 triangle, which Buddy did to measure the diameter of the Earth, well, if you take the height by the length of the so-called hypotenuse, you get a very slight slope. There is no curve. In fact, the slope of Montreal to the Percé, where it meets the Atlantic, is less, or it's 0.004 degrees off of 90. It's such a gradual slope. So your Thames River, I'm sure, if you divide that 550 feet in altitude by the distance to the Thames, or to the ocean, you arrive at your 3-4-5 triangle. And it was good enough to measure the entire circumference of the Earth with Buddy there, but it's not good enough for us to measure the elevation above sea level of a river. How does that work?
I don't know. How does that work?
Glober math, it's good for one thing that's bigger, obviously. The planet is bigger than a river. So it'll work for that. Stick a stick in the ground, measure the 3-4-5 triangle, move over, do it again, and do that a few times and calculate the whole circumference of the Earth with a stick in the ground in the sun. But you can't use the same 3-4-5 triangle math to measure the slope of a river or the grade of a hill.
Oh,
I wonder how that works. It's like the Coriolis effect and stuff. And, you know, I'm telling people too, look, the feather and the hammer trick, and that's all it is. You're a magician. A quill is hollow. You can put any high density epoxy or anything in the quill, seal it in. Wouldn't that give it a little more mass and have it fall with less resistance from the air? So, I mean, that's nothing more than a magician's trick, that one too. They all are. So, anyway, rivers run very slowly.
All of them.
Yeah, down very gradual grades, gradients, or slopes. They don't go around to 8 inches per mile squared cubing factor or squaring factor. It's flat, people. Get with it. Anyway, that's, you look up these people who dredge rivers like the Thames. It's been dredged 3 times. All the papers are there and how they've dredged it, how they've widened it, and how deep they go each time. And now it's dredged to 72 feet to accommodate, the keels of certain boats. So it went from 50 feet to whatever feet. They had to dredge it 3 times.
Did somebody say 72 feet?
Yeah, it's supposed to be dredged to 72 feet. But Montreal too. Montreal, they have to dredge everywhere between Montreal and Quebec City. That's a couple or 100 plus miles of river. Everything below Quebec City, they don't have to. There's 18 feet or 6 meters of tidal change along the St. Lawrence River. It's hundreds of miles of column of water 18 feet high that floods that river hundreds of miles up. I mean, it's a lot of water. But they don't have to dredge below Quebec City. But everything above, they have to.
What was it? Can you try again for me?
But all these architects and these, what do they call them? Hydrologists? All their papers are all public. It's beautiful, all their stuff in simple math to dredge. It's not a complex operation where they have to curve. Imagine pipelines. If there was a curve to the Earth, you'd have to produce pipes that were curved to match the curve, or railroad ties. They'd have to have a little curve on each of them.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
All the way through.
No,
there's not a single railway engineer in the world that'll say, yeah, I added for curvature. Not one.
And it'd be pretty easier than doing a lot of the stuff people are trying to figure out some math. If you find a coastal railroad that's disused, where it's safe, the railroad ties are standardized at 25 meters. You know, you want to measure off like 10 kilometers, it's 400 of them. There's a little gap between each. If there's a curve, then instead of 400 in a measured 10 kilometers, there'll be 400 and about a half, an extra 12 meters or so of curve. It don't happen. You won't find that extra railroad tie or half a tie. They make the beds flat.
That's why it's called a bed.
Yeah, in the center of England, they have a railroad that runs right across England. If it was arced, the center of the train line would be over a mile high, and the train would have to go down to the coast at either end.
Everybody knows that trains don't go up hills.
Well, apparently in England, you have a mile-high train station in the center of the country, and
No, we
trains
don't.
get up one side, and oh yes, you
No,
do.
we don't.
It's your perspective. You're too small to see it. The
What?
curve.
I'm not too small for anything. I'm the center of the universe. Significant am I, James? And bacteria.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like I say, it's all by design. It didn't happen from, like I say, in math, nothing is nothing. There's no Big Bang. You can't get something from nothing. It just don't happen. And when you say zero is a number, who says zero is a number? Multiply.
No, it's nothing.
It's nothing. I'll give you all the nothing in the world, and I'll even charge you for it if you want to pay me for it. You can't divide by zero. You multiply anything by zero, it doesn't change it. You add zero to something, it doesn't change it. Nothing is nothing. Put two nothings together, you still got nothing. Zero is a placeholder in math. It's not a number. It's not an integer. Never has been. Never will be.
Reference point.
Give me 0 oranges, 0 apples, 0 bananas. You won't have to work too hard.
0 is the loneliest number that you ever do. 3 is the magic number. Ain't it, Zen?
You can make numbers do anything you want and reflect any value and results you want.
Don't use 7.
They mean nothing.
Google says 0 is an integer.
And Google is wrong.
Google's wrong.
Yeah, you could put any.
How can 0 be an integer? It doesn't interact with anything.
It's a placeholder, a symbolic
If you had 0
placeholder.
to 0, you still got 0.
Reference point.
It used to be computers would crash anytime they had a divide by 0 error. That had to be written out of computer programming because it's an illegal operation. You cannot divide by 0. If it's a number, you'd be able to divide any number by. You can't. It doesn't qualify as a number. Not for division.
Only reference point, James.
And just because Google says something, it don't fucking make it so.
Google said the Twin Towers come down. You put it in, Twin Towers came down. Google tells you it did.
Yahoo says it's an integer. It's a member of the Z set, which defines the integers. This information can be considered as axiomatic.
Like
James,
I say, you can have.
When's the last time someone gave you 0 when you got something from 0, James?
Yeah, I don't use 0 in math for anything but a placeholder. It multiplies nothing, it adds to nothing, it divides nothing, it subtracts nothing, it squares nothing, it sines nothing, it cosines nothing, it tans nothing. You don't want 0 as a result in your equations.
So it integers
nothing. Why would you want 0 as a result? Normally you don't.
I use 0 every.
Yeah. Most math starts with our simplest formula, which is A equals B over C, which is really just a constant of proportionality. If we have $1 between us, there are only so many ways me and one other person can divide it. I can have 1 cent They can have 99 cents. You know, I can have zero.
James,
I can have none. They can have it all.
James. There's a guy writing in the chat to you. There's a guy writing in the chat to you. He says an integer from the Latin integer meaning whole. Well, a zero's got a hole in the middle, mate. Does that make it an integer? Does it?
A donut has a hole in the middle. It doesn't make it a number.
A donut's an integer. A bike tire, a bike wheel, a car wheel, both integers. So I can just trade in bike tires from now on.
Very often in math, a lot of people will put a bar through a zero. A line, diagonal line through it. Sometimes it represents a null set, something with nothing in it, a placeholder again. But sometimes on the number line, people will put the origin as a zero with a bar through it because it's not representing a number. Zero represents origin. The word origin, that O stands for your origin, not zero.
How can you be less than zero?
It's your starting point.
It's a starting point.
How can you be less than zero? How can you be -1?
Well, we made that up.
So you can't be less than nothing, right?
You shouldn't be. That's dead.
It's like I don't understand.
And Shakespeare said, "Neither a borrower nor a lender be."
Yeah, bong rip. That's a good idea.
If you owe, say, someone $1, you're not at -$0. You owe them. You're at -$1. So you're not at -0. There's no such thing as -0.
You're less than zero. You can't even afford shit that's free if you owe someone $1.
You're not. You can't owe zero. You owe
yeah, but
you owe $1.
If you're in debt,
that's
you
not
can't
negative.
afford shit that's free.
That's a positive debt. You have to give real money to pay that debt. It's not a negative. It is a positive. You owe it.
But if something's
it's not
free,
nothing
you
you
don't
owe. It's something you owe. So you can't call $1 you owe nothing or a negative debt. It's a positive debt in someone else's favor. It just puts you back at the origin. See.
But we're all bankrupt anyway, so we can only charge and discharge.
Yeah, how could you have a positive debt? Meaning that it's positive for somebody else for you to be indebted to them?
Right. It's positive.
Okay. Well, the children at home that are listening. Sorry.
You can't owe nothing. If you owe someone, you owe them $1, $10, how much you owe them. It's a negative on the debt side, but it's not -0. If you owed them -0 or nothing, you wouldn't owe them. So you can't have a -0 debt. And if you do owe someone, it's not a negative. You owe $10 real. You have to get $10 real. That's not a negative. That's real dollars you have to put back in their hands. So how is that a negative? You want to call it a negative, but it represents something very real you have to do in paying back the bill. So how is it a negative? You owe real money, real positive dollars. How are those positive dollars that you have to get and give to return to your origin, which is no $10 in your pocket? How is that negative? It's not. There's no such thing. I'll pay you -$10 for your supper at the restaurant.
Right, but what we think
the restaurant owner will say, "I'll give you -1 potato and -1 steak on your plate."
So you just get an empty plate.
In reality, we might be.
All right, isn't it?
In reality, we might be passing around what are perceived to be dollars or fiat currency that has as a medium of exchange, but the way it's set up, nobody's ever getting paid. That's why there's so much debt, because you can't pay debt with another debt.
It softens up people while you take stuff from them and give them this tender. It softens them.
The chattel is being tenderized for consumption. But
yeah, the notion of zero as an integer is nonsense. It's not. It's a placeholder. And you can't have negative debt. If you say, well, you want to say, oh, well, how can you have negative this? You don't. You have a positive in that negative. Like I say, if it's money or if oranges. So you have minus 10 oranges you owe. At some point, you have to get 10 oranges and give them. There's no such thing as negative debt. There's no such thing as negative.
Have an hole in the middle.
How can you have minus 1,000 oranges in reality? You can't. You can't have negative anything.
You can have negatives on the camera.
2 negatives make a positive.
Stop it! 2 ones make a whatever.
If you take a negative, bleach out the image, re-expose it, and redevelop it, it develops positive.
How come you put a 0 on your wife's finger when you marry her?
Because you give a little donut to get a big donut.
Hey, don't talk shit about my donuts. I'm just kidding. Don't talk shit about Total.
People go to Regina, Saskatchewan because they think it's Vagina, Saskatchewan.
Say where?
Regina.
Oh, Regina.
Yeah, Vagina, Saskatchewan. Yeah.
Sounds like your vagina's gargantuan. Your donut's massive.
Shout out to all the lovely ladies in Regina, Canada.
All the gorgeous vagina women in Canada. I love your donuts.
This happened.
That's where the flat Earth penis there gets inserted there.
Oh, the top of Canada.
Yeah.
I think calling
gets
someone
the
a flat
shaft,
earther is
Canada gets
racist.
the shaft.
Say what?
It's prejudice.
Calling someone a flat earther is racist.
What?
Prejudice.
It's neither, you morons.
Well, the word
Yeah,
okay would
now,
be
right?
prejudice, not
Yeah.
racist.
Yeah, no,
We're
it is.
slightly graduated earthers.
You're telling me my
See, this is
Mount
how
Meru
demented
isn't
the
taller
pair
than
of you
yours?
are, you pair of dipshits.
Or
You
my
actually
hollow
believe
earth?
there's different
Or, I
fucking
mean,
races.
come on.
It makes you a silly
Yeah,
cunt
it's
to
racist.
think there are different
Yeah.
races. Is that not straight enough for you, Ivan?
What are you talking about? You
You
want
are
to
a
build an
cunt,
ice wall
mate,
around
for
me?
thinking
Don't get
that
me
there is
started.
more than one race. It makes you a cunt.
Oh, please.
No, it's not Pete.
Hey,
You think
I'm
there's
totally
more than one
messing
human
with you,
race.
so
Okay,
don't
tell
get
me
triggered.
now, live on air, what is the other race that's living with us?
Seriously.
Either of you. Either of
wait,
you.
White ice wall?
Tell me, what is the other race that lives with me on this plane?
What if it was a black ice wall?
Don't know what he said. Your voice change is not working, pal.
I think he was being facetious when he said
Cubbies.
calling flat earthers is racist. I think he's taking the piss.
Either way around, it shows his stupidity for saying the word racist.
No,
No
I
such
haven't.
word. How can you
No
be
sleeping.
racist if there's only one race? There's only one
Cheers.
race. How can you be racist, you fucking mug?
Cheers, lady.
Do a
Welcome.
sunrise. Where status goes down over my curve, or the flat. Or,
Hello, lady. Welcome.
I got
Voice change is really straight.
15 miles of flat.
Blessings to all.
Look at Point Loma to Del Mar. Right out the window.
Ivan, you're breaking up.
Pretty flat.
We cannot hear you.
Your voice change is not working, Ivan.
Ivan, you might have to
Scary
reload.
Casio.
You might need to drop out, refresh your cache rate, and then reset your voice changer.
Yeah. I'll do that. Copy that.
I'm checking out the Dutch police. They have eagles that are trained to take down drones now over the cities and stuff.
Yes, I know.
I've seen that. That is so
Big
cool.
old bald eagles taking down drones, and they have no problem with them, eh? They go down.
Hey, James.
There goes 250 quid.
Wouldn't a bald eagle go for like a small child?
James.
If it grabbed a small child.
I think
James.
a bald eagle could grab a small
That's
child.
very rare.
That's a bullshit video.
Yeah.
Bullshit video. There
Yeah,
you go,
that-
look.
that
No,
was
you
made
can't
by-
well, did it?
Yeah, they
They're big
can.
ass
They
birds,
don't, though. Yeah, I know. But what are you going to do?
Bald
Kill
eagles
them
that
all?
brought down the
'Cause
towers, James.
yeah,
Kill
I
them
know.
all.
They laid too many eggs on one side. They
See.
caused building one to lisp.
First, we need to kill all the
Next one,
sharks,
just
and then
window,
the
one
bald
side
eagle,
building one.
and then all the spiders.
Leave the animals alone. It's the humanity's problem. The world.
We
the
should
world
just
that we
destroy
live in.
everything, make the world a really safe, quiet, peaceful place. Just everything, every bug, every person.
You've got to
every
send
organ.
Mars to Mars for that. Because he's stating
That's why I want to go to Mars so there's no
let's-
spiders.
I say, let's get rid of humanity and let Mother Nature and our brothers and sisters take care of this world. They are wiser than us.
We're part of Mother Nature, like it or not.
Not all of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, why do people think
we are
man is
destroyers,
not
James.
part of nature?
We are evil.
That's
think
just
we're
a
evil?
perception. There's no such thing as evil. It's just a misconstrued word that Christians have twisted.
There is such thing as evil.
Well, how do you call a person that goes and like drugs or the living creatures from the ocean without like a tiny lack of like without not even a tiny like drop of empathy from all the lives that he's going to take away? And who is he to take those lives away?
I think it's okay to take life away if you do it in a respectful manner. Because it's like, I don't think death is necessarily a bad thing. It's a part of the cycle. Like, you need animals, like when a lion eats another animal, it's not immoral. And it is taking
A lion,
life.
though.
But
He's a lion. You're not a lion.
Yeah, but when the lion takes the life gives.
It's
by
not
taking
doing
the
it out
life,
of
it gives
pleasure.
life.
Yeah, but the lion don't make a big net and run across the savannah plain, grabbing all the gazelles up, carving them putting them in an abattoir, and then storing them in freezers.
That's why I said there's a respectful way. Like when Native Americans would kill hunt, they would respect the animal and they would use everything in the animal. That's
How do you know that? That's a very broad statement. They used to run buffalo off of cliffs. Do you think they counted how many buffalo they killed? Do you think they used every one that they harvested? I'm not sure that that's a fair statement because A, you weren't there, neither was I, and B, there's evidence that a lot of it wasn't humane or as eco-friendly as you want to push it. These weren't the saintly, godly things.
Go watch the pigs in the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, they believe though if you eat an animal, you take on the animal's spirit. I believe that too. I don't think there's anything immoral with eating meat or killing an animal.
Well, that's if you're killing it yourself. Because I don't think that the pigs and the cows in the slaughterhouses are being respected and being treated politely.
Of course
not only
not.
during their lifetimes, but the way that they are killing them, it's like serious.
Yes, that is immoral,
Like,
but
you really have to be a freaking like.
Well,
you have to be evil. You have to be evil.
Well, it's almost anything man does. We have to, and we don't really think about it, but even in glass making, the forests in Germany were almost totally devastated to make glass. And those aren't animals, they're just trees. But we need the trees for air and lungs and, for forest animals, whatever. But again, there is no consideration there. Like with the whales, like with almost everything we do, We see something, we perceive a need for it, and we go out and just rape it. And that's what we're still doing today.
Amen, brother. Yep, that's how it is.
Yeah, James is speaking.
Hey, James, how have you been? I haven't spoken to you in a while.
I've been not bad. I've been thinking about 3, 4, 5 triangles and rivers, and why you can't use a 3, 4, 5 triangle to calculate a stretch of a few hundred miles, but one guy did it to calculate the diameter of the Earth. And just like I get a little angry at the hypocrisy of these so-called glober math guys who say, "Oh well, you can't do that." It's not. No, yes you can. If Buddy did it to calculate the entire diameter of the Earth with a stick in the ground and a triangle from a shadow, then why can't you measure the slope of a river from a triangle? Idiots! It just annoys me because that's what you're up against all the time. All the time with these people. Oh, well, we'll use this little math. It's good enough for calculating the whole circumference of the Earth, but you can't use the same little 3, 4, 5 triangle to calculate a hill. Fuck no. Where are these people coming from, really? You know. If you can't take the math, break your pencil and get out of math class. Yeah.
I know your name. I saw what you did last summer. What?
Did you prove curvature?
For the freaking curvature. That's what I was doing last summer.
I have a banana curve, but I think we'd get like some type of like
somewhere else
from YouTube if I showed my curve.
Yeah, can't do that on cam.
It's a banana curve, I assure you.
Maybe we can do it as
Let me do not search banana curve.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Bad idea.
Who's in? Oh no, it's still the same people. Jibby, Vincent, What World, Mines, Ivan, Poncho.
It's like the selective use of the Coriolis effect. Oh yeah, we got to use it for bullets. I've shot a lot in my life, probably hundreds of thousands of rounds. I used to buy like just for the 22, 550 Federals, you know, just in one box, about $8-10. They cost nothing. I've never had to calculate like shooting and calculating Coriolis effect to get a little bunny or a partridge or anything like that. No.
Well, it's too late.
You shoot over 50 yards?
It exists.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've shot things half a mile away. I'm not a bad shot. I know what I'm doing with a gun.
Right.
But
Or 100
no,
yards.
Imagine someone trying to
line it up and shoot it. Like there's no. I've never had to account for Coriolis effect. So
there's no such
shooter,
thing.
Shot count for that.
If it was real, planes couldn't land north south. In fact, they couldn't land. Period. If the world was really turning under them as they were landing.
It's like, whoops, my landing strip is moved by the time I get there, right?
It's like these
land there.
Balloons. They go up 100,000 feet. Takes 9-10 hours to get up there. How come like half the Earth doesn't revolve or rotate at 1,000 miles an hour beneath them? They go up and nothing's moving below them. Basically, they move a little bit because of the wind and stuff, but the Earth ain't moving underneath them. And then when they come down 12, 14, 18 hours later, they come straight down. People can go drive in their car and go find their balloon.
Fuck, am I still awake? Sorry, guys. Okay. So, you know you're not spinning.
You're fucking right, I'm not spinning.
Whatever the shape is. Yeah, we're not spinning. I agree with that.
Don't you know the answer? What don't you know the answer?
What do we do now? We're not spinning.
If you don't know the answer, then you're a moron.
Well, now the best thing for humanity to do would be all the men grow like Castro-like beards and mustache and wear Castro-like caps. And
Did you
you
say
know, his horn rimmed
Castrolite?
glasses, and yeah, and you know,
have a
maybe
Castrolite
blend
beard.
it with a white shirt fascist look there,
No, it's regalia.
you know, and
It's
and
regalian.
a bit of a Stasi attitude, you know, and
It
rat your
might be a
neighbors and stuff.
luxuriant beard, but it's not.
Ivan, may I ask you a
Hello.
question?
Sure, shoot it.
When did you come across the subject matter, or the topic of questioning the shape of the construct in which you exist?
Yes.
What, if you don't mind me asking, how long have you been looking at it? Like, did you just recently come to it, or like,
No,
you've been looking at it for a
not
while?
recently at all. I've been looking at this for a good few years.
Okay,
You
so
stumble upon
Seems to
this.
know a lot though.
what do you consider then as what next? What's now? If you were to
Pardon?
ask that question to
You got something
yourself,
to say, Pancho?
if
What's
if
that?
I was to ask you, what do you think next is? What would you say? Now what? Like, so the Earth might be a plane. Now what? What would you say to that? Like, do you have an answer to that question?
So your argument is it's a plane?
I'm not arguing. I'm asking you your question right back at you to figure out what you'd say.
I
Because if you
didn't
don't know,
say
it
it
doesn't
was a plane
necessarily
though.
mean you're
I
a
just
moron. I
said
disagree with Pete in
I
that respect.
don't know what it is. I were spinning.
If you were to make
Hold on.
speculation,
I don't believe we're spinning. I believe we're geocentric, and anything other than that, I'm still searching. Holding tight to my hollow earth and my donuts. So,
okay.
does that answer your question?
We
Yeah.
have
I
another
guess.
hollow earther buddy over here.
Yeah, we
Lovely,
talked about that
lovely.
earlier. I just was curious. That was a pretty
Yeah.
good question. I didn't know if you were just saying I don't know because you really didn't know, or that
No, I don't. I'm not clowning. Like, I don't think we're spinning. I've never thought I was spinning. From toddler, from the second I could be cognizant of memory, that things were evolving. Sun and moon were going around us, not us around the sun. And then when I got about 35 years, 30-something years old, and I was like, what's the model they're presenting?
Okay. Okay. Well, I get you then.
The
Now,
model, we're going
now,
around them.
all right. Since you're
then I was
unsure.
like, that doesn't make any sense. And then
Okay, so
But
since
go
you're
ahead.
unsure and you're still digging and you're still searching, and it prompted you to ask that question, now, Pete,
Right.
with that comprehension of where he's coming from, what would you say is next, rather than calling him a moron?
Rather than calling him a moron.
Right, because if he didn't know what was next.
Okay. I understand what you're saying, okay. I've got to be respectful. Okay, let's pretend that he's not a mug mocking us. I would say, have you come to the
I'm
fact that
not
there's a
mocking
created
you,
all of this?
man.
Now,
Get that
Ivan,
one
when
out of there.
he's responding, you have to be quiet.
Please let
And
him talk.
If you interrupt him
Yes.
again, I'm gonna mute
Sorry,
you.
man. Sorry, but when someone says I'm mocking them, that's the guy. That's got.
Go ahead, please, Pete.
Well, like I said, I haven't met the guy many times, but on each occasion that I have met him, he seems like he's a baller pretending to be a fly. I'm sorry. I say what I say.
Okay. Well, then also, what would be next? For say you still got that question, but it wasn't asked by him. Like there's somebody out there listening.
Okay. I would say, have you not thought how you got here, what you are, what you're living in, what you've been told about where you are?
Also, why should we have all the answers?
Can I be muted again? Look, I want to talk straight to Pete, man. Like, for you saying that I'm a baller, and like,
you give off
why
this
would you
persona.
say, why would you do that? I'm not
give
a
off a false
baller.
persona.
Okay, I'm not
Full
a
stop.
flatter. I'm an earthling.
Yeah, well, I've been here long enough to know when I'm listening to someone that
Do it,
wants to
man.
mock me.
I'm not. Look at. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Okay.
Because I don't think you're telling the truth.
That's where you want to come. We're gonna
Your
have
gut
to
instinct tells
soften
me
each
you're a
other up,
liar.
but it's all love, man.
My
For
gut
you,
instinct tells me
I
you're a
love your
liar.
rhetoric and your. But seriously, I'm not a baller, and if you want to get racist,
there we go again.
then
See?
get racist.
You can't
and
be a
call me
flat
baller.
planer
But being
because
a
you would
baller
understand
is
there is only
the
one
most
race.
racist thing you
You
can call
can't
me.
be a flatty because you believe in races. So, I've got the human race. Tell me what the other race is down here with me.
You're the one
Mankind.
that came out
Mankind,
calling
right,
me a
right.
baller.
Mankind.
I don't know if you look at all out there for everybody. Shape of it is, but
Neither
I
do
believe
I.
we're geocentric.
We're flat.
I don't believe in a freaking ball.
No, I don't believe in a ball.
Okay, am I on your team now? Give me a freaking
No.
break, man. I'm not trying to freaking please you. I'm just out here looking for answers, man.
I don't want anybody to please me. You just give off their personality.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not out here for that. Come on.
Well, if you're going to rub me up the wrong
I'm
way,
on your
expect
side.
some
Like,
back
come on.
chat. I'm telling
Let's
you.
lift each other up. Not.
It's simple, right? Every time I've met you, you brought into conversations arguments that don't need arguing.
Well, I would just like to point this out. Maybe, well, let me say this, and not to be crude or demeaning to either of you, because I respect you both and your perspectives. I would just say that maybe the two of you have more in common than you think, because I've witnessed now on a couple occasions for both of you that you've, jumped to snap conclusions based on your perspective that could end up being incorrect or mistaken from a misunderstanding or a miscommunication, which will then put you guys at odds, which there doesn't need to be that. But if that's how you choose to perceive it, then that's what's going to happen. I just wanted to say my piece because I've seen it happen.
I got a bit of a thing with the, like what you say something like, okay, I believe the Earth is geostationary, whatever, but then, you come up with this. Well, then what next? Like, someone's supposed to be able to answer like, oh, let's find utopia. Don't you know the answer of what humanity or whatever's going to do next? What? I mean, how do you throw something in like that at the end of a statement and, even expect an answer or, just to make someone just shut the fuck up because what? Who's got the answer? So we know it's flat now. What next? Who the fuck knows what next? I just don't know. I don't get it.
I don't need to see the model. I don't need a map.
And everybody's in a different place. Everybody's got their own path to like figure things out and go through their own process of discernment and looking through the details of whatever they choose to investigate.
And some are genuinely doing this, but I have a sneaky suspicion that this has been put on the roster here for some of these, literally paid people that come and, just want to keep the globe model going and NASA and all this shit. Yes. This place is steady now and it's going to be around a while. It's going to be on the list for instigators, agitators. And, it's going to be part of a cycle.
Yeah, well, it's also going to take time because there's so many different people with so many different perspectives. You're going to have to be able to try and communicate from all different angles or situations on how to reach someone or convey a logical or reasonable position or point of view rather than just like shout out a moron or, imbecile or baller or troll or shill. Like there's got to be, at least I think, to take the higher ground is just to, treat them with kindness and respect, no matter what. I mean, there's going to be a point where, there's going to be some provocatards that you're going to have to eject and mute and shut up. But other times, I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I've met some people that other people here that I speak to frequently and with on various occasions. Like they have a certain position or perspective on a certain personality or somebody else, and I've had a different experience. So I don't know. I guess it's just how you perceive it.
Well, eventually, too, in like any forum, it becomes a preponderance of, like, say, for example, there were 3 or 4 at one time, Chris's with flat Earth math going. You know, then there's a preponderance of one side to a degree. It sort of detracts a bit, especially going over the same, you know, false maths like the pendulum. Like the Coriolis, like it just never ends. The curve. I mean, distance to stars. It just becomes like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It seems like a formula to go nowhere, essentially.
I guess I don't really see problems. I see opportunities for solutions.
Right? Why are you gonna do that? You don't know my name, you haven't seen me, so all of a sudden you're like, oh, that guy's a glober, he's a baller. I mean, in my opinion, you might as well be racist. I mean, and that's what your thing is?
Well, you call it what it is. It's a discrimination, a type of
prejudice.
Like, oh, you're a baller.
So
yeah, I ball.
Word to use.
Stop being prejudiced against racists.
Right. What?
Stop being morons and using the word racist. Morons.
Baller lives matter.
No, but seriously, like, you're like, oh, you're a baller. Like, you don't even know me, dude. Seriously.
But you know who I am,
man. I've had like
why talk to me like that? You know who I am now.
In the last 12 hours, and the sun's coming up, and I'm just here trying to learn, man. I'm a fan of your work, and you're attacking me. So I don't know. Have at it, man.
Don't
Hack
take it
away,
personally.
bro.
He attacked me first time I met him too. It's a standard.
Away, man.
Put on some armor and enjoy it.
Yeah, he attacked me too.
That's right, man.
That's because you're shit to shit, you shit fuck.
Yeah. Good. I got my fucking moose head helmet on. I'm good.
Poncho is adorable even when he gets mad at you.
Just don't fucking call me a baller again, please.
Don't take no shit, lady.
I'll give you a ball.
Love you, Poncho.
I love you too.
We love you too, Ivan.
I don't. I'm gonna go write a song about him in a minute. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Ivan. Fucking hell.
I know you are. I know you are.
You're all nice. You just barking up the.
What?
Hey, lovely. You're just barking up the wrong tree. That's all.
Well, maybe I am. Maybe
Hey,
I got
I
it
ain't the
wrong.
one.
We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out.
Yeah, it's all good, baby. It's all love, baby. It's all love. You got it wrong, man. Ain't no freaking ball over here. Shit. Got me cussing.
Ask questions in the wrong manner.
You got me freaking cussing over here about a ball. Give this shit.
Of all people, to start using the wrong words around.
Hello. You got a light?
It's not going to reach America.
You got a light?
No matter how much you've been told, the light bends.
It might. if with the mindset like that, it will never reach America. But you can do it.
Hey, Mr. Poncho, did you see Dr. Zach's new laser test? I think he uses, oh, it's a great one. He does it over, I don't know, about 7 kilometers over a
Is
lake.
it the one where it goes up at the end?
Yeah,
No. Oh, I don't know. No, it's a new one. That was an effect from the lens at the focus at the very extent there. But yeah, he's got this lady tunes this. I must be a several 100-watt laser. This thing is not like a little pen laser. It's a box. Like, it's a son of a bitch of a box with this industrial laser. Anyway, they go across the lake. It's flat as a fucking pancake, man. But in any case,
Dr. Zach.
Dr. Zach, yeah. It's a recent one he did in Hungary. Beautiful day, just enough cloud. You could see the laser most of the time. Flat, no wind, barely a ripple on the lake. Just a great laser experiment done. The fucking laser he's got, man, I mean, it must weigh 50, 60 pounds. I mean, it's a couple of people put it on the beach, level it. But it's a pancake.
Laser test part 2. I see it now.
And I'm looking for another one they did with a directional radar, because the directional radar can go about 170 miles, point to point. So if you had a span of water like the English Channel, and you wanted to point at someone in Europe or whatever, a laser might not cut it, but a radar, directional radar, may very well do it. Pin radar. Sends radar in a straight line.
Is that Dave Murphy in that video then?
I don't know. I think Dr. Zach's Russian or something.
Yeah, but I look like Dave Murphy, but it said Dave Moore.
I have no clue. I just watched the boat and
I just caught a glimpse of the image.
But they were doing it in daylight, and you could see that peckerhead.
Yeah.
laser.
No denying it, then, is there?
Daylight. It's only when the sun all the way out that it made it hard to see. But with just a little cloud cover, I mean, you could see that freaking laser in daytime.
Damn!
But I think they made it to 7 kilometers.
What's 7 kilometers? 4 miles.
Just over 3 miles, almost 4 miles. Let me see if I can find it in my history.
I'm looking at it now. He's out on a boat. You can see him doing it. Wow, a little bit of cloud off him. You can see the laser. That's amazing.
Is that the one with the lady adjusting the laser on the beach?
Yeah, he's right on, I'd say he's what, a foot off the top. He's on like a little table, isn't he? Pointing it out to the boat in the lake.
And the lens on that is like on a camera or something. It's a fucking 2-3 inches across. It's a big lensing.
I bet custom built it. I bet it got something like Vince.
I think it is custom.
What was you going to say?
Here? Over. Do you copy?
I heard copy.
Roger that. All right. I'm trying to show you my 14-mile expanse that I can see. You can see
You're
it?
breaking up a little bit, Ivan.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
A little better. It's like tin canny. You're just like got that metal effect.
Strange. I'm about to show you 14 miles that I can see. I can see 14 miles. It's point. If you want to look it up on a map, it's Point Loma, San Diego, to Del Mar. Okay, and I'm about to go on my patio and show you the expanse that I can see. I don't know if my camera's working right now, but I'm gonna try it again. Over. I don't get no. What is that? Yeah, and you're just not seeing it?
We hear you, we can't see you. And that's the Pacific
That's
you're on,
sad.
right? You're right
Yeah,
on the
that's-
Pacific Ocean?
Oh my
Part
gosh.
of the-
Yeah. Did you say that's emotional? That's
No, Pacific Ocean.
Oh
Coast.
yeah. Pacific Ocean. Yeah, that's weird.
You may want to
Yeah, I'm not
F5
getting it.
and rejoin to reconnect or something.
It's like
Clean up
a
your
bunch
signal.
of mush. What is that? Yeah. All right. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Yeah.
James.
Yes, Vince.
Okay, thank you. I was talking to everybody. Nobody could hear me, so I refreshed. Thank you.
I feel so used.
Definitely not it.
So,
Just a shot across that lake to the other side's enough. Dang.
Actually, the Gaspé Peninsula, anywhere from the coast, looking across the bay to New Brunswick, it's 20 miles some places, 18, a little less some. But the point is, that'd be a great place for people with P9 to film birds in New Brunswick from Quebec. And I'm sure that from the Capes, 50, 80 feet above the tide line, you can see all the way to the beach on the New Brunswick side with a good telescope and camera. There's no curve across 20 miles there.
He's still shooting 4 miles away, straight across. All right, there's mirage, well, you know, mirroring, but he can still see all of his scope.
Yeah, mirages are often inverted. So if you had a cityscape and there was a mirage of it,
Yeah,
it'd be
just
upside
like that.
down.
Yeah, I know.
What about the Fata Morgana?
What, the one that LSC showed us where the ship's like 80 feet in the air? What a piss take.
That's hilarious.
Oh, you're talking about the one on Pirates of the Caribbean?
No, of course, man. That's so fake.
That's so real. That's a true story, the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Really?
It's a true story.
Mm. Well, it could be, but still Disney grabbed it and distorted it.
Damn those Hollywood types.
Weird idea, you.
They're always twisting the truth.
Exactly. The poor little things. I feel so sorry for them.
Welcome back, Ivan.
Yes, welcome, Ivan.
You've got a lot of treble. I guess we'll have to call you Ivan the Treble.
That was a good pun, man.
Crazy. Looks like it's bad.
It's flat with zero gravity.
Wish you guys could.
I think gravity makes it flat.
Couldn't you explain how gravity would make it flat?
I was just joking.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious. I don't think I've heard that one yet.
Well, don't kill yourself trying to show us the 14-mile expanse there. You're preaching to the choir. Most people here have a pretty good idea that the water is flat and that, you know, most people beach to beach can see 14, 15 miles, you know, really.
I hear flat earthers say that gyroscopes prove the flat earth, but I don't think that's true at all. Because like they should work at a ball the same way as they would work on a flat plane. Like,
don't talk shit.
Pretty sure it works on a ball.
Are you serious, Mars? Are you serious?
Yeah, because
it's not Mars. It ships to ship bins. How many more times?
No, because it would point the center of the. It would point to the center of the ball.
Yeah.
So the center of the ball would remain
in space like your one brain cell. Your one brain cell stays rigid inside your brain. It never moves.
Gravity, a minimal force at best, would be able to pull against the forward thrust of the airplane and keep its nose pulled down evenly through its whole flight around the ball.
No, I'm just saying gyroscopes don't prove the flat earth. That's all I'm saying.
Then I guess
takes off rigid, stays rigid all the way through your flight and lands you back on the rigid floor. That don't work on a flat earth.
Yeah, and what the hell is an artificial horizon? You can fly through clouds and keep a perfectly level plane over a ball? How would that work?
Yeah, because
straight through the clouds, and your artificial
because
horizon
it would point to the center of
connected to
the center of the earth.
No, it's pointing at the horizon. If you're playing
The
with
center of the earth is
at the
always
center of
the
the earth, you would crash. You would nosedive. You see, the artificial horizon is pointing straight forward, level at 90 degrees. And your autopilot would make sure that your plane flies straight, level at 90 degrees, not an arcing at 8 inches per mile squared. That would be nonsense. That would take a computer. Way back in the days of the Wright brothers, did they have a computer to calculate that arch and curve to keep the nose going down? That's nonsense. It's ludicrous. The artificial horizon points in straight, 90 degrees forward, straight as an arrow. There's nothing that pulls the nose down to follow the curve. That would infer gravity has more strength than the forward push of, 1,000 horsepower engine. And gravity can't even keep a plastic bag on the ground on a windy day or unstick a balloon with some static from the wall. But yet somehow gravity is going to pull the nose of a plane down like a jumbo jet with thousands of pounds of thrust coming out the back, tons of force moving over the wings. Gravity is going to pull its nose down and keep it sticking to the curve of the ball. That's ludicrous. It's just ludicrous. Like I say, your artificial horizon, when you're flying through clouds and you can't see nothing, you put on your autopilot and head for the artificial horizon, you're going to be flying straight and level, no matter what. You're not banking down following an arc or a curve. 0%. Straight and level flying means that, straight and level flying, not arc curving flying around the ball.
That's why they call it a plane.
It's nonsense.
Sorry, gentlemen, ladies, I can't share my beautiful morning sunrise with you.
Maybe another time. Like I say, don't kill yourself for it. It'll be there another day too, I've dropped computers and phones and other stuff trying to get shots. And it was never really worth it.
Yeah, but sure.
Well, one time I was on this dating site and I was trying to get a shot of my ...
What?
It's a joke. Come on. I'm just adding some
Okay.
to
Right.
elevate
No, man.
the
If a gyroscope, if it was so simple that like a gyroscope proved the flat Earth, then I don't think anyone would be a baller because then it would
No,
be just totally
all it
obvious.
proves is it
Ball
can
is a
help
stupid.
Go ahead.
to follow a straight line. That's all a gyroscope can do. You can be off the ground and still follow a straight horizontal line. That's what your gyro does for you. It helps keep you going straight and forward. It doesn't say the Earth is globe or flat or anything. It just helps you fly in a straight line.
Right.
What?
Okay.
When I try to share, I have about 15 miles of or whatever you want to call it. When I try to share just the morning view from Point Loma to Mount Soledad, which is actually 13 point something miles. I'm trying to show you guys, but I get a error 404 curvature of 8" per mile square not found, no curvature detective. I don't know what that is, but every time I try to share what I can see,
I see. My thing comes up or something.
I get a little globe globe Earth error. It's coming from.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works exactly because it's only supposed to pop an icon up or an avatar when you speak when it's in that mode or something. So I don't know why I'm popping up on you.
You're not popping. It's when I try to go to camera. If you guys don't want to see the beautiful Southern California sunrise, that's fine. I don't know if you guys are on Southern California, but I'm trying to share it. So I see it. That's cool.
Roger that. Copy.
Hey, James.
I think my balls are in the way. I feel like Cavendish this morning.
Oh no, it's 28 now. Shit.
Cavendish's balls matter.
Hey, everybody.
You're breaking up, over.
How you doing, Tor? Good. I'm good, man. I'm good.
Hey, Tor.
I needed that sleep, man. The sun's about to go down. I just woke up.
Did you figure something out with the program?
Yeah. It evolved quite well, actually.
Okay, cool.
I'll show what I did. Pretty much, I was up to the same stage as I did last night.
They usually come with pretty good help and tutors and stuff. Read me's, other stuff like that. Don't read me.
Yeah.
Ivan, are you trying to screen share or are you outside again? Because you're only making hard noises with your microphone.
Yeah, I was trying to screen share.
You okay now?
I will mute myself. I just wanted to share the skyline with you. Over.
Roger that. 10-4.
Mute me. Like I only want to
we
share
say
the
it the more.
skyline. I have nothing to say.
Copy.
We have a more fashionable way. We mate ourselves. We don't mute ourselves. We mate. It's more fashionable.
Sure.
You can pronounce it mute if you like.
Yeah. Okay.
Meta.
Hey.
Meta.
I think turquoise is from the Uck too, eh?
Pardon?
You're from the
Yeah,
Uck?
he is. Yeah.
Yeah. What?
We're from the USA. You're from the Uck.
Oh, right. No, I'm from the Gubba. Yeah, I'm from the Gubba.
James, have you seen these bucky balls? The bucky buildings?
Yeah, I've seen buckyballs. You can make them like blowing out a candle, the soot. Often it's buckyballs.
James, are you in the dark room or in the tunnel?
I'm still looking for the light.
I'm still looking for the cave.
I stopped looking for that long ago. Like I say, like Montreal, 245 feet above sea level, 550 miles to get to the Atlantic. Such a gradual slope, it's almost imperceptible. When we drive down to the coast, that's what we do for Montreal. We go down to the coast. When we drive back up to Montreal, we drive up to Montreal. And it's only 245 feet, but it's up and down. I mean, curve my ass. But all rivers like that, just a gradual slope. You take the height of the city and the river level, measure the distance to where the sea starts, do the math. It's all gradual slopes. Grades, gradients, not curves.
Right. The flat people that don't want to see the flatness. Roger that.
Well, you know, I can't blame them. I was taught all my life, ball, earth, curve, whatever, you know, and unconsciously, I mean, I live my life with, you know, these misperceptions. It's like, you know, thinking your eyes see. Your eyes don't see. We live with a lot of misperceptions. They're an optic receiver. Light has to come to them, just like a camera, just like a telescope. They are receivers.
Did you believe in aliens at one point?
I'm 50 plus and I've never seen one. I see all kinds of shit in the sky and most of it's man-made garbage. If I ever see a little gray alien, I'll believe in it. Until then, it's just more bullshit to distract people from these elite that are stealing everything from us and rubbing our noses in it. One of the things they give us to rub our noses are little fucking green aliens and grays and fucking stardust and planets that rain diamonds. All these fucking lies. So I have to put fucking little green aliens and their UFOs in the fucking lie pit with the rest until I know better. More bullshit.
You don't see a UFO then?
No. I see lots of garbage up there, but to call it a UFO, it's speculative. You know, you look at all these so-called, oh, we found an alien, here's his body, and there are people in jail for it. Like in Russia, these kids, 18 or whatever, took some chicken meat and skin and sewed together a little ET and made one of these, you know, little fraud YouTubes about their little chicken-made ET. And they wound up getting charged for it. But if you look at all this shit, you know, I don't care if it's entertainment value stuff. I don't care if it's these ghost hunters or poltergeist movies or all these fucking ETs. They're all just fucking amateur freaking video makers and videographers trying their trade. Just fucking showmanship. It's a profession, they have to get attention. When something's popular, like, you know, late 60s, 70s, all the spiritualism was popular. So what do you got for that era? A bunch of poltergeist movies, ghosts. And then in the 70s, 80s.
We've evolved past zombies now, haven't we? We've evolved past zombies. Now it, no, we've evolved past zombies. Now it's aliens and invasions, and that's all the films are all about.
I'll tell you what today's fucking zombie is. It's a fucking noodle with their nose planted in the freaking cell phone so deep they don't know what's going around or going on around them. You know?
Or it's the fact that they're legally dead and they don't have a live birth certificate. That as well. Literally.
Well, in a sense, I mean, our bodies are just a host for our spirit, if you want to look at it that way. So technically, as long as you're spiritually dead, you might as well be a zombie walking around this plane. Your body is only that, a host for your spirit. If you don't understand that, you know, what are you? You're a bag of flesh, a bag of meat. But I find atheists in general, I mean, a lot of them have different behaviors that, you know, sometimes are a little bit weird for other people. Well, I mean, if you go by certain values and stuff, then you'd have to kill God to feel good about yourself. Say that, oh, spirit's not real, God's not real. We're just bags of meat, and when we die, it's finite, it's over. So we can do whatever the hell we want in this life. And, you know, the fact that we have a conscience doesn't mean nothing. It's not a gift from God or nothing. It's just an attribute of this bag of meat that we're in temporarily, so nothing matters.
Yeah.
We're only going to be here 50, 100
My
years.
actual way is, they always say, sorry about that. They always say, like, oh, it's the influence is from external. Like, they always see, oh, this, do this, and as well.
Well, people have been conditioned to pass the buck. They never own anything. It's never their responsibility. I say, you want to find the major cause for problems in this world? Stand in front of a mirror and open your freaking eyes. And you'll see one of the biggest problems in this world. I mean, most of the problems I've ever had, and I don't pass the buck and say it's other people's fault, Jews, Illuminati, nothing. It's my own. Look, there's no one forced me to buy a coffee at $3 instead of putting $3 in a long-term account. If I'd have put the money I spent on cigarettes, on dope, on booze, on whatever, I'd be a millionaire today in a compound interest account. So the reason I'm not is not Jews, it's not nothing. It's my choice to have spent that money and not invested.
Yeah.
You know, blame whoever you want for everything. You can't escape your own responsibility and who you are, where you are, what you have, what you do. The rest
You
don't
judge yourself
really
the
matter.
worst, really. That's right. You judge yourself in the worst way, really. So
You know, when you go to school, you're basically taught to parrot. You're not taught self-worth. You're taught to follow, not to lead. You're not told that who is the most important person in the world, and shout back, I am, and know it's true, but not just you, everyone else. We don't get that. That's why we have this world. Everyone's pointed towards a television set. Their gods, their leaders, everything has to come off that fucking dynamic piece of fucking plastic and glass. They don't have no fucking credibility. People have been brainwashed and conditioned into accepting these Procter Gamble and a few companies and corporations as with a nice shiny set and a television camera as fact. The news is brought to us by Procter Gamble. It's brought to us by corporations. It's brought to us by the military. It's not brought to us as news. News doesn't even exist. It's an acronym for North, East, West, South. Some asshole saw that late night on the TV one time on the test pattern and said, wow, it spells news. And that's what news became. The North, East, West, and South. That's all news means. Information from the 4 points cardinal. There's no such thing as news. News networks. They're fabrications.
And home
corporations.
Yeah. You know,
they are scripted now.
Oh yeah. You can tell they're all owned by the same few companies or few people anyway. Just with the scripts they push out when big events come around. All these keywords. These like power words.
You can watch like the Easter Bunnies lost some step this year, and then 1,000 other TV stations will have 1,000 different anchors giving that same line their own little twist, you know. And it don't matter what network, they're all getting it from the same fucking source. There is no news. Turn the fuckers off.
Like we're pretty blessed because we've got like all this information in front of us. We have got like libraries and libraries and libraries that nobody had back 500 years ago.
But we also have the most scientifically advanced techniques in brainwashing and conditioning and indoctrinating.
Yeah, definitely. That's the
and control.
Use it against them. If you know the techniques, you can apply it to your own, like what you want to learn, and then indoctrinate yourself with that so it sticks. So there are ways of kind of using the powers against them, really, in all ways.
You check out the RAND Corporation. They've formulated how to hijack everything from town councils to government to school board meetings. Everything is formulated for the control. How to psychologically abate opposition at meetings, everything. It's all control.
Yeah. They all privatize everything too, so the responsibility is lost. Because the councils and everything's going private. So then even the dentists over here, all the NHS dentists, boom, there's not many. They all went private. And I see it coming where fluoride's going to be coming out as a bad thing, just like formaldehyde, just like asbestos. And they're not going to be responsible then because it's a private company. They can easily get shut down, renamed, you know, switched about a bit. So they're kind of covering their own backs by privatizing everything, in my eyes.
It has been great, gentlemen. I have a doctor's appointment, so I have to go get ready, and I'll be back this afternoon. Y'all enjoy it.
Yeah, peace, brother.
Have a good day, James.
Later, James. Be well. Welcome, Turquoise. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Good. Got my coffee, had my breakfast, you know. Looked at the sun, trying a bit of sun gazing, but like, it's all good, man. It looks yellow, it looks white today, so I thought it might not do. Looks a bit bigger.
That's an interesting.
I don't think that's our sun.
Yeah, I thought that was an interesting point you made about how they're privatizing it. It's funny how they come out with, they have all this stuff like lead paint, and then they're like, oh, it's bad, let's take it away. And then it's like,
yeah.
This just keeps happening over and over again with everything. They're like, oh, this is toxic, let's take that away. Oh, this is bad for you, take it away. Like,
oh man, you won't believe it. I live in a town that invested. I live in a town that invented asbestos. Now, how bad was that? I mean, it had its super pro, like it was very flame retardant, and it had its uses. It was used for roofs, internal structures for like heat, insulation, and just around boilers and everything. And that is just unreal what that
Exactly.
What that is. That's mined from Africa. Most people don't know that's a living organism, really.
And you have to ask yourself at one point: are these mistakes that they're making, or are they like actively poisoning us? Right?
Yeah, that's it. We're definitely evolving. You know how the body works and the mind works. 100%, which has been passed down thousands and thousands and thousands of years, probably millions of years. I don't know how long the rest has been here, but it does seem a lot longer than they've said, really. Be it in whatever form we are.
That's one thing some mainstream science doesn't really seem to know a lot about, in my opinion, is how the brain works. Like, our understanding of it is really rudimentary. Like, they basically
psychology, for example, they just kind of categorize, compartmentalize conditions that might not be even related, but just because they've got some symptoms that tick a box, they give you these drugs and they're like, yeah, just do this, do this. They don't try and fix the symptom rather than the problem or the root. And that's where obviously the holistic.
I think psychology,
spiritual side emerges.
I think psychology was a result of them like enslaving us and making our lives fake, and they knew people were like not going to be able to handle it, so they created psychology to tell them that.
Yeah, you've heard of Plato's
reactions
cave.
To.
You've heard of the whole myth of Plato's cave and that kind of that maybe like an MK Ultra version 0.1 beta, you know, and then they've got the MK Ultra with the LSD in the war and that, and then the MK Ultra today is going on all the time. Like, you wouldn't believe that's the psychological warfare is against us, really, because they know that's more mind over matter. They know they control the matter with the mind. So yeah, we can create.
Yeah, but like
ultimate world for them, really. But it's us. It's us. It's just the greedy versions of us. Just think about it that way, man.
I think mainstream science, so like understanding the brain is just like hilarious, because it's like they basically will hook your brain up to electrodes and then see like what part of the brain has electricity in it, and then make observations based on that. But what does that prove? Like, just because part of the brain lights up, I mean, what does that mean? Because we're assuming that, oh, that means that brain is more active, but I mean, I think we're making an assumption there with this shit, and I think the mind is kind of like a spiritual thing, and people think that the mind and the brain are the same thing, but I don't. I think it's a really more complex issue, or spiritual things are taking place. I don't know. And then science is like trying to explain it by going, oh, look, the electricity is going off here, so this means this, and it's just.
Yeah, the amount of experiments to do with food, basically, the amount of experiments to use on food before they release the population, it's that's unreal too. Like, they do like 10 tests and like, yeah, that's FDA approved, stamp, but send it off. Yeah, but the FDA is behind most of it, in my opinion. Obviously, it's a Food and Drug Administration, not just a Food and like Health Administration. It's a Food and Drug Administration, so they are super linked. Food is drug.
I kind of think they want us ignorant of how the brain works, though, or the mind works, because that's how they control us, right? So it's like, that's why I think like the brain, the deep ocean, and the moon are like some of the biggest mysteries, or maybe not the moon, but space in general. These are the things like we don't really understand.
Yeah, like Stephen was saying last night, it's all to do with data mining and then like analysis of the data. Like, that's what I think we're here for, just data mining, in my opinion. Just to, I don't know for who though. Couldn't say that.
I almost think they're hiding shit in the deep ocean.
Oh, that reminds me, right? I'll stop sharing in a minute. I saw some advertisement for some alcohol, and they send this air balloon into space. It keeps going up super fast, and then boom, the firmament, right? And the firmament is just water. And then they break through the firmament and they're in the ocean. It's so crazy. I can't remember the alcohol though. I'll find it out. It's like definitely something to watch because they're showing something.
Are you allowed to post articles in the chat to news?
Sure.
I guess you could do
I
kind
saw
of a
this,
review.
I don't know. People might be interested in that. Saying what a mysterious ping is coming from the deep in the Arctic, and fishermen are saying it's scaring away marine life.
Oh, it's a Hennessy.
I thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah, it's whiskey, Hennessy commercial. Has everybody seen this?
What? This is a commercial?
Oh man, I'll just. It's a standard license, so I can't share it, can I? I can post it in the chat, and then everybody watch at the same time. Oh, ways around everything. Okay, everybody, watch this and think you live in a ball. Oh man, it's hilarious. You don't even have to have the sound on, really. Just watch it.
Hennessy makes me think of Tupac. He's always talking about drinking Hennessy.
This will look at it. It's unreal. And it's at 27 seconds. It reveals, so that's meaningful too.
Wait, what is going on in this commercial? Are they showing a flat Earth?
No. They've always got to keep that fisheye lens going, just to keep the uninitiated at bay, really, I think. But it's what's above is the question. Like, that's the way it might be. You know, the water's above the firmament. You know, the reason why they practice.
What the fuck?
In a tank. Do you get me? I'm not sure what was on his ring. I need to kind of look at this. Like a Masonic ring or something, that'd be even better. I don't know why it shows his ring. 59, 1 minute it shows his ring. And is there any point of showing that ring? I don't get it.
What timestamp?
1 minute. It seems like a pointless cutaway just to show his ring for like 0.5 seconds and then carries on.
So he breaks through the firmament? Is that what they're showing?
Take it as you will, man. Take it as you will.
Would I wonder if you were to do that, would water start like uncontrollably pouring down and flooding the earth? Or would gravity hold the water up?
And then at the end, it's like, what's your wild rabbit? Never stop.
Oh,
never
I see
settle.
the ring now. I see the ring. Oh, it's right at the beginning.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't really make out. I can't really make out the symbol on it though.
Yeah, I know.
And it's on his pinky finger. What the fuck? Where's a pinky ring?
So yeah, that's and an eye opener if it isn't itself, you know. What's Rob saying? Like,
That's pretty interesting, man. They kind of show the ring at the end too.
You guys talking about that Hennessy
Yeah.
commercial?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was fairly interesting.
I can't see what's on the ring though.
Did you see that, Ivan?
Yeah, or Ivan. Never mind. Is Ivan here? He hasn't been talking.
Might need to unmute himself. Yeah, there's a few commercials that have come out that kind of have that undercurrent of some symbolism, right? What was the other one? Apartments.com or something like that? They had one referencing like an enclosed apartment complex, like through like a scrying window. Kind of looked like a dome.
all you have to do is literally put a flat Earth commercial, and then you just get the Hennessy, 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 Hennessy. I think they are trying to wake us up slowly, but they can't do it all at once. I think that's my perspective on it. Because just imagine everybody understood the true power we have, it'd just be chaos. It'd be like Dungeons and Dragons, just everybody, everyone for himself. Because to get the control, they needed to kind of stick us in a state of mind where, you know, to tame us basically. That's the way I see it. And also the orientation of the Earth they've shown us, even the flat Earth map, I think is wrong. Because currently the United Nations flag's centered on the Greenwich Mean Time, on the bottom half.
Oh, is it? Did they adjust that or change it?
I heard in the past it was orientated on Egypt as the 0, which would mean the north is mostly water. kind of a bit. It's like the United Nations flag skewed at like 45 degrees clockwise. It's more accurate.
Yeah, its alignment or its location is. Isn't there also something else where like its geographical location also is a comparative to the speed of light?
Oh, it's latitude. Was it? Yes.
Right.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't think light travels. I see a different aspect of it, really. Because obviously the speed of light depends on the medium of the light it's being transferred through. And if that's the speed of a vacuum, or is it the speed through the air, it's still not going to be accurate, because obviously there's different atmospheric conditions. It's hard to regulate, you see, over the ocean or over land. But in my eyes, light doesn't travel. It just like you drop a stone in an ocean. Is the water in the wave traveling, or is the wave just waving, like up and down? Like the movement of each water molecule or whatever is just rising and falling. It's like a pulse, not traveling anywhere.
It's an interesting way to look at
Jerk,
it.
did you see that Hillary's emails are revealing some like occult sex parties and weird?
Oh man, I downloaded them
growly
emails
shit.
like 3 weeks ago, and I've not looked at them. I should really get examining.
I had no
really.
idea. And then my friend knows that I'm into all that stuff because I've talked to him about it. He never believes me, of course. And then he like came over last night and he's like, hey, what was it? What's spirit cooking? I'm like, spirit cooking? Yeah. I was like, I've never heard that term. He's like, oh, it's some Crowley like sex magic, human sacrifice stuff.
The whole
I'm like,
ritual
what?
thing
He's
that
like
they
telling
kind
me
of show in the media may not be like, it's not exactly harming anyone, you know. All the ingredients they use
there's
or
some
whatnot.
picture. There's some picture of like one of Hillary's campaign guy got invited to this party by this guy who's like a pedo or something, and then there's a picture floating around of like it's like Lady Gaga and some other people, and then there's like this one lady's body in a tub of blood, pretty much. And they're like, I don't know, it's weird, man. And then he's like, well, maybe it's just a macabre decoration. I'm like, okay, maybe. I mean, it's fucking weird. Either way, I don't know. But then he was saying that maybe he believes me now because I've been telling him for years that like all these politicians are pedophiles and all this, and he's never believed me. But now like these emails are starting to reveal some of that. So it's kind of, I think that's weird. But you think that, like, do you really think WikiLeaks and when stuff like this supposedly gets leaked, is it really getting leaked, or is it just they're intentionally letting us know of this stuff or something? I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, I think Julian Assange is part of a gatekeeper, kind of.
Yeah.
You know, he's not. Just from his history and what I've kind of looked around all the kind of his family tree and how it's there might be revolutions within the government now. I don't know, but maybe some of us want to let them out.
Are you saying like factions within the government fighting each other, or within the secret societies or whatever?
Yeah. If you can imagine, like there's a base government or the people at NASA who are just looking at the screens, and they're the ones you see on TV going, yeah, in the control room. They have no idea, just like the government has no idea what the grand plan is and what's behind the curtain. Now, as you go further up this tree and the fewer and fewer people are involved, I believe they branch off at some point and have some conflicts within themselves on what they're doing with us, really. And that would be the alien race, kind of going through history, and the different tribes going back for time and time. Oh man! Oh man! No way! No way! I don't know if you can do this, but I'm gonna put it in chat. It looks real. I think the safest way to survive in this world is just to stay quiet. Like in any way, the legal system, and pretty much all the legal system requires you to speak and admit what they're throwing at you. Because the whole legal system fraud thing, whatever you want to call it, that's going to come out soon, even more than it is. Like Mars, have you looked at the legal system much? Venus is definitely a lot different looking than the other wandering stars.